Hello everyone and welcome to today's session on Power BI. Do you know friends that Microsoft Power BI is a business intelligence software platform that offers tools for aggregating, analyzing, visualizing and sharing data to the users. The user interface of Power BI is kind of intuitive for Excel users and its deep integration with other Microsoft products makes it a very versatile and self-service tool. Now, before I discuss today's agenda, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So first, we are going to discuss about what is business intelligence. Then, we will learn about BI use cases. Moving ahead, we will discuss about why Power BI and introduction to Power BI. Then, we will learn about Power BI components and pricing. Moving ahead, we will discuss about architecture of Power BI. Then we will learn about creating reports in Power BI. Moving ahead, we will discuss about building blocks of Power BI. Then we are going to learn about Power BI desktop installation. And at the end, we will discuss the complete hands-on.
First of all, what is business intelligence, right? So very quick, we'll go with it. So business intelligence is nothing but just a set of process, I would say, set of tools and technologies which helps organizations to gather the data from different data sources, to transform the data, to clean the data, and to write some business logics, to do some data computation and build a model, and then using that model do the data visualization, right? With all these processes, with all these steps, basically company or the business stakeholders or your business users get the benefit of getting the answers of their questions quickly and taking the decisions based on the facts, based on the visuals easily, right? So from all these angles, business intelligence is very, I would say, a primary thing for every organization to run the business. And it's not any new technology. It's been in the market from last many decades, right? Each and every organization is having the business intelligence framework in place. Some are using different tools, different products, but business intelligence almost every company is doing, right? Business intelligence is nothing but just finding the insights, finding the patterns, trends in your data, right? That you can do using Excel, using Python, using, I would say, anything, right? Any of the tool, right? So to work in business intelligence technology, we should have some of the tools in hands, like you use Tableau, Power BI, right? Looker, you use lots of other tools available in the market. There are 4 business intelligence stages, right? Doesn't matter which tool you use, these are the very generic 4 stages of the business intelligence, right? So every person first collect the data, do data cleansing, then reporting visualization, and then your business users or your business stakeholders do the decision making, or they do some prediction, or here they take the final, I would say, final actions based on the insights. If you go through to the step by step on these stages, so stage 1 is collection, where your company's data or your business data is probably stored in different countries, different systems, different locations. So the challenge number 1 is to gather all the data from different locations, bring all that together and keep it into a staging or somewhere into the database. It depends, it varies company to company, right? Gathering the data is the very first step, right? And for before gathering also, there is a step, or with gathering the data, you can say data discovery. You need to identify which data is available where, what is the data linking, right? That you need to do. And data source is nothing but just a source or a place wherever your business data is stored. That is a data source for you. Okay, wherever your company data is stored, that is a data source for you. Our next stage is data cleansing. Once we have got the data, right? This data you can get directly in Power BI, or sometimes organizations are having some data warehouses or some cloud data warehouse or on-premises data warehouses or data lakes, depends. So in data cleansing step, basically you or your ETL team, data engineering team, they work on cleaning, gathering, or linking the data, right? They make some workflows, they make some pipelines which ingest the data automatically in your databases or in your source, and along with that, it cleans it, make it into a usable format, right? So that the visualization or the analyst, right, or your business users, they can use the data for some insights preparation. Once your data is cleaned, right, Then you write some calculations, you do some I would say some computations on the data, and that you use for the visualization purpose. Visualization, or I can say reporting, is nothing but just a graphical representation of the data with the help of different charts, graphs, or different visual elements. There are hundreds of visual elements we have in each and every tool, right? Each and every BI tool. Once your visualization, your report is done, then you would like to distribute it with your business users. You would like to share it with the audience, right? So that they can they can slice and dice the data in that, and they can make some decisions. They can do further analysis on that, or probably they can take the data out for some operational or some I would say some forecasting data preparation, right? Sometimes business export the data also. On top of that, further they work in Excel, or they work in if business users are well trained in technical tools like Alteryx or Python, people use that, I would say, the prepared data further in other further analysis purpose, right? I mean, for different purposes that a report or your final output can be utilized further. These are very generic stages. Business intelligence is something like which is used everywhere, right? It's not like only in a specific team, only in sales or marketing we can use it. Business intelligence you can use everywhere. Wherever you have the data, business intelligence can be used there. Either your company work in on HR data, you have finance data, you have services, auditing, supply chain, anything. Everywhere business intelligence can be used. We have some use cases. Let's say it's called data semantics, right? It's an organization, right? A data focused organization. So this organization is, let's say, has lots of dashboards created on sales reporting and sales prediction dashboards. So the purpose of this, of creating the dashboards on Power BI, is to allow the company people or the business stakeholders to discover the facts about the business, discover the trends, discover the outliers in the data, or in which region, in which particular area their performance, their sales is increasing or decreasing, right? So that they can understand the business better and take the decisions better. So the just a quick view, like how the dashboards or how the visuals looks like. So it's kind of something the visuals looks like. You guys already know about these charts and all, but sometimes people don't know even like what is the visual. So visual is nothing but when you put multiple visuals all together, that becomes your report, or you can call it dashboard. In Power BI, dashboard is a different thing and report is a different thing, right? We'll come on that part later, but dashboard and reports are the different things in Power BI, right? So same as Dell is also using the business intelligence for analyzing their education data, right? For taking the decisions like in which particular student needs the improvement, or what's the performance of their courses, how their internal training programs are very much affecting the business or their trainees, their employees, right? How people are basically utilizing their self-paced or internal study material. So kind of a dashboard or some KPIs are displayed. So this is kind of a set of visual which is considered as a final or I would say the output of your reports. In market, there are various BI tools available, right? We just take we just take the name of few of the top leaders here, like Tableau, Power BI, Click. Zoho Analytics is not a top leader, but it is a very common tool and which is growing a lot of popularity in the market because of it. It has its own Zoho CRM and Zoho ERP solution, where Zoho Analytics is very tightly integrated with its in-house products, right? But you see these three market leaders, right? These are the three market leaders: Tableau, which is now Tableau CRM, because Tableau has merged with Salesforce. So you can say Tableau is now a Salesforce product. So Tableau, Salesforce, and Power BI and ClickSense. So these are the three leaders. And based on the studies, based on the different reports, if you see in the market, like Gartner is another organization which conducts lots of surveys and events, and based on Gartner also, Power BI has been recognized as a market leader in business intelligence segment, right? So Power BI, I mean, it's different sites, different I would say companies have different reports, but Power BI is standing on the number one position, Tableau is on 2, and Click is on 3. That's based on the Gartner's business intelligence report. But what are the key factors which are deriving the Power BI, or which are helping Power BI to grow a lot within just short time frame. Power BI Tableau was launched. Anybody has any idea when Tableau was launched? What is the birth year of Tableau? Many people have worked on the Tableau. Is there anybody has any idea when Tableau came in the market? Okay, so it was somewhere in 2003, right? And when Power BI came in the market? Okay, so it came in the market on 2015, right? And the official date of birth of Power BI is 24 July 2015, right? So on 24 July 2015, Microsoft globally released Power BI, right? So it's almost like I would say the 7 years going to complete soon within just few months. And Click is very old, somewhere in 98 or 95. Click was launched, right? So, but Click has lots of tools, lots of components. Click on premises and printing, ClickSense, right? ClickSense is something which came somewhere in 2015, 2014. But Click original, or I would say the main first time it's launched somewhere in 98, so 97 somewhere, correct? So you can see Power BI is the latest one, or just a newborn baby in its segment, and it's becoming the number one tool. So there are many reasons behind it. Let's discuss some of the facts why Power BI is gaining the so much popularity within just short time frame. Very first reason, and that is worldwide accepted affordability, right? From the cost licensing side, Power BI is very less expensive, right? If you compare with other tools like Tableau, no doubt Tableau is a powerful tool and has lots of good features, and Tableau is really very good on the data handling side. But the reason why Tableau is not standing on the number one position is because of the cost. Tableau is very expensive, right? Even Tableau developers also need the Tableau desktop license, right? I mean, whatever you want to do in Tableau, you need a license for that. There is nothing free in Tableau. Tableau has a Tableau public, but that's for not any use, because you do not have full potential, you do not have the full features to use, correct? So that Tableau public is just kind of a like a free version, but that do not have the features, that does not provide you the functionality to connect with the databases or other data sources, right? Power BI development tool is completely free. The Power BI desktop, that is completely free. No need to pay anything to anybody, right? Without having any license, any user ID, you can at least get the data, build a model, and build the visuals, right? Nobody needs any license, and that's the main reason why Power BI is growing exponentially, because everybody is becoming a data analyst because they have the tool. In case of Tableau, this problem was like Tableau was not freely available, so people only who were having the license, only they were able to do the hands-on, or they were able to build or get their understanding on the Tableau. Power BI is free. Anybody, any business user, sales, finance, marketing people, HR people, right? Anybody can download Power BI and start working on that, right? So it's kind of like Excel. Any Excel is for everyone. Same, the situation is going to be same in upcoming few years, like Power BI is for everyone, right? What is its cost? It's, first of all, the development tool is completely free, but if it comes on the sharing side, or on the contribution or collaboration side, then you just need to pay $9.99. So I would say $10. This is your per user per cost, per user, right? Per user per month cost, right? Which is just a very small amount, $10 only you need to pay, right? Although there is a Power BI premium as well, which costs you $20, right? Per user per month, per user per month. And if you have users in bulk, let's say thousands of people will be using, so then instead of going with per user license, it's better you go with a bulk license. Then you can purchase a Power BI premium capacity, and that costs you somewhere $5,000 per month, right? $5,000 per month. This is, yes, expensive one, but where organization has thousands of people for viewing the reports or accessing the reports. So rather than purchasing a I would say a license per user, it's better you purchase the license in bulk. So many flexibilities you have in the licensing part, we'll discuss later. So affordability is the main reason, right? It's not expensive tool, and that's the reason companies are getting. And it's not like it's not expensive. Another factor is it's not expensive, and it gives you more features, right? It gives you more benefits within just less cost, right? Okay, now natural language query is another important fact behind its success, right? Although Tableau has also launched this natural language query thing in their product, but in Power BI, it's been in Power BI online or Power BI, I would say on premises since long time. Tableau is now Tableau is bringing this feature. So this is kind of like which allows the business users or the report viewers to do ad hoc analysis, right? Whatever the questions come to their mind, they can just type a question and get the answers. Another is real-time streaming. If your company has some, I would say, like streaming data sets, right? Probably Azure Analytics, if you have, or if you have Azure Stream Analytics, or you have any APIs, right? Or you have PubNub data sets. From there, you can bring data and display it on real time, like stock market exchange, stock market data, right? Or some other data which fluctuates every second, ups and downs, ups and downs. But for this, a streaming data set is mandatory. If your company has a streaming data set, only then you can use this. And the custom visual, which is another good feature. Power BI has hundreds of visuals, right? It's not like just a simple and straightforward visual. It has hundreds of advanced visuals into the category, and all the visuals are again free. So these are the few features which makes Power BI a bit unique than its other competitors, right? So you can go the same thing in detail here. Now, let's talk about Power BI. So Power BI is not just a reporting tool, right? Or it's not only one tool. Power BI is a complete data analytics package, right? Like MS Office. MS Office is a package. Within that package, you get multiple tools like your Excel, PowerPoint, Word, OneNote, right? Multiple tools you get in MS Office. Same as in Power BI, also you get multiple tools. So it's a kind of a package for doing all your data analysis in the company. So Power BI provides you the different tools, different windows for gathering the data, for aggregating the data, cleaning the data, visualizing the data, modeling the data, sharing the data, controlling its admin activities, maintaining the governance process, right? Applying the data securities. For all these things, you have different space or a different component here, right? So these are the basic things what you do or everybody do in Power BI. First, your journey starts with data connection, right? In data connection, basically sorry, you set up some links with your data sources. If your data sources on premises or cloud, files, APIs, or data or whatever, basically you just set up the connection with that. Once your connection is set up, you have got some data in Power BI, then you do some data transformation on that. You may have some unstructured data or semi-structured, so you need to make that in a proper structured or in a proper tabular format. So all that cleansing you do, and then you do the modeling is the key here, where you manage the linking between the tables, you write some calculations, reusable calculations, right? Let's say in a company, in a marketing team, multiple people wants to do the similar kind of stuff on the similar data. So rather than they create the same thing again and again, or everybody is creating a new data set for their own reporting needs, that duplicate the efforts basically. Or it's better you just have a centralized model created and everybody just reuse it, right? So by doing it, you can save a lot of time. You will be having a single source of the truth, right? Here, after data modeling is done, then you do the data visualization. This is the presentation layer, which matters for your business users, or from where your business users or report viewers can take some decisions. Then you start circulating the reports with your audience, with report viewers. You share it with applying some securities based on some roles and permissions. So these are very high level steps which you perform in Power BI, right? Yeah. So data modeling is something like, just think about it. You have the sales data, right? Now in that sales data, there will be a couple of I would say matrices or a couple of numbers, fact values basically, which you will be having directly in your data. Like you have the sales, right? You have the profit, but you do not have current year sales, you do not have last year sales, you do not have the year over year growth, you do not have the variance, you do not have the gross margin, you do not have a standard margin, you do not have the margin percentage, right? Gross, you do not have the margin growth year over year. So all these things are kind of the data computation which you need to do. So now, to fulfill my requirements, I write these formulas, I write these calculations, You also want to prepare, display the same thing. You also write the same thing. Everybody is writing the same thing in our organization, right? In our team. So we are duplicating the effort. Means everybody is working or creating the similar steps. So it's better. What we do, we just model it. We just one person or one team, one group of people just write all these operations, right? Manage all the formulas at one place, and then we publish it. This we consider it as a, this is my centralized model. Everybody behind it, there are many other things, like you set up the linking between the tables, you set up some relations with the tables, right? You manage some of the kind of a glossary or some of a kind of a data dictionary, so that people can understand what table or what field means what, right? So rather than you create a data set for each of your report, it's better you just use a model for your reports. So it's not like if you in your team there are 10 reports, so it's not like you create 10 data sets for 10 reports. It's like one data set which should be feeding the data to all your 10 reports. In that case, your maintenance will be easy, development will be easy, and further, if any further ask come, any new enhancements you want to make, so rather than making this enhancements or this change in 10 data sets, it's better you just make it in a one place. So it's kind of a reusable data, right? Reusable, I would say, linking, reusable calculations, which is used everywhere. Correct. So this is, I'm in a very high level for now. Does it make sense what it is? Okay, so let's talk quickly about the components, right? So Power BI offers you multiple components like Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, Power BI Data Gateway, a Power BI Report Server, Power BI Mobile App, a Power BI Excel Publisher, or Power BI Report Builder, Power BI Embedded, right? So all these are the tools which you can use in Power BI. Now we feel that doing a visualization. So doing a visualization is just only a small piece of Power BI Desktop. Within Power BI Desktop also you have multiple things to do, right? You can do many things in Power BI Desktop, but currently we use only one specific thing. That's it, this one. This is visualization. So only this subset we use out of the other. And the other tools what we have, so very few people work or very few people know use these tools. But in company, these tools are used a lot. Depends where we are, or are we just new, or our company just started using Power BI, right? Okay, yeah. So we'll learn about all the other components plus of course Power BI Desktop, because for the developers, for the report creators, Power BI Desktop is the main tool where we spend our most of the time, right? Although other tools are also having their own importance, right? Depending on the situation, we'll be exploring the other tools in this program. Okay, so now the point is what these tools are doing here, which tool is working, or which tool is used for what particular purpose. Now let's understand these components one by one. So the very first component is Power BI Desktop. Pretty much we know about it, right? Like Power BI Desktop is also already installed in your machines. So Power BI Desktop is a free application, a free tool which you can install in your machine. And after installing it, you can use this tool for building the data sets and building the visualizations. This tool is mainly used by the content creators, right? Content creators means here is those who wants to create the data sets, or who wants to create the models, who wants to create basically the visualizations. So this Power BI Desktop is mainly used by the developers. This Power BI Desktop is a standalone application which needs to be installed in your machine. So if you see Power BI Desktop in my machine, it is already installed. So this is the Power BI Desktop UI. This is how Power BI Desktop looks like. Right. In this tool, you do all your data extraction, data transformations, data visualizations, you write calculations, relationship, everything. Right. Most of the work you do within this tool. Correct. This is completely free. Next component here is Power BI Service. In Power BI Service, it's a cloud-based application. Many people call it Power BI Online, right, or Power BI Service. This Power BI Service is a SaaS application, software as a service. That means it is completely managed application by Microsoft. It's an online portal or an online website of Power BI from where your business users can access the reports, or report viewers can slice and dice the data, filter the data, And you as a developer also can log in there and can publish, can manage the permissions, roles, right? Extract, scheduling the data, refresh, a lot of things you do from there, right? Now, Power BI service, if you want to use, you must have a Microsoft account. You can use your work account, your office email ID. To log in into this, you must be having a URL. You can have this URL linked in your app launcher site. Sometimes companies use some SharePoint portals or some app launchers like Okta or some other portals. From there they can launch the application. So you can launch it from there, or you can directly go to its login URL. There you can provide your user ID, password, and you can sign in into Power BI service, right? So currently you see here I have logged in here in Power BI service using my credentials. You can use your organizational credentials to log in into Power BI service, right? This Power BI service is also heavily used by the developers or by the business users. Everybody use this, right? From here, we will be having multiple workspaces. These spaces are like kind of like a content holder, means like a folders where we can save our work, we can save our data sets, reports, and everything we can save here, right? From here it is shared with the business users, it is shared with the people in the company, right? So now, to use or to log in the Power BI service, you need to sign in into it. So do you have the sign in URL, or do you know how do you sign in into the Power BI service, right? If you are first time you are signing in into the Power BI service, then you may see some other screen, right? But you can simply just proceed that, or ignore that, or say yes or next, something like that button if you get. So this one is something like which you all need to log in. All of you please log in to Power BI service. You can use your office email ID, use your official email ID. Once all of you done signing in process, put the done into the window. You should see exact same. In case if you are not seeing it or any problem you face, let me know. Now just do one thing. Okay, now here on the top right, top left, right, you can top right corner, you would see here your profile pic or your profile icon. Just click on that and see here what is the license type you have. What appears here, free or pro? Free. Perfect. Okay, so there is a way to activate a pro license for 60 days, right? So I would suggest you not to activate your pro license, pro trial now, okay? Because you once you get a trial period on your email ID for 60 days. So do not activate the trial now, right? First just explore it being a free user, and when we'll be having the right time, then we'll activate the trial account that will be valid for 60 days, okay, for 2 months, correct? So for now, being a free user, at least you can start exploring or start working with it. But if you are wondering now, what is the main difference in free and pro, right? I know some of you would be having this question, what is the main difference in free and pro? So that we are going to see very soon in this today's class, right? Power BI service is done. So from this Power BI service, you as a developer can manage lots of things. As a viewer, or your business users can access reports, slice, dice, filter data, export report, export data, all that operation they do from here, right? Power BI service can be used for editing the reports, editing the visuals, or creating the new visuals. But Power BI service we cannot use for creating the models, creating the data set. For that we use Power BI desktop. Okay, now let's see the next component, that is data gateway. All right, so the Power BI data gateway or gateway is a bridge, or I would say a mediator which refresh the data automatically in your reports, right? Because once your reports are created and published and shared with your users, then they would like to see updated data, updated information automatically. So how the data will be refreshing, that is the main challenge. So for automatically refreshing the data, we use this data gateway, right? Now for the gateway, we need to do some configuration, some installation, right? That will do later. For now, data gateway is just a service which runs dedicatedly on a server. And
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
then that service you used for refreshing data. So data will be refreshing. There will be a job. That job will be running in the backend, right? And will be refreshing the data automatically. Let's say at 9 a.m., 12 p.m., 2 p.m., 4 p.m. You set up 4 times refresh in a day. Automatically at this time, that job will be triggering and pulling the data automatically, right? So that data refresh, auto data refresh is the basically the purpose of this component. Is there anybody who has the data gateway configured and installed? Just put yes. If anybody has gateway configured or installed, put yes. Nobody has that. Okay. Another component here, you have Power BI report server. This report server is kind of a on-premises environment. Power BI service you see here, this is cloud environment, means it is completely managed and hosted on Microsoft's data center, Microsoft's cloud, by Microsoft's Azure servers, right? But sometimes some companies do not want to use, or maybe some of your clients may not want to use Power BI service, so they may ask you to use on-premises Power BI. On-premises Power BI is nothing but that on-premises report server. In this case, all your data, your reports, everything will be stored within your company's server, not on Microsoft's cloud server, right? Sometimes companies demand, like especially the finance companies or the company which has lots of confidential data, and they have some internal data security law, right? They do not want to put any of the data on the cloud. So in such cases, on-premises Power BI can be used, right? Power BI mobile app. Nowadays, everything you have on mobile. So why not analyzing reports or dashboards on mobile? So using your mobile phones, you can access your reports, dashboards from anywhere. You can slice, dice the data, share the report, share the data, right? Everything you can do related to report viewing using your mobile phones, right? This is quite helpful for your sales people or field engineers or marketing people who travel into the fields a lot. So for them, it will be easy just to do analysis, just to kind of see some data or see some information through mobile instead of opening or carrying the laptop everywhere every time. Another component you have Power BI Excel Publisher. This is mainly for the Excel lovers, right? So in company, you will see many people still wants to use Excel, means whatever the data they have in Power BI, they want to take that data in Excel to do further analysis or further data calculations or further work in Excel side. So this component allows the business users to take Power BI data in Excel, and it will be a seamless integration. It's not like manually you are putting or feeding the data every day. It's kind of like a dynamic API connection. Through that, Power BI data will be directly seeded to Excel. Okay, this is the main purpose of this component. Next, we have Power BI Report Builder. Report Builder is another tool in Power BI, right? So anybody here who worked on SSRS, SQL Server Reporting Services? Is there anyone who worked or who knows what is SSRS? No. All right. So it's a SQL reporting service basically. So this report builder is nothing but a similar tool like your SSRS tool. So the purpose of this tool is basically to build some paginated reports or some document reports. Document reports are like when you create some legal documents like invoices or receipts or delivery notes, right? So for these type of reports, this tool can be used. Mainly, this tool is used for doing the Excel data dumps if your organization has some requirements for operational reporting needs, right? They want to create some operational reports where they want to extract lots of transactional data, right, in Excel, or automatically you want to export or drop the Excel file to their inbox through email. For such features, this particular tool is used. Power BI Embedded. This one is the last component, and this is mainly used for doing the integrations of Power BI reports or Power BI data sets or the features and external components. Let's say your company has a SharePoint page. On that SharePoint page, you want to show any Power BI report. Through this embedded feature, you can achieve that. If you have any other custom website, any C# website, any Java website, or any other mobile app, any custom portal, on that you want to integrate Power BI through Power BI Embedded, you can do that. Correct. So Power BI Embedded is mainly used for doing the integrations of your reports and any of the third-party applications or within Microsoft applications. Within Microsoft applications, integration is very quick. It's very tightly integrated, like in SharePoint, Teams, and in Dynamics CRM, Dynamics 365 products, Business Central, Finance and Operations. In these tools, the integration of Power BI is very easy, very quick, right? Just a button click. But in the other tools, in non-Microsoft family products, the integration is a little bit tricky, where you need to use APIs, you need to use some embedded code to integrate that. Correct. So we'll be having an understanding, right? Just an introduction of this piece, how APIs or embedded playground you can set for integrating your reports outside the Power BI, outside your company network or outside company domain. Got it? So this is a quick summary of all these components. Okay, so when Microsoft launched Power BI officially, what was the official launch date of Power BI? In chat window, you can write. Okay, perfect. And why do we use this gateway component? What is the use of Power BI gateway? In chat window, you guys can write. Yeah, used for scheduled data refresh or for auto data refresh. Data refresh timely, correct. To connect on-premises databases and schedule refresh, correct. Auto refresh, perfect. And what is the use here of this Power BI Excel publisher? Yes, that's correct. Data directly to Excel from Power BI to view it in Excel, integrate Excel with Power BI, load data directly to Excel. Correct. Yeah. So if your users wants to take the whole Power BI prepared model in Excel for their further analysis, or sometimes they want to do the data reconciliation, especially the finance users, they really like a lot this feature. Correct. And why the Power BI service is used? What is this? Perfect. SaaS app, publish reports for client, view reports, publish, viewing and sharing the reports, report publishing. Correct. It's a completely online service. Publish dashboard report. Okay, perfect. Publish reports. Correct. So yes, you would need at least two tools, because I don't know whether you guys will be having the requirement to use this Power BI report builder. Well, this one and the report server I'll show on my screen, because this is something like which every organization do not use it, right? But I'll show you practically in my machine, and later if you guys are interested or if you feel this can help you in some of your business cases, then you can use it in your company. Gateway is something which, yes, everybody has to be configured on your in the machine, and a component for Excel publisher. So these are the two things. Power BI desktop is already installed, it's good. If you do not have the Power BI desktop, then also you need the Power BI desktop. So these three things you must have in your machine. Power BI desktop you need to install, and data gateway, personal mode, right? And another is analyze in Excel, right? These are the three things which should be installed in your machine. All right. Another quick thing is, what is the data source for you guys? Where your business data is stored, which data source you will be using? Excel. What else other than Excel? What is the data source? Where your data source is? Okay, SQL Server, database, fine. SSMS is not a source. SSMS is just a window to connect with the database. The source is SQL, Microsoft SQL Server database. Okay, so Excel SQL is your Hive. Okay, yeah, Excel SQL is the main source which everybody will be using. Fine, correct. So in that case, SQL, you already have the SQL access, right? I hope so. That SQL you can utilize, and for practicing purpose you can use the online SQL. I'll give you the link of that online SQL just for learning or doing some research or some R&D if you want on that data. Okay, perfect. Now let's see the Power BI pricing, right? Well, this is not much relative for everybody, but good to know, like what are the Power BI pricing structures we have. Power BI comes with three licensing options: Power BI Free, Power BI Pro, and Power BI Premium. Power BI Free, it gives you limited features access. It doesn't give you everything. Being a free user, you can just access some of the Power BI free features. Like for self-use, for individual use, you can use the Power BI. Power BI cannot be used, Power BI Free cannot be used for the production purpose or for sharing the reports, for editing, or for most of the advanced features. Power BI free cannot Power BI free cannot be used for sharing the reports or creating new workspaces. You have lots of limitations. It's kind of a test drive of the Power BI only, right? In practical scenarios, Power BI Pro is the main license or widely used license in the company. So most of the companies use this Power BI Pro license. It allows you to use almost the full potential of Power BI, right? So being a Power BI Pro user, you can use almost everything of Power BI, and you will be just paying $10 per user per month. So the licensing amount is here. The, the licensing is based on per user. It gives you 10 GB data access, right? And it's a per workspace access. If one workspace is full, then you can create the another workspace. Although 10 GB you cannot full, it's a big number, right? Because the power data will be stored in Power BI in a compressed manner. So 10 GB of the space you get per workspace, and you can create a number of workspaces. You can do 8 times data refresh in one day, right? This is all about scheduling the data refresh. If you want to enable auto data refresh, then within a day you can refresh maximum 8 times. More than 8 times you cannot refresh. Means one report's data you can refresh max 8 times in a day, right? Now if you want to refresh more frequently, if you need more size or you need more computation power, then you go with Power BI Premium. Power BI Premium is kind of a luxury license of Power BI, right? This is kind of like a in bulk license. If your company do not want to purchase per user licenses, because that becomes expensive when you have thousands of users. So it's better you purchase the licenses in bulk. Power BI Premium capacity you can purchase, and one capacity can easily handle up to 1400 viewers. So rather than purchasing a license even for the viewers, for your report viewers only, it's better you purchase a capacity that costs you $5,000 per month, and one capacity can fulfill the requirements of up to 1400 users. This is, I would say, kind of a enterprise level of license where thousands of people are utilizing the Power BI. Then it comes in the picture. It gives you some extra benefits like sharing the report outside the company. If you want to share your report outside your company with your clients, vendors, customers, right, or with your business stakeholders, so for that you can use Power BI Premium, and Power BI Premium allows you to share the report outside your company domain, right? Means other company people can also access the report, right? That feature you have in Premium. Okay, but Power BI Pro is the main license which is used everywhere in the companies, right? So does your company has Power BI Premium, if you have idea, or you guys use only Pro? Most of you are having free only for now, but if anybody knows, okay, all right. Some projects are what? I mean, on Power BI Premium. Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah, so some of your clients, some of your projects may be on Premium, but most of the time companies use the Pro only because Pro gives everything almost. All right, perfect. So now let's see the building blocks of Power BI. So building block is nothing but just a terms used in Power BI, right? The basic terminology. So when you work on different tools have their own different terminologies. Like I remember somebody was saying about Looker. So in Looker, we have explorers, we have views, right? Explorers are nothing but the visuals, right? So these are the terms which we use, or the components which we create in Power BI. Visualization, reports, data sets, tiles, and dashboards. So visualization is nothing but any of the graphical representation, like a pie chart, a donut chart, a graph chart, any of the combinational chart, or any of the custom chart. Each chart or each visual representation is called a visualization. Okay. Then when you add too many visualizations, multiple visualizations all together on a page, then that becomes a report. So simply report is combination of multiple visualizations. Each visualization will be giving a different insight, a different view of the data, right? So when you have multiple views, multiple insights on a page, that becomes your report. Data set is basically nothing, a container of the data. Whatever the data you load, like let's say you load Excel sheets, you load database data, right? Whatever the data you load in Power BI, and on top of that you do some cleansing, some calculations you write, right? So basically that becomes a data set in Power BI, right? So data set is nothing but the data which is loaded, which is clean for the visualization or for the reporting purpose. That is a data set, correct? So these are the three terms which are mainly used: visualization, report, and data set. These are used in Power BI desktop, right? These two terms here you see, tiles and dashboard. Tile is nothing but tile is equivalent to the visualization. When you work on Power BI service, instead of calling that a visualization, we call that a tile. So a tile is basically a functional snapshot of the data, right? So a pie chart or a bar chart or a column chart is called as a tile, and you add all these tiles on a page, on a single page, and that single page summary is your dashboard. So dashboard is a collection of tiles from multiple reports. For example, you have 3 reports created. One is your finance report. Finance manager has the access of that, right? And sales report, sales manager has the access of that. Audit report, audit manager has the access of that. So 3 reports accessed by 3 different people or different managers. Now, companies, let's say director or CEO wants to access, or the leadership team wants to access the key insights from each and every report. Some information, important information, they want some key insights they want from finance report, some key insights from sales and audit reports. So they would not be having that much time that they go to different reports, visit them, and find the information, right? So it's very time consuming thing for them. They would like to have all the key insights pasted or pinned at one place under one roof, so that they go there and everything they found at one place, rather than running here and there and finding the information. So the they want a collected view of different reports at one page, right? And that one page is like a board, and this board is their dashboard. On one dashboard they can have the information from multiple reports, right? That's the main difference between report and dashboard. One report will show only one data set information, but one dashboard can have the data or the information of multiple data sets, because one data set is for one report, right? So dashboard is a collection of information from multiple reports. Clear? In Power BI desktop, you build a report. You cannot build a dashboard in Power BI desktop, right? I mean, technically, if you talk, sometimes people just write a text, a label like dashboard, but writing a text, writing a label doesn't mean that it's a dashboard. Dashboard is something different, right? So most of the time we create a dashboard, we create a report, and we use a report, but we call it, right? We are habitual to call it like it's a dashboard. It's a report in most of the cases, right? Dashboard is when you get the information from multiple reports, right? If you are getting the information from multiple reports visuals, then it's a dashboard. Now let's see the architecture of Power BI. Architecture of Power BI is very simple, very straightforward. You have your data in data sources. Your data sources, Excel, SQL, or Azure, or Hive. These are the common data sources which I was hearing from you guys. You use your data sources the data from data sources to bring in Power BI Desktop. In Power BI Desktop, you blend this data, you format, transform this data, and then after doing some calculations and relationship, you do the visualization. And visualization is nothing but your report. So once your report is ready, in Power BI Desktop, then you would like to publish this report on Power BI service. So here you create the reports in Power BI Desktop, and then you move this report on cloud on Power BI service. Once your report is published, once your report is moved here, then on Power BI service, your users can log in. Let's say I log in here, another member, another manager, another executive, everybody log in here with their own credentials. And based on their credentials, based on the permissions are set on their account, they will see the report or the data specifically, right? The data which you see in this report here, if you want to refresh this report's data automatically, you use the data gateway component. This data gateway will be connected with your on-premises data source. If your data source is on-premises, then this data gateway will be connecting to your data source, on-premises data source, and will be fetching the data in a scheduled manner. If your data source is cloud, let's say Azure or online databases, then directly data will be refreshing without the gateway. So gateway is a mediator, or it's a bridge for your on-premises data sources only, right? If you want to refresh the data, you want to bring the data from on-prem data sources, then you need a gateway as a mediator, as a connector here. If your data source is cloud, then you don't need any gateway. Without gateway, directly your data can schedule or can be refreshed automatically. This is very simple architecture of Power BI, how Power BI works. Correct? All right. So now, before I proceed further, just few things to, just a quick question for you. What type of license options you have in Power BI? And just few slides back, we learned about that. What type of licenses you have in Power BI? Free, Pro, and Premium. That's correct, right? Now, what is main difference between Pro and Free? What is the difference in Pro and Free? Okay, I see in publish in Pro, but not in Free. No, in Free also you can publish the reports, but you cannot share, right? Sharing is not allowed for free. Let's say being a free user, you can create reports, you can publish reports, and only you can see. If you want to share your reports with anyone else in your team, then you must be a pro, and your friend must be also a pro, right? So sharing, report sharing is a pro feature. Either you share or you access any shared content. Sharing is a pro feature. So being a free user, you cannot share, right? So you cannot publish in custom workspaces. You can publish in your my workspace. My workspace is a default workspace for every user. In your own workspace, you can publish, right? You cannot send it to the other workspaces. You cannot collaborate within the other workspaces. You cannot create the workspaces being a free. Being a pro, you can create. Clear? So when you say publishing is not possible in free, publishing is possible, but publishing in custom workspace is not possible, right? Let me clear here. So what I mean to say, this is your Power BI service. You can publish, being a free user, you can publish your reports only in this my workspace. Every user has my workspace. I have my workspace. You have your my workspace, right? Everybody has my workspace. We can publish reports only in this, being a free. We cannot publish in the custom workspaces, right? In these custom workspaces, if you want to publish your report, you should be a pro. So publishing report in custom workspace is not allowed for free users. For that, you must have a pro license. Is that now clear? What I mean to say is publish, right? You can publish, but in custom workspaces, you cannot publish. That was the actual meaning. Okay, clear now? Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about Power BI Desktop. So Power BI Desktop is your main development tool, which you use for extracting the data from your data sources. You pull the data, you structureize this data in Power BI Desktop, you do lots of transformations, light ETL operations, and then once your data model is ready, once your data is ready, then you start doing the visualization, right? So you build the visualization, you build a report, and then you start sharing it with other people. That's all what you do in Power BI Desktop. So Power BI Desktop is your main development tool where you can write some DAX expressions. You can work with M. M is another query language, right? M is like of I would say a script, right? Where you can transform your data or prepare your data basically, correct? Now, Power BI Desktop installation, correct? So for installing the Power BI Desktop, you have two options. Power BI Desktop, you can install from its official website, or you can install Power BI Desktop from Microsoft Store. Sometimes in our official laptops, Microsoft Store may not be enabled, right? In that case, from the Power BI's official website, we can install the Power BI Desktop. Or you can ask your IT team and they can install it on behalf of you if you do not have the permissions. Microsoft release new updates of Power BI Desktop every month, correct? That means every month you will be getting a new version of Power BI Desktop. And how would you ensure which version you have? Let me open the Power BI Desktop. Here you go. So this is your Power BI Desktop. To check which version you are using of it, you can go to Help ribbon. From Help ribbon, you can click on About. And now here you can see you have this version, March 2022. This is the latest version which is installed in my machine. What is your version name, guys, here? What do you see here? Open your Power BI Desktop, go to Help ribbon, see About, and what is the version name here? Which month of Power BI Desktop you are using? Okay, March 2022, good. August 2021, so you need to upgrade. November 21, you need to upgrade. Perfect. So those who have 2022 Feb or March, that is fine. But if you have older than that, then you must upgrade your Power BI Desktop. For that, you can ask your IT team to install the latest one. And once they install the latest one, automatically your previous version will get updated, right? So Microsoft release new version of Power BI Desktop every month except January. So if you want automatic updates of the Power BI Desktop, then the Power BI Desktop you can install through Microsoft Store. From Microsoft Store, you can install the Power BI Desktop in your machine. And the benefit is you don't need to then manually upgrade it. Power BI Desktop will be giving you the automatically updates. But the problem is this tool, this Microsoft Store is not enabled in official laptops because of lots of applications like which are not authorized in organization, Instagram, Netflix, Prime, WhatsApp. So I mean, considering all these things, it is not allowed in any office laptop, right? But this is just for your FYI. If you install Power BI Desktop from here, you search Power BI Desktop, and if you install this from here, then you don't need to upgrade it every month. You will start getting the automatic updates along with your Windows update. When your window will be updated, automatically you will be getting the latest version of Power BI Desktop, right? If you didn't download the Power BI Desktop from here, then you will have to every month upgrade, or once in a quarter you can upgrade your Power BI Desktop. Correct? That's a one important thing which you need to always remember. If you use very old version, like people are using August 21, November 21, right? November 21 is still fine, but August 21 is very old, right? So if you are using too old version of Power BI Desktop, then you may face some incompatibility issues, or you may see some functionalities are not visible to you, some features are not working for you. Correct? So ideally you should upgrade it every month, or if every month is not possible for any reason, then at least once in a quarter you should have upgraded your Power BI Desktop version. Just download the latest one and that's it. Okay, I'll show you the installation process from the official site very quick. We are going to see installation process now. As I said, we have two options to install the Power BI Desktop. Most of the time we follow to go on Microsoft's Power BI official website, and from there we download the Power BI Desktop, and then further we proceed the installation. When you install the Power BI Desktop very first time, then you get the latest version. If already you have any version available in your Power BI Desktop in your machine, and you download and install the latest one, then automatically your previous version will be overwritten, right? So for installing Power BI Desktop, there are some prerequisites. You must have at least 8 GB RAM in your machines. You must have Windows 10, Windows 11, or Windows Server 2012 onwards. You cannot install Power BI Desktop on the Mac machine. If anybody is using Apple laptop, desktop, you cannot install Power BI Desktop directly. Then you need to install a Windows virtual machine first, and then as a workaround, you can install the Power BI Desktop on Windows virtual machine if you are a Apple desktop or a laptop user. Power BI Desktop you can install only on Windows 8 onwards, but recommendation is to install it on Windows 10 and Windows 11. Okay, now you go to Power BI official website. So for that, you just search it, Power BI Desktop download. Maybe you can download it in your personal laptop and you can practice on more, because in your office laptop, you may not have some of the permissions. So you go to the Power BI's official website. Here you see powerbi.microsoft.com downloads page. Here you see multiple components are available to download. For now, go to Power BI Desktop and click on Advanced Download options. You can go to Download button, and then you need to choose Power BI Desktop setup file for 64-bit if you are a 64-bit operating system user. If you use 32-bit, then you need to choose this one. Most of the time we use 64-bit of operating system, so we choose the first one and click on Next. Power BI Desktop setup file will be downloaded. It is completely free. You don't need to provide any user ID, password, license. Nothing is needed. Anybody can download the Power BI Desktop. That's the good thing about Power BI Desktop. While using the Tableau Desktop is not like that. You should have a Tableau Desktop license or a Tableau Desktop, I would say a Tableau Desktop kind of organizational account, or you should have a student ID. Only then you get the full features of Tableau. Once Power BI Desktop is downloaded, the setup file you start. Let me close the Power BI Desktop first. So you start the Power BI Desktop, the file you downloaded. So I can go to my downloads folder now. All right, so from downloads, I started this setup and now I click on next. And now I'll just simply follow the instructions.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So if you have it already, good, or if you haven't installed it yet, then using this process, although your IT team will be installing it, but if you want to do it in your personal machine, you can do that. It just take few seconds to compute the storage, available storage, and then you simply follow the instructions like next, 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 and finish. Next, access the terms and conditions, next, and install, right? Very easy process for installing or upgrading the Power BI desktop. Same process is for upgrading. In my machine, Power BI desktop was already installed. When I install it again, so the version will get updated if there is any new version available. So Power BI desktop is now installed successfully in my machine. I simply click on finish and now Power BI desktop will launch here. When you launch Power BI desktop first time, you see this welcome screen like get started, or it is asking you to sign in or buy now. You don't need to do anything with this window. Just close this window. Here on top right corner, you see there is a cross button. Just click on this close tab and this window gets closed. Right, this is your Power BI desktop. Right now, in this Power BI desktop, when you first time install or upgrade it, then there is a one-time activity to enable some of the features, to activate some of the preview features, right? So now this is, everybody has to done this. So all of you can open your Power BI desktop in your machine. All of you please open the Power BI desktop. We are going to activate few features. I hope all of you have started your Power BI desktop. Now you need to go to File, Options and Settings, and Options. Now in this window, you see this preview features. In this preview features, you will see multiple features will not be enabled. So you need to check mark all these features here, right? Just tick mark all the boxes here. These all are preview features on the new features in Microsoft, which Microsoft has added in Power BI Desktop. And these are under the preview right now. So you need to enable them to use. So enable all the preview features, and then you need to click on OK. When you click OK, it will ask you to restart the Power BI Desktop. So you can close Power BI Desktop and open it again. If it asks for save, so you can choose do not save. And after opening Power BI Desktop again, after restarting the Power BI Desktop, you go to the same window again, File, Options and Settings, and Options. And from Preview Features, you need to ensure that all those features are selected here, right? So all of you, please enable all these preview features and let me know once it is done. This is very important because going forward for your practice purpose at the time when you're doing hands-on, if you do not see some of the features in your Power BI Desktop, so the reason would be that you haven't activated. So that's why in the beginning, this is a one-time activity you need to do after installation or upgrade. Just activate all the preview features. Done by everyone? Okay, perfect. Now you are all set to start using the Power BI desktop, correct? Okay, now we are going to see after the installation how you start creating the reports in Power BI, right? Before creating the reports also, there are few things which you need to do. Like you need to have the requirements first, you need to analyze the requirements first, right? Or if needed, you may need to have some discussions with the business analyst, with your users, that what exactly they want. And in some projects what I have seen, they get some wireframes created, and rather than directly doing the data visualization in Power BI first, they create the wireframes, like what kind of designs, what kind of visuals business users want. So this is always a kind of a good practice to do, because sometimes there will be otherwise back and forth between you and your users, like they are asking something, you are giving some different thing, and once, I mean, they ask and you interpret that thing differently and you build that visual and you go to them and then they say, no, this is not what they were expecting, they want something else, and then you start again changing everything. So the whole process again and again consume a lot of time, right? And which cause the delay in your project. So it seems like it's easy and it's simple, but just because of the lack of understanding or lack of requirement understanding, sometimes your projects get delayed. So you need to be very clear, like what all the business questions your business users wants to get answered, right? Based on that, you start working. And once you are clear, like what information you want to visualize, then you start doing the development in Power BI. Correct. This is a very generic process, basically what everybody do, or if you do something different or you have some different process, that depends. Okay. Okay, so now we are going to see how we start creating the reports. So these are the 3 high-level steps, right, for creating the reports in Power BI. First of all, you connect to your data sources, right? And after connecting to the data sources, then we start transforming the data into model, and then we start doing the visualization. It's a very high level. Within each step, we have sub steps to perform. Like when I say connect to data source, in your case it is pretty much very similar, right? And you all will be using mostly the Excel, which is very straightforward. But sometimes users or you maybe in future you will be getting the data from other data sources, from let's say directly from your applications, right? Or from data warehouses, right? So in that case you need to bring the data from data sources. If data is in database, then you may need to write some SQL queries sometimes. You may need to choose, you may need to decide what connection you will be needing, whether it's a direct connection, it's a live connection, or it's an import connection, right? After doing all this analysis, once data you have loaded, then you start performing some operations in Power Query Editor. This Power Query Editor is a subset of Power BI Desktop. Means there is another window, right? Another, I would say, section in Power BI Desktop, that is your Power Query Editor. This Power Query Editor window you use for data transformation purpose, right? So within Power BI Desktop tool, you have this Power Query Editor plugin, another tool which is used mainly for doing the data cleansing, data transformation, right? Or to perform your light ETL stuff, correct? Here you can perform operations like grouping your data, fill your data, transpose, merge, pivot, unpivot, right? Split it, concatenate it, change data types, extract, transform, merging it, appending it, right? Lots of operations you can perform. Once that is all done, then you do some of your modeling stuff like write some business logics, calculations, manage the relation between the tables. And once all is done, then you start doing the visualization. You start bringing the data to life, right? With the help of different colors, visuals, shapes, text box, images, right? You have charts, cards, lots of visual elements available in Power BI. That's how you start building a report, or you start building a analysis, basically, correct? Okay, now we are going to start on module 2. Module 2 is all about how we extract the data from different sources, right? So data extraction. In this module, we'll be seeing how different type of sources we can use to get the data in Power BI. Okay, good. So now I'm going to upload the data sets, sample data sets, which we'll be using for the demonstration purpose, right? And for practice purpose, you can use the same data sets, or you already have the data sets, you know your business process, you know your data. So it would be good if you use your own data sets also, right, for the practice purpose. Okay, so now we have a data set here, right? Let's say the business requirements and the meetings and the discussions with our business analysts, all that part we have done. Now this is time to start working on the data on your project. So when you begin the development, you first start thinking whether you are going to create a data set or a model. So the difference between a data set and a model is a data set feed a data to one report and a model feed the data to multiple reports, right? So if your requirement is for a specific team or a specific member and only one report is needed based on this data, so it's better you just use a data set only, right? if the scenario is something like many people will be creating the reports or asking the reports based on similar data, right? Reports are just a different view of a data, right? Let's say I need sales reports on a monthly view, and another person reads the sales report based on quarterly view. Another person needs the reports of the quarterly view comparison or the trend or the growth of quarterly views. So basically the data is same, just a different view we all are using. So in that case, rather than creating an individual data set for each report, it's better you create a model, and then that model feeds the data to multiple reports. Correct? So that's how we need to plan. We need to decide basically in the beginning. Now, for this case, let's start with the simple thing. First, we have a global superstore 2016, this Excel file. In this Excel file, if I open it and see what kind of data we have, so we see 3 sheets. Yearly order sheets we have, right? In this yearly order sheet, we can see we have all the orders, transactions, customer, products, and some of the other transactional values. So in this Excel sheet, if you notice, you have all these columns, which are your fact values, right? Fact values means, what do you understand, guys, from the fact? Do you know what is fact and dimension? Something, whatever is measurable and you want to measure that, or the thing what you want to analyze, that is your fact. Like your height, weight, age, sales, profit, margin, loss, right? Count of orders or COVID cases, or let's say anything, any measurable value is your fact. And these measurable values you want to measure based on what? Based on different dimensions, based on different I would say fields. So the fields based on you want to analyze your facts, those are your dimensions. Sometimes within one table you may have both. Like here you can see you have these are your fact values, right? These are your fact values, these are the things which you want to analyze, and these are your dimensions. Based on these you want to analyze these, like region wise profit, market wise profit, product id wise profit, you want to analyze category wise, right? So these all are the dimensions and these all are your facts. So facts are mainly your transaction numbers or transactional information. Dem or dimension is your master data, right? So in this, within one sheet you have everything, dimension and fact. And sometimes you may have like, this is a dedicated dimension, this is another dedicated dimension sheet, right? So it depends, but dimension is something which you use, or the attribute which you use to analyze or to measure your values, to measure your facts. That is your dimension. Clear? Okay, now once you see yearly orders, and in the another sheet you see some of the returned orders transactions we are having. So the data is maintained here like this. In people table, if I go, some of the data I have which is maintained like column 1, column 2, just column headers are not properly defined here. Actually, this is the column header. This column header is not properly defined here, right? So this is the data you have, and there is a last row which is coming blank, correct? So this data you have here. Now, after having a look of the data, this data I want to bring in Power BI. For that, close your Excel file first. Couple of things here. Password protected files are not usable in Power BI, right? So you cannot use password protected files, correct? And if Excel file is already open, do not use that to load in Power BI desktop. First close the Excel and then open it in Power BI desktop, correct? Another thing is, you cannot have the Excel older versions. Like if you have Excel 97 or 2003, then you may see some incompatibility issues. So first get your Excel upgraded in your machine and then start using it, correct? Now in Power BI desktop, if you want to get the data, so you see Excel as a quick shortcut is appearing here, or you have Excel workbook button here, or you can go to get data. Under get data, you see the commonly used data sources. This is a default list, predefined data sources list here by Microsoft. If you want to see a complete list of data sources, you can click on more, and it is loading a window. Okay, now from this more window, you can see all the data sources are appearing. You see here, you have hundreds of data sources. Now you can select your Excel as a data source here. Click on connect. Now you need to select your Excel your data source. So my data source is in, let me go to the folder, click on open, and now Power BI start connecting you to the Excel. Once your connection is established with the source, then you will see this navigator window. In this navigator window, you will see the tables, the list of tables which you are having in your data source. Now, here is a quick question for all of you. When I was looking this Excel sheet, right, in that there were only 3 sheets. But when I connected that Excel with Power BI, I'm seeing here 6 sheets, means 3 sheets extra. Why is it so? What are these 3 extra tables or extra thing is coming here? Why this is coming? Is anybody has any idea of this? That's correct. So basically it's an Excel feature. Because of Excel, right? In Excel, those sheets data were converted into the Excel tables, right? So that's why you see the 6 tables, 3 tables and 3 sheets here. So it's not like Power BI is doing here anything. Power BI is not doing. Power BI is simply reading the data from Excel sheets and Excel tables, right? So now here you need to decide what data you need, from the sheets or from the tables, correct? Yes, Power BI basically identify or brings the data from sheets or the tables, right? So now you choose here, let's say these sheets, yearly orders. When you select a table, you can see a preview of the data. This is just a preview of data. This is not the entire data, just to give you a view like what data you have in this table. And here, let's say I want to load another table, so I can select the other tables as well. So I select, let's say, people and returns table also. And then here you see the options, transform data and load. So if your data is all clean and you are sure like there is no transformation is needed on the data, then you can click on the load button. When you click on load, your data will be directly loaded in Power BI desktop. If you feel that some of the transformation is needed, some data cleaning is needed, or you want to just cross check quickly once, so it is always recommended to take your data in Power Query Editor, right? So if some transformation is needed, then you click on transform data button. And now for the selected tables, your data will be loaded in the another window. That window is Power Query Editor. In this Power Query Editor window, you do all your data transformations. In this Power Query Editor here, you see lots of data transformations options. So we are going to apply the data transformations now, how different operations are applied for depending on the data you have. If your data is already clean, if in Excel you have already maintained this data properly, all the cleansing you have done in Excel, then you can directly bring this data in Power BI and start doing the other stuff. Sometimes when you are bringing data from the source, from the databases, or you are going to do mix and match of your data from multiple sources. Let's say some data you are bringing from Excel, some data you are bringing from SharePoint, some data you are bringing from Salesforce, and then you want to do some mix and match in this data. So then ETL, then this Power Query and Editor window play a very important role there, right? Now, in this Power Query Editor, you will be doing some of the cleansing, correct? Like 3 tables data is loaded. Now you can see some tables are not having the proper column names. Some tables are not having the proper, I would say that not detected the proper data types. And in some of the columns, you may see some of the null values, right? So somewhere you will see some null values are appearing, some data types are not coming correct. So all that data transformation and cleansing you do here in Power Query Editor. There will be doing the data transformation. So data transformation we do within this Power Query Editor, but we are not doing anything for now. So let's suppose no transformation needed for now, and let's click on load. So when you click on close and apply button, then the data what you have, this will start loading in Power BI desktop. Now the data what you were having in Power Query Editor, after load, after transformation, you click on load, close and apply, and then your data start coming into the Power BI desktop. Now, once the data is loaded here, you see 3 tables are loaded. If you want to see the loaded data, for that you go to the data view, right? Under the data view, you can see the selected table data. So these are the tables data loaded in Power BI desktop. So this Excel data you have quickly loaded in Power BI now. Okay. So now here, I just take a quick pause and I want you also to follow the same thing. Just open your Power BI desktop. You all have this data set available, right? And you all have this Excel file, this Power BI desktop. All of you please load these 3 tables data in Power Query Editor first, and then from Power Query Editor to Power BI desktop, correct? So now these kind of exercises you all will be doing side by side along with me, correct? So open your Power BI desktop and follow the same thing, do the same thing. If you're stuck somewhere, any step is not clear to you or you missed something, let me know. So I hope you guys have loaded this data, right? I want you all to be on the same level. So everybody please load this data and let me know once it is loaded in Power BI Desktop through Power Query Editor. First take it in Power Query Editor so that you get a view of Power Query window, right? What's that query editor window? And that Power Query Editor window is nothing but just like a Excel component, right? Power Query Editor is, I mean, even the entire Power BI is just an advanced version of Excel. Most of the features, functionalities are very much similar, although the components like Power Query, Power Pivot, these components were already there in Excel as a plugin. And what Microsoft did, Microsoft just collected all these features and placed all together and added some more advanced features, more cloud functionalities, and some advanced functionalities, and then they made this particular product Power BI, right? So that's how Power BI was like founded by the Microsoft directors within the company, right? So behind Power BI, most of the Excel features work. That's the main reason business users, non-technical people easily adopt the Power BI because they are good in Excel, and whatever the understanding of the level they have in Excel, it is very helpful for them to adopt Power BI quickly instead of having or getting the understanding of Tableau. Learning Tableau for non-technical or for business users is quite challenging thing because of its UI. Terminologies are different, right? LODs are different. In Power BI, DAX is similar, like calculations in Excel, right? So these are the couple of benefits between, while learning Power BI for Excel users. Okay, so I hope everybody has loaded this. Let me know if any person facing any doubt or missed any step or any question if you have. Done. Okay, perfect. Good. Now let's see another scenario here. When you are going to load this data, let's say this time I want to bring some data from a PDF file, and I have a sample PDF file available in my data set. Sometimes like PDF files are containing some of the tabular data. So this tabular data Power BI can process, Power BI can read. The sentences or the other stuff is written. This is not tabular data, and you would not like to have this in Power BI. So this is the tabular data what you have, and this one you need in Power BI. Or let's say the another table you have here, just a sample data, like kind of like sometimes this Excel, this PDF table you need in Power BI, right? So how you use your PDFs. For PDF also you have a ready-made connector available. You go to PDF, you go to your Power BI desktop, go get data, and PDF is not available here in the source directly. So you directly go to more button, and inside the more button you see more data sources. From there you select a PDF. You can search a data source here if you need and select PDF and click OK. When you click on connect here, you need to select your PDF as a file, as a source. At one time, only one file you can select. You cannot select the multiple files altogether, right? So you select this file and click OK. Click open. And once Power BI connects to the PDF and processes the data, it gives you again all the information into a navigator window. This navigator window means you are successfully connected to your source. Now you need to cross check that which table contains the information what you are looking for. So this first one is not what I need. Second one is the short table. Third one is the one what I needed, driver details. So this table data I need, let's say. So I select this one, check mark it, and now I click on transform data. When I click on transform data, data gets loaded in Power Query Editor. And after loading this data in Power Query Editor, now if you notice the table name is not coming proper. So you need to double click on it and give the proper names to your objects, right? Because these table names or these field names will be later used for calculation and visualization purpose. So if you are using the proper names here, then it will be very easy for you later. Let's say my table name is driver details, right? Just double click wherever you want to rename the things, just double click or right click and rename the option, right? Now, okay, so everyone load this data again, PDF data as well. You have this in your data set. Load this and keep this in Power Query Editor. Do not load it further from Power Query Editor. Keep this data in Power Query Editor, driver details table. Done. Now, if you observe the column, you have a column here, date, and its data type, if you notice, that is text. And how you identify what is the data type of a column? Just before the column names, you see there's an icon here, ABC, that represents a data type. If I click on this icon here, you see all the icons and their data type names. So ABC means it's a text. So ideally, this date type of column if it is a date column, so the data type of this column should be a date, right? So the data type of this column should be a date. So if I try, I can change the data type from here, just click on this, and here I can make it to date, right? Or I can right click on the column, and from here I can change the type. Currently the type is text. If I want, I can change it to date. Ideally this column should be a date type of column. So when I try to change the data type, go to this and make it date. Some of the dates, it asked me to convert, it asked me to replace a step and replace this step. And now some dates have been changed into the date data type, and some dates are throwing the error, right? Now, why the error is coming here? What is the reason behind it? The reason is date formatting, correct? So all of you load the data and change the data type of the date column as date. And when you see error, then we'll proceed from here. Are you getting the errors, or in your case, it is allowing you to change successfully? Okay, for you, it detected the date only. Okay, perfect. So that depends. Sometimes, I mean, it depends on your regional settings, basically on your system setting. Some are getting the error, some are not getting the error, right? So it depends. Most of you, but will get the error, right? Maybe for one or two, if your system locale or system settings were in a US format, so you may not get the error. Well, I expect that everybody will be facing the error here, right? And then how do we solve these errors? That we'll see. Okay, so all of you, please load your data in Power Creator for the driver detail. This data is coming from the PDF, and change the type of your column date as a date. And then you see these errors, correct? So I hope everybody is getting this error window, right? So the problem is here, if you want to see the error description, click on the error. Do not click exactly on the error. Click in front of the error. You have the blank cell, right? Click on that, and then you will see this error details here, right? So this is the way how the errors in Power Query Editor you can read, or you can understand what is the issue. Now it says we could not parse the input provided as a date value. So the field, I mean the value you are getting, that is like 10, 13, 64. So this is not converting properly to the date format. Why? Because my system date format, my regional locale settings are DD, MM, and YY, right? And the data what I have here is, this is basically first one is MM, right? And then DD, and then year, correct? So 13, what you see here, right? Power BI is treating this 13 as a month number. Why? Because my local system dates are in this format, right? So this 13 cannot be a month number, correct? So that's why it is throwing the error. Same as if you check for the other columns for this 27 cannot be a month number. So what we need now, we need to fix this problem, and we have now two solutions, right, to apply this or to fix these problems. These kind of problems are very common when you work on like a global scenario, when you are getting the files or you are getting the data from different countries or different clients. So one is having the data in a different regional settings, another is in a different regional settings. So these kind of problems you may have. So how you fix these? So the first solution is, you can, okay, I try to change the data type of this. When I try to change the data type, so by default a step has been added. So this applied step window is something, whatever the operation you perform in your data, for everything a step will be added here, right? For everything a new step will be added. Now I changed the data type, right? So this, when I change the data type, I tried to make this one as a text, as a date. So one step was added here, right? These first few steps you see, these are automatically added by Power BI. So if I want to undo this step, I'd simply delete this. When I delete it, I got all the dates, but in a text format. Now the thing is how to fix it. One approach is, you can split the column, means you can split the value of this column in 3 parts, and then you can concatenate them back in your similar sequence or in a similar format what you have in your local system. So what I mean to say here, I will just simply split it. Like I'll get the month separate, date separate, and year separate in 3 columns. And then what I need first day. So I'll be merging them, I'll be concatenating them back with date, month, and year format. Once I'll be having the dates back in this format, then I can easily convert them into the date type. Now the point is, you may say, why are we converting them in the date type? We can keep it in the text, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
But that is not the right way. The data what you have, that has to be converted in a proper data type, because going forward you will be doing some drill down, some drill through, some of the visualizations or some calculations based on this column. If the data type is not correct, then you will not be able to perform the other operations on this column. So let's split this column. Right click on the column header and split the column. For splitting the column, here you see multiple options. By delimiter, I want to split it. So wherever I have this slash, based on that, the column will be split. And here I choose an option at which position of the delimiter you want to split it. I want to split it in on the each occurrence of delimiter. And then I click on OK. Now this column has been converted into split into the three pieces. This one is ideally your month, right? So I say this one, let's say month. And this one is double click, and this one is your date, right? And this one is your year, correct? So that's how I splitted them first. And now in which sequence I need first, my regional settings are first DD, MM, and then YYY. So first I need DD, I select this column and then press control and then click on month and then year. So I select the columns in the same sequence in which I want to merge them, in which I want to concatenate them. First select DD, then press control, click on month and then year. Now I right click and I see merge columns. So here I can provide a separator, custom, and I provide a slash or date slash. And then the column name here I define. I call it, let's say date. Any name you can define here and click OK. Your column is merged back now. And now what you can do, you can convert this column data type. Click on the data type icon and make it date. And this time, all your dates are converted into a date data type without any error. Got it? So this is how you do the data transformation, how you handle the data processing within Power BI. You can handle it on the source level, you can handle it on the SQL level, you can handle it on Excel, in Python, at multiple places, right? But handling it or doing it in Power BI is very easy, very quick. You don't need to write even a single line of code, right? In some cases, when you feel that this is like sometimes you may have some manual mistakes and there is no fixed pattern of your data types or the issues. So in that case, it's always recommended to solve the issue, solve the data or correct the data on the source level then, right? So this is the one way of solving these type of date formatting related problems. I hope this is clear to you. You guys were able to understand and you can do this now. I just wait for a minute for you to complete this step. What I did, I just splitted the columns, right click and split the columns, right? And after splitting, then I make sure you remove the last step. That should be a date type, because only on the date type of column you can see the split. Now I do not see the split option here. Why? Because the type of column is date. If your column type is text, only on the text type of columns you see a split, because only text type of columns you can split. Clear? So let me know once you guys are able to do it, put done into the window, or if anybody face any difficulty, or if you didn't get, or if you missed any step, let me know. So this was the one way of solving this problem. The another way is, let me just undo this step, right? All the steps what I did here, this is a one way of solving this problem. The another way is, let me undo these steps and to get the problem back. Okay, so now when I was trying to convert this column as a date, I was getting these errors. So the another option is, you can change the regional settings in your Power BI desktop for this particular file. So you can go to File, Options and Settings, and Options. And then you go here into the current file, you go to regional settings, right? In current file, you go to regional settings, and currently the regional settings here in my Power BI desktop is India. But the data I'm getting is that is in US format.
So I'll simply just change the regional settings here, and I select here English United States and click OK. This regional setting I changed for this report only. This is specific to this report only. Now, if I try to change the data type of this column and I pick date, this is easily done now. Rather than splitting and merging all the taking that long cut, this is a quick and a shortcut. Is this clear to everyone? What is the importance of the regional settings in Power BI Desktop? This setting is specific to this report only. This regional settings helps you a lot, especially when you work on different countries' data. Like so when I write it, let's say, right? And if I write it, for example, like this. So for us, as per Indian regional settings, we read it like 2.734, right? 2.734. But if you talk about some of the European countries, right? And some of the other countries, I mean, so one of the country is, let's say, Turkey. In Turkey, it's not read out as dot. It is read out as comma, as 1,000 separator. So for us, we can say this is like INR 2.734, but for them, it is Turkish lira is their currency. It is 2,734. It is 2,734 for them. Why? Because, and if I add, let's say here, dot, right, 0, 0. So this is a decimal for us, right? And for them, I mean, for us, this is comma, and for them, comma means dot. So I mean, it's just vice versa. So they'll read it like 2,734.00. So these are all the regional changes, regional behaviors in your data when you work, right? So when you get this type of scenarios, by just changing the regional setting, automatically your problem will be fixed. You don't need to do anything else. You don't need to run here and there. Correct? Very important thing you need to focus, you need to see here, right? So, and similar to this, I mean, for many other countries also different regional, sometimes regional different settings may be applied. But this is a very common problem, this one and the date one, which we were facing. Get my point? Okay, now if I go to the previous table, in people table here you see first column, the first row is not useful for you. This is all a useless row, which is probably in your Excel. This additional row was added, right? A blank row or a dummy row. So that row is just loaded here in Power BI. You don't need it. So you can clean it on source on Excel level, or in Power BI also you can handle it. You can clean this. You can remove the first row, top first row. How? You have the options here to remove rows. You can remove rows from top. You can remove bottom rows. You can remove duplicate rows. So let's say I pick remove top row, and from here I want to remove only first row. First row has been removed. And now the first row you have, this is actually your column header, right? Your column headers are region and person. So you want to promote the first row as your column headers. For that, you have option here available called use first row as headers. Click on it. Here you go. Your first row as promoted as header. And for everything, a step is added. So adding a step is like kind of a time travel for you. If you want to undo anything, you want to go to any specific step, you can just change from here, right? Same way, if I go to the returns table here also, I want to promote the first row as a header. Here you go. Now we got the proper headers, right? And now in our yearly orders table, I have one column extra called fiscal year. This column is not needed anywhere. So I can remove the unused columns. Right click on the column, select multiple columns with control and remove them, right? So in these three tables, I perform these operations. And once all these operations, all this data cleansing is done, then you hit this close and apply button. Once you hit this button, then the changes you made, those changes or those transformations will start applying in your data. And now the data or the changes will be loaded in Power BI Desktop. When you work on the transformation window on Power Creator window, at that time your data remains, or your data is, I would say, just staged into the RAM in the memory, right? For the processing purpose only. Once you load the data here in Power BI Desktop, your RAM, your memory is cleaned automatically, right? So after loading the data, now I can use it for further for processing purpose, for visualization, calculations, relationship, or for other purpose. At any point of time, if you realize that some transformation you missed or you want to do some more data cleansing, then you can click on this transform data button, click on it, and you get your data back to the Power Query editor, and where you can do more data transformation, more operations you can apply on it. Correct? All right, perfect. Okay, now let's load this and let's see another data source. Now we are going to read the data from some web pages, right? Although it's not a very common data source for most of the people, but sometimes getting data from some web pages is also, I would say, good for you to learn. Sometimes, let's say, if you want to read the GST data from the government website, or you want to read some currency conversion rates, or you want to read some data from any of the custom site, right? So in that case, first of all, you should have the access of the site, or if you do not have that, first of all, then you should raise a, I would say, kind of a, or you should get a token number or a token key so that you can read the data from some, I would say, secured websites. I'm going to show you some open websites from where anybody can read the data, just for showing you the demo or practice. So you go to get data, right? And here you see there is a connector called web, which allows you to import the data from any web page, right? So it's kind of a like if any on any web page, if you have some tabular data, from the tabular data you can do some web scraping, right? So but on that website you should have the data in a tabular format, and that website should allow you to read the data. So I'm going to get some currency exchange rates. Let's see, from this website we can test. Okay, I have some of the tabular information available here. And let's say on dynamically daily basis, I need some of the currency exchange rates. So let's copy this one and go to Power BI Desktop, get data, click on web, and here you paste this URL. When you click on OK, it will be asking you to provide the authentication, right? So if this is your official or your organizational account or site, then you will be providing one of the source, one of the credentials from here. But for now, just for the demonstration purpose, I'm using the anonymous. So being anonymous, we are connecting to this site. All websites do not allow. We are taking an open or a free website, which can give the data to anyone. That Power BI connects to that website, and from that website it try to fetch all the tabular data from that particular web page. Basically, once navigator window you see, that means the connection is successfully authenticated. Now it is Power BI is processing the data. Now here something it has extracted, so you need to review it. You select the table and see whether is this the one what you are looking for. No, you select this and you select this. So that means here from this particular source you are not able to extract any of the data, right? Any of the tabular format what you were expecting, right? So going back to the website, and you need to see where your data is. So when did I click on the convert button, right? I got this conversion rates here, right? More detailed data. Now I try to copy this link, going back and get it. So from this web page, because the URL has been changed, from this web page now, let's say USD to Euro conversion rates we are trying to read. It doesn't ask the credentials again, because for any data source, credentials or the selection of authentication is saved in Power BI. Only first time it asks for the detail. Now it is giving me more tables. Select the tables to see. Yeah, this is the data what I was looking for, right? So this data is giving me USD to Euro. 1 USD is that much, Euro 5 USD is that much. So this is what I needed. I select this table and transform data. I can give this URL into the chat window if you guys wants to practice on it, right? And now here, first row is actually my column header. So I promote the first row as headers, and now you can see the detail, the data what I was expecting. This has been loaded, and this one now I can use somewhere in my reporting requirements, right? So this is just a demo like how you can read the data from the web pages as well. Got it? So this is benefit of the web connector, which allows you to pull the data from any of the web page. But it's not like from any web page you can pull it. If some It's not like you can go to any government website or FBI website or US government website, or from there you can fetch the data. No, it's not like that. So that if that website is open source or giving the public data, so you can read it, or else if that website has some personal or some confidential information, then you should have a customized URL. Let's say you want to read the data from Amazon India web page. So it's not like anybody can go to Amazon website and can fetch the all product details. So it's a paid service. You need to raise a ticket. You need to you need to pay some amount to Amazon. Amazon will be giving you a separate URL. Through that URL, along with that URL, you will be getting a access key. By entering that key, you will be authenticated to that URL, and then you will be able to access all the products from Amazon India site, right? So it depends. All websites you cannot access directly. Got it? So this is another, sometimes I have seen many people use it, right? Especially in the financial reporting purpose, they want to fetch different data from different websites. Now let's see the another data source, how you can read the data from other data source. So if I go get data again, there you see a source called OData feed. This OData feed is actually a API or a web service. So if you have some custom applications or some custom tools, right? From those applications, you want to bring the data in Power BI, but you do not have a direct connector available, like ServiceNow. Did you guys hear about the ServiceNow? What is ServiceNow? Or do you know what is Jira? ServiceNow, Jira. These are the tools. Anybody know? Anybody heard about ServiceNow or Jira? Jira? No one? Okay, yeah. So let's suppose you have a Jira tool or ServiceNow. ServiceNow is another tool which is mainly used for capturing the tickets, service tickets, and change request tickets or incident tickets. Right from there, you manage your support or support for the different products on a company level. Right. So, I mean, these type of applications, if you have from where you need the data in Power BI for some analysis purpose, Power BI is not having a direct connector. Direct connector means here, if you see under the get data, if I cancel this and if I go get data, under more, we have more than 100 plus data sources, right? From different applications, we can read the data here, right? But we cannot load the data from ServiceNow. We cannot load the data from Jira. We do not have actually the direct connector. So in some data sources for which you do not have a direct connector available, for that you can use a OData. OData is kind of a web service or an API. So through ServiceNow, through Jira, you can get an API link, right? And through that API link, you can bring the data in Power BI, right? So here we are taking an example of, let's say I have a Northwind sample database, and for that sample database, we have an online link. So this sample database is available publicly on internet for practice purpose. So let's say this is kind of a web service or kind of an API of this data source. So this source, this URL I want to consume in Power BI. So I go here and I select OData. That's automatically appearing in this quick list, get data, OData feed. And now here I provide my URL, paste it and click on connect, click on OK. It will ask again for the credentials. So you can select anonymous there. In my case, it didn't ask because my selection is already saved in Power BI desktop. Now from here, once you are connected to the source, you can choose your tables. If you are looking, let's say for invoices table, you are looking for employees table. You can select your invoices or employees table from here or whatever the table are needed. And then you click on transform data. And again, from the transform data, you can perform some of the operations, some transformations on it, right? And then you can load it back to your Power BI desktop. That's how you collect the data from multiple sources. So one report can have the data from multiple data sources, right? And that's how you build a data model as well. In your model, you may have the data of multiple business units, of multiple areas, multiple products, multiple categories, multiple projects, multiple years, right? So that's how you bring all your data and you build. You need to decide whether you are building a data set only, which will be feeding the data to your one report, or you are building a kind of a centralized model, which will be feeding the data to multiple reports. So it depends, right? So collecting the data and
transforming the data is very flexible in Power without writing even a single line of code. Easily you can just make some connections and just apply some ready-made options on that. Correct? All right. So now let's save this report. You can also save your report, the one which you have created. After loading the data, go to File and save it. And now we are going to save it here, and let me create a folder here. I define the name here. So the name, whatever you define here, that will be your report name. So I'm just defining here the names like demo data extraction, but ideally we define the proper names here, like sales analysis report, project management portfolio, or our account analysis report, or I mean, whatever the name you have of your report, that you need to define here, right? Because based on this, your object, this particular object will be used everywhere in Power BI service. And this report will be saved as with file extension that is called .pbix. Means Power BI desktop files are saved as .pbix file. It is a file extension. Click on save, and now this file has been saved as a PBIX. I can close my Power BI desktop and I can go to this folder and where I have this data. Right, my file is here. So I think I saved it inside this. Let me save outside the folder. Right, so within this folder now, my PBX file is saved, and the size of this PBX size is 3.4 MB, which means in this PBX file, I have all the data, design, visuals, calculations, everything will be saved within this. And the data will be saved in this PBX file in a compressed manner. So if you are loading the data of 100 MB, right, if your Excel size is 100 MB and you load that 100 MB data in Power BI, then based on its internal algorithms, data will be compressed to its best level, and the size would be remaining, suppose somewhere, let's say 20 MB, 25 MB, 30 MB, something like that. Correct? So when you load the data, automatically Power BI compress the data and saves it. It's an internal storage, and that internal storage is this PBIX file. Correct? And later this PBIX file you can open, you can share, you can publish, many things you can do with it. All right. Okay. So, all right. So now here you can see we have the same PBX file on which we started. So I'm going to save as this PBX file, first of all, with a different name for today's work. All right, so I'm going to save it with the name of demo DAX2. All right, now I hope you guys are also having the same PBX file available with you. So if you want, you can also do the practice side by side. Similarly, what I'll be doing, same way you can practice side by side, because you people didn't get the chance to practice right during your week because of the other official work. So it would be great if you practice now, right, during the class. Okay, so if we see here in categories table, we created just a dummy, a test column, right? This is a calculated column. Calculated column always becomes a physical part of your table, and that's why it increases the size of your data model, right? But in case of the measures do not increase the size of model. Measures are just on the fly calculation. So now if I go to the other tables, let's say in order details table, if we go here, also we can create some columns. We can create some columns in our other tables as well, right? So we are going to see some different scenarios where we will be creating calculated columns. So in previous class, we were able to create only just one calculated column. Now let's do more calculated columns. So calculated column is always created for any of the dimension field. Let's say you have some of the columns available, and based on those columns, based on some logics, you want to derive a new column, and that column you want to use for calculation purpose or for some visualization purpose, right? So now I'm going to the order details table. In order details table, let's say I got a requirement here now to visualize my data. I got a requirement here to visualize my data based on a calculated column. So what I can do, I can create a sales column here, right? Like unit price multiplied by quantity. But when I create that column, that unnecessarily increase the size of model, right? And creating a multiplication and doing the sum is just like kind of Excel function like sum product. So if you want to do the sum product, or if you want to just do the multiply the values and then sum up all the values, for that we can use the measure. That's how we created a measure in the previous class. And the measure icon looks like a calculator, correct? In this measure, you can see we are having the function sumx. In sumx function, we are passing order details, which is a table, right? Means we want to perform this calculation on the order details table, and we are using this calculation unit price multiply quantity. So what this function will be doing, this function will be calculating the value of each row, unit price multiply quantity. So 18 multiply 10 will be 180, and then it will do the sum up for the next row. It 180 plus 18 multiply 3, then you will get some numbers here, right? Then that number plus 18 multiply 50. That's how this calculation is iterating row by row. It is doing the row by row product and sum, right? So wherever you want to perform any mathematical calculations, in such cases you always go with the measure, right? Because measures are lightweighted. The measure what you have created, it is not taking the size anywhere. It is not increasing the size of your table. It is not increasing the size of model. Measure is on the fly calculation, correct? Now we are going to see some more calculated columns first. So in order details table, I have a column here, product ID. And like Excel VLOOKUP, I want to bring product name here in this table, right? So for such cases, when you want to bring the column from one table to another table, then we use related function, right? Related is a DAX function which works based on the relationships. So that means when you are planning to use the related function, you must have the relationship created in between the tables. So you want to bring product name here in this table, and in which table you are maintaining the products data? In this table you have the product name. So from products table, you need a column in order details table here, because this is your order details right now. From the products table, you need a new column here. Like Excel VLOOKUP also you use, or SQL joins you use. So let's create a new column here. Right click on order details, pick new column, and now you can define the column name here. Column name is product name is equal to, here you use the function called related, and in this related function you need to pass a column name, right? This function needs an argument, and that is a column name. So you need to provide the column name which you need. So I need the product name, correct? Close the bracket and press enter, and it gives you the product name against each product ID. It fetch the column basically from your another table, and based on the relationship it is giving you the data. Because if I go to model tab, in model tab you can see here I have a relationship between products and order details. Based on this relationship, we are getting this data. Just think about it. If you would not have the relationship, let's say if I delete the relationship just to test, we will not be getting this product name, right? It will throw error. It clearly says either the relationship doesn't exist or the column does not exist, correct? So in order to use this field, this functionality, you must have the relationship created. Got it? Based on the relationship only, it detects relationship is created based on a common column, and that was a product ID. So based on this, it is detecting like for this product ID, what is a product name in this table, and that it is fetching here. Got it? All right. So now, do you have the same report, a PBX file with you? Do you have? Okay. So open your PBX file, all of you, and go to that PBX file, create the same thing what I did, and let me know in case if anybody face any issue. So once you achieve this, so here you understood the use of the related function. All right. Now just assume if for any reason, if you are not able to create the relationships, right? Although the situations would be very less, like you are not able to create a relationship, but due to some issue like you cannot create relationship, or probably you already have a relationship between two tables, right? You already have a relationship and you cannot create the other relationship, but based on a different field you want to fetch the column. Currently we are fetching the column based on product ID. If there is another field, or if you do not have a relationship, then you want to fetch a field from the another table. So how you do that? So there is another function called a lookup value. That lookup value function we can use without the relationship also to achieve the similar results. So for now, let me just delete the relationship first just to demonstrate. So we don't have the relationship now in these two tables. So when I was trying to bring the column using related, that is giving me the error. Now I'm trying to create another column here, and without relationship, I will fetch the product name now. So creating a new column in order details, new column. And now here I need to provide the column name. So the column name, let's say I provide product
name underscore 2, because the same column name you cannot use twice. I've already used a product name, so this time I use product name 2 is equal to, here you use lookup value. In this lookup value function, you can see it requires some of the arguments here, right? First of all, result column means which column you want to extract. So I need the product name, so just provide that column name here, product name, comma. Now second argument is search column name, which column you want to search, based on which column, based on which matching column you want to search your value. So based on the product ID, right? So based on product ID, and which value you want to search of this table, based on the order details product ID. So you search your order details here. This table's field is product ID. This I want to search. And now just close the bracket. Press enter and you got the product names. So the difference is here, instead of defining the relationships, right? Now we are just defining that matching column within the function itself, right? Within the expression itself, we are defining this matching. Correct. So if sometimes you do not have relationship, or if you do not want to use a relationship, this way also you can go. But make sure you should have always a single column, right? A single value per ID. If you would have two products for one ID, then that won't work. That will throw the error, right? Basically, it works based on one-to-many relationship. Okay. So create this one first, disable the relationships, delete the relationships, and then create this. Delete the relationship between order details and products, then you will see the error here in related, but you need to use the lookup value function. That will help you to understand like how lookup value is working. All right. So if anybody face any error, let me know, guys. Errors are normal thing, right? Errors are obviously we will be getting when we'll be learning something. All right. Now let's go to the next. I hope you people are doing, everybody is doing, because all these things will be working on assignment. Okay, so let's proceed further. Now we understood this lookup value functionality also. So let me establish the relationship back, because we would need it for other purposes. Okay. All right. Now going back to the data here. Now let's go to the products table. Now sometimes you would like to bring a column, but a calculated value, means you want to see a calculation, right? Some kind of like a multiplication or sum, but from the another table you want a calculation in your another table. Let's say table A calculated value you want to see in table B. What I said, table A's calculated value you want to see in table B. That's how you achieve these things. Obviously relationship must be there, because whenever the communication is going to happen between relationship between the tables, table should have the relationship, right? Now in this order, in this products table, I want to see total sold quantity of each product. What is the sold quantity of each product? Let's say for product ID 1, chai, how many quantities we have sold of this product. So manually, if you want, you can test it like this. You can go to order details table. There you can apply a filter on product ID 1, and then you can do the sum up of all these quantities, right? If you sum up all these quantities, then you will see plus all these quantities, and you will get the sum of, or the total sold quantity of product ID 1, means how many total quantities for chai or for product ID 1 you have sold, right? So that's how you want to get this number from this order details. So order details table, from order details table, you need a calculated value in products table. Here I need a new column. So let's create a column, right click, new column, provide the column name, and I define it sold quantity is equal to, here I use a function called calculate. This calculate function is always used to perform a calculation between multiple tables, or when you want to filter the data, right? So this function is kind of a helping function which is used to evaluate or to perform a calculation in a filter context. Means whenever you are filtering or pulling the data from another table, then you use this function. So here I need to provide an expression in this function, right? So expression is simply sum of what? Sum of the quantity column. So the quantity is from order details table, and close the bracket, press enter. It gives you the summed up quantity of each product from your order details table, right? So these are the kind of a calculated column or the data computations you do using DAX. Well, we'll be doing more computations. You will understand more about it. So just give a try to this. Here you are exploring how calculate function is helping you and how you are using the sum to doing the sum up value of another table and bringing in another table, right? So you are doing the sum up of your order details table quantity field, and you are whatever the output of this expression is generated, that you are bringing in the products table, right? And it is all happening because of the relationship. Those tables are communicating behind the scene, data is flowing. So just give a try to this function. All right, so now let's go to the another table. I'm going to the orders table. In orders table, I have a column called ship via. Now, against this ship via column, I want to create a conditional column here, which means like if ship via is 1, then I need a description like ship via description should be like if value of this column is 1, that means it is shipped by air. If value is 2, then it is shipped by water. If value is 3, then it is shipped by land. In case if any other value comes in future, let's say 4, 5, 6, then that should be coming in the another section, means other shipment. Correct. So four type of values we need basically here: air shipment, water shipment, land shipment, and other shipment. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So according to that, we want to see it. In this case, we will be creating a if column here, right? We will be creating a new calculated column using if expression. And in if, we will be learning a couple of new things. So let's create a new column here in orders table. Right click on orders table and create a new column. Now I provide the column name as ship via description is equal to, here I use if function, if. And now I want to write this if function requires the argument as logical test. So this function needs an argument, say a condition here like ship via code is equal to 1, add a comma. If this condition is true, if this condition met, then you need to provide result if true parameter. Means if this condition is true, then what should happen? Means if ship via is equal to 1, then I want to show a text value, means it is a air shipment. Means we shipped this particular order via air, right? In double quotes, we write the text or string values. Now I add another comma here, and now I need to provide result if false. Means if this condition is false, then what should happen? Then I want to test the another condition. So I use if, again if, and again I test the condition. If ship via is equal to 2, then what should happen? In case of true, it should happen it is a water shipment. Now again, if condition is false, then again I want to test another functionality. If ship via is equal to 3, right? Then I want to display here it is a land shipment, right? And in the false, if other than 3, if anything else comes, let's say ship via 4, 5 in future, that should be displayed in this segment, in this category, other shipment. Close the brackets, right? You can see the brackets. When I close one bracket, that means this highlighted one is closed. If I close one more, means this one is now closed. If I close one more, means the first bracket is now closed here. And then you press enter. A column is created, ship via description, and you can see the three values are appearing into it because we have only 3 type of codes here. In case if any new code comes in future, then that another 4th category will be added here automatically with the title of other shipment. Correct? So that's how you use if else function into this. So all of you just write this one. This will give you the understanding of the nested if. When you use the same function multiple times, right? Like you are using one if inside another if, this kind of expressions called nested expressions. This is a little lengthy expression, so you guys would need some time to write it. Make sure we are writing it and manage the proper spacing. Although spaces are not mandatory, but if you provide spacing properly, then that will increase the readability of your expressions. All right, so now, and another important thing is the columns or anything you create using DAX that you cannot see in Power Query Editor. If I go to Power Query Editor, clicking on transform data, here you see the columns which we created, those in products we created product name, sold quantity. In order details we created product name 2. Those are not appearing here because DAX scope is only in Power BI Desktop. DAX you cannot see in Power Query Editor. Power Query Editor is only for data cleansing purpose. After cleaning the data, when you write the functions or formulas, those are in Power BI Desktop only. Those you cannot see back to Power Query Editor. Now, when you have written this code, right, you have used, let's say 3, 4, I think 1, 2, 3 if you used, right? Sometimes you may write a very lengthy formula like 10 times, 15 times you have written an if condition to test multiple condition checks. In such cases, your expression would become very lengthy here, right? And then in that case, that would not be so easy for you to read. So what we do in that case, we need to format we need to format this script, this DAX query, right, to increase the readability of this, right, for you and for other people also. So how do we format this, right? How we make sure the proper indentation and the proper lines are splitted for this expression. We have many ways to format the DAX query, but the best way is after writing the query here, you can just copy this. Although if you want, you can move it in the next line. Let's say this one you want in the next line, you stay here, press Alt Enter, that goes to the next line. Line number comes here 1, 2. Now this, if you want to move on the next line, press again Alt Enter. Again, you want to go to the next line, press again Alt Enter. That's how, I mean, you can go to the next lines and you can format your query. But this is all manual, you are doing it. What, press Control Z to undo. You can copy this entire query, select all and copy, Control C. And then there are some online portals, right? You can search here DAX formatter, right? And then here you see DAX formatter by this SQL BI. This is best and easiest way. So you can just, the place you have here on this header, you can just place your query, paste your query and click on format. It formatted your query. Now this query you can copy, Control A, or you can just hit this copy button. Once this is copied, now you go back to your Power BI, you move this out and paste this one. This is a better formatted query now for your understanding purpose. That's how also sometimes you can format your SQL queries, right? This is a one way of formatting this query. Other way is like you can have some external tools embed with Power BI, right? Like in my screen, you can see external tools tab is appearing. In your screen, this may not appear because for viewing this, you must have configured the external tools. So I have a DAX Studio already installed here. DAX Studio is another tool, right, which is completely free. This is for DAX exports, or when you want to write advanced level of the DAX. This is for that purpose. So what I can do, I can launch the DAX Studio from here. I'll show you how you can download it, right? And now all your data models, all the table, all the data of your model comes here. Now you go to the format query, right? And here you choose whether you want to format it in a long line or a short lines. You need to paste your query here. Let's say I paste my query here, right? And this one I want to format now. So I select it and I can format it in the short line. This is formatted now. If I want to format in the long lines, this is formatted here, right? So this is another way of formatting your query. You can bring that query here, copy paste, and from here you can just move it back, right? Copy it and back here and paste it, right? This is another way of formatting your queries. This looks nice when you read a lengthy or a complex query. You can write some comments here, right? Let's say you want to write some description about it, like this ship wire description is created, or probably you are considering the other shipment here, or you want to write something about it. So for writing some comments here, like in other programming also you write it, you need to just add this double slash for a single line comment, and for multi-line comments you can write slash and a star, correct? So I write single line comment using double slash, and here I can write like this column is created to use to convert ship via codes and respective description, correct? Press enter. So this is just like a text you are displaying, a comment you are displaying. These are the good practices. If you mention the proper comments in your code, if you are like commenting your code, this becomes easy for other people. It becomes like user friendly for other people while they engage, or maybe after a long time you engage with your code, right? So you need to follow these practices, guys, like formatting, although it's not mandatory formatting it, but it's good, and writing some comments
on your DAX expressions when you are creating them. This window is currently opened here. You can close and open it from here by clicking on this arrow, right? Okay, all right. Okay, so here if you notice, if you are writing multiple conditions, or we can say if you are testing multiple conditions, then you would like to write multiple times if. So if you want to test 5 conditions, you need to write 4 times ifs. If you want to test 20 conditions, then you need to write 19 times if, which is a long process, or I would say a lengthy or time taking expression for you to write. So in such cases where you want to test a condition based on a one column, so you can use switch function, right? Switch function. All these functions are pretty much same as the other programming languages, or same as the other Excel formula language. So here you can try the switch function also. So let's try to achieve the same thing using switch. I create one more column into this order table, right click new column, and now I'm writing here new column name. So the column name here I define ship via description 2, right? Other name. Let's try to take alternate, right? Instead of if, how we can achieve it. So I can use switch. This switch function requires an expression in our first argument. So the expression is, okay, so now here I use ship via as an expression, and now I add a comma and I need to write one by one values and the results. So if the ship via is 1, then write comma, and here you can need what? Air shipment, right? If ship via is 2, then you need result, and that result is water shipment. If you need 3, if your ship via is 3, then your output should be, your result should be land shipment, right? And in the else case, if other than these, if something else comes, then you can write here your else part, and that is your other shipment, right? And now you can close the bracket and now press enter. Here you go, you see the output, right? So the output is same, but this is pretty much easy, very easy expression to write. If you want to format it, copy this, paste, and click on format. This is easy one, right? Simplest one, just paste it here. You can see, right? Switch, if ship via is 1, then air shipment, 2, then this, then 3, then this. If something else, then other shipment. Very simple. Yeah, same as if s function in Excel, right? So basically that is also kind of like a switch function, correct? So writing your lengthy if statements is always recommended that you go with the switch, right? But sometimes when you want to write more condition checks, more values you want to test during the condition, during the I would say expression, then you can use if, right? So depends which one looks comfortable to you, you can go with that one. All right, now let's proceed further. Now sometimes you would like to perform some kind of calculations on the fly, right? Means I can say like some dynamic calculations. So for dynamic calculations, we use the measures concept, right? So this is the way of how you create the calculated columns, but how you create the calculated measures, or sometimes like on the fly calculation, right? For example, currently if you have in your order details table, you have sales measure, right? So first of all, if you do not have the sales measure created, just create the sales measure, because this will be reused at multiple places. And you can see sales M is my measure name, right? And here I'm using the sumx function, which is nothing but just some product. And order details is my table where we are going to perform this expression, and unit price multiply quantity. So just create this sales measure. And how you create a measure, just right click on the table name in which you want to create it and create a measure. Although creating measure in any table is fine, because measures are not having any physical existence. Measures are not like columns are table specific. Measures are just on the fly calculation. So in any table you can create and keep them. So create a measure, right click on the table, new measure, and just provide this expression there. if it is not created already. If you already have in your PBX file, then it's good. You can cross check. You can search a measure name. If a measure exists with this name sales, and you can search that here. Type sales in the search box. If you see sales measure is already appearing, then no need to recreate it again. Check and see if it's not there, create that. Then already you have it. That means okay. Or if you not have it, then you need to create it. Good. Okay, perfect. Now on top of the sales, right? If you want, you can visualize the sales measure. The sales measure doesn't occupy any space, right? It is on the fly calculation. So the best practice says all the measures should remain in a dedicated measure table. And measure icon is how the measure icon looks like. You can see like this calculator icon, right? By just looking at this icon, you can quickly determine that this is a measure, right? If it's calculator type of icon. And if the icon is like this table and on table fx is written, that means this is a calculator column. And wherever on the columns you see this summation icon, that means some default summarizations are applied on such fields, right? So discount all your fact values, or I would say all the measurable values, you would see this kind of button here, this kind of symbol here. This is just like it is a measurable value and it is having some default summarization, right? It is kind of a summation is applied on it. So I need a dedicated table for the measures. This is good practice to follow. So let me create a blank table here. So step one is creating blank table. So under the home tab, you have a table, you have a button called enter data. Click on this, correct? Follow the same thing, guys. Go to your home tab, click on enter data and create this table. It appears like this. You don't need to do anything, just click on load button here, right? So basically you have loaded a blank table. Now table appears here. You need to double click and rename it. I call it key measures, right? This is the table name I'm keeping, key measures. So all the measures of my report, all the key measures of my report will remain within this table. Now, once this table is created and renamed it, just double click and make it key measures table name. Now, the measure which you have already created, that you need to move in this measures table. And if you see the measures table icon is same as like the other tables icon. I would like to change this icon also. So the icon which we have of measure, the same icon I want to replace here. Right, means my table icon should be same as a calculator so that we can clearly identify that this is a measure table. For that, your measure table should have at least one measure first. So I move this measure in the key measures table. How? Select the measure, right? Select the measure. And after selecting the measure, then you need to see under measure tools on top ribbon, and you see there is a home table, right? So it's home table you need to change and choose your key measures. So basically your measure is now moved into the key measures table. Once it is moved in key measures table, then the column one you have, this is a blank column, this one you need to hide. To hide it, right click on the column one and click on hide and report view. And once you hide it, automatically the icon of table gets changed. Key measure is now having a calculator type of icon. So by just looking at this icon only, you clearly see that this is your measure table, right? So measure table icon has a calculator now and calculator icon. So this is kind of a best practice to have your measures in a separate table. This is a easy management for you, especially when you are creating heavily measures, right? You are creating 10, 15, 20, 100 measures calculation. Measure is just like, think about it, it's a mathematical calculation, right? So it's good that you have the measures in a separate or in a dedicated table. All right, so now let's proceed. So whatever the measures will be creating now, all those measures will be creating in this key measures table only, correct? Now we'll be creating some calculations here, and all those measures will be keeping into the key measures table only. So now let's see how we can calculate some time or duration related calculations. Like you have some scenario, and for that you got a requirement, like your user, your manager, or your client is asking to give them a comparison, right? Like giving them a comparison, like here you want to show last year sales, you want to show current year sales here, right? And you want to show kind of like the growth, year over year growth in percentage, right? And if needed, you want to show the variance, right? Variance is nothing but just the difference of current year sales minus last year sales. And then you want to showcase this data on the column charts. Let's say one category wise, category A, category B, category C, category D, your product categories. And for each category, you want to show the current year and previous year sales columns here, right? And you want to show the growth here on this line, right? So you want to achieve this kind of a visual, right? Or this kind of requirement you want to display. So for that, you need to do a couple of calculations first, because you have the sales currently. You do not have current year sales. You do not have last year. You do not have variance sales. You do not have year over year growth. So you need to calculate all these things. And once these are being calculated, then it would be easy for you, very easy, just to plot them on different visuals. Okay, so let's start. For performing any of the calculations related to time means related to any dates, year, month, quarter, days, weeks, any calculation you want to perform over time period, then you must have a dedicated date table in your data set, right? So you must have a dedicated date table in your data set, or we can say a date dimension table. So now we are going to first create a date dimension table, and that date dimension table will be our calculated table. So let's see first a calculated table example for, and another thing is why we need that date table. We already have orders table. In orders table, we have order date field. Why we need the date, another date table? Because if you notice here in order date, if I expand it, you see the dates we have, the transactions or the orders we have, which are for 4th July 1996, 5th July 1996. Then 6th and 7th July data is not there, right? 2 dates are missing here. And then you see 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 July, then 13, 14 July data is missing. Why is it so? Any guess? Because it is a weekend, Saturday, Sunday, public holidays. For some reason, nobody created the order, nobody created the invoice, nobody created the transaction, right? So, and it is a natural process, right? You cannot control it, right? Because you may not have the data on the continuous dates. You cannot control it on your business, on your company level. So you would be having obviously some transactions or some of the dates will be missing in your date transactional date column. That's why we need a dedicated date table. In that dedicated date table, all the dates we will be having, doesn't matter whether there was any Saturday, Sunday, any weekend, public holiday, we need all the continuous dates. Why? Because the functions we are going to use, those functions are having a prerequisite that they say all the continuous dates should be there. Only then they give you the perfect or right calculations. So we are going to use some time-based functions or period-based functions like total YTD, total QTD, total MTD, or dates difference, dates add, same period last year, end of month, end of quarter. These kind of functions called as time intelligence functions. Whenever you want to use time intelligence functions, you must have a dedicated date table or dimension date table in your data model, because time intelligence functions requires a continuous date column, right? And in your transactional data, you may have or may not have the continuous dates. So for a safe side, you always need a dedicated date table, which will always have continuous dates, correct? Now, let's create that date table. For creating date table means we are creating a calculated table. For that, we go to the table tools, right? You need to be data tab first of all. Go to data tab and then click on table tools. In table tools, you will see new table. Click on this. A blank new table is created. Just define the table name here. So the table name is here. I call it date master table. I call it date master table, right? Is equal to, here I need to use a function called calendar. Now this calendar function, you can see, you can read its description here. This calendar function returns a table with one column, right? with one column, and in that one column you will be having all the dates between the start date and end date. So whatever the start date and end date argument value you set here, based on based on these two dates, you will be getting a continuous dates. So if I just define some dates here, let me some hard code the dates first, and then I'll show you the dynamic way. So if I need the dates here, let's say 01 04 2022, right? This is the start date, add comma, and now I need to provide the end date. And end date is, let's say, 08 or 07 04 2022. Close bracket, press enter. So it is giving me a date here starting from 4th of January. So it is reading the date format differently. Let me just provide it here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now I'm just providing these two dates, like 1st April 2022 till 7th April 2022. So between these two dates, you have got all the dates, right? And there was some Saturday, Sunday also, right? 2nd and 3rd April was Saturday, Sunday, but still you see that, right? And doesn't matter in case if you have transactions or no for that, you will always see continuous dates. This date column is coming with the time. Time doesn't make any sense here because which is 000 everywhere. So let's change the data type of this column. Select it and change it to date, right? So this is hard-coded date. Currently, I have provided a date here like 7th of April. So I see the data till 7th April only. If I want to make it dynamic, because I want to keep adding a new date automatically into this, I can pass today's date. And for that, I can pass the function called today. This will be a dynamic. Automatically, today's date will be passed here, right? Automatically, 8th April is appearing. Tomorrow, 9th April will be appearing. Day after tomorrow, 10th April will be appearing, right? So that's the use of the today function. Now, sometimes you would like to create a table where your first day or the minimum transaction date you have, like minimum min of the order date, right? This is your start date, add comma, and now for end date you use max and max of the order date. Whenever you will be having another date data in your transaction, automatically that max date will be automatically passed here and you will be getting your results. This bracket was missed actually. Okay, press enter, and now you get all the dates. So you have all the dates: 4th April, 4th July, 5th July, 6th July, 7th July is also appearing now, right? So now all the dates, all the continuous dates you have. The minimum of your order date is considered as start date, and maximum of the order date is considered as max date. And this will be changing automatically whenever you will be having latest date data. Got it? So in my context, I am having just a sample data, which is till 1998. So till that date only, I have got all the transactions. When you will be using in your latest data, in your original data, you will be getting the latest dates there then. Got it? So first create this table, calculated table using this expression. All right, so most of you have created. Once this is created, a calculated table is created, then you need to link this table and relationship. So you go to the relationship tab and the calculated table you created. This table is having a date type of column, right? This date column you need to link with the order date. You need to link this date column with the order date of your orders table. So drag and drop and create the relationship, right? So order date to date column is linked now between these two tables. A relationship is created. And now we'll be using this date column everywhere for calculations, visualizations, right? Because this table will be filtering the data to this table, and this table is having the filtration with the other tables. So create the relationship. Now, once we have created the, make sure guys you create the relationship, because if relationship you do not create, then you will not be getting the results correctly. Now, go back to the data tab, and here now we'll start creating the measures. Now, first of all, I need to create the current year sales.
So in my context, current year is 1998 because that's the latest date data I have. So I create a new measure in my measures table, right click and pick new measure. And here I define the measure name as current year sales, CY sales. And here I'm going to use the function called total YTD. YTD stands for year to date. So total YTD function will return only current year's data, right? So here this function requires an expression, a calculation. So I already have a calculation here. So I use the sales measure here. That was the benefit of creating measure. I am reusing the measure. I don't need to write the whole calculation again. I'm just reusing the sales measure. And then I need to provide a date filter. A date field I will be providing from my date master table. Pick the date column from there. Close bracket and press enter. Current year sales measure is created. All of you, please create this measure. And date field you need to pick from your date master table, the new table we created. So here you see the relationship. How did I create? I need to first find my table, the date master table, place it near to the orders table, and then create a relationship from order date to date field, drag and drop the field. Now, once you have created this current year sales, you can display this, right? So let's visualize the current year sales. I go to the report tab. Here I pick a card visual. If you hover on your visuals, you will see the name of them. So card is this on which 1 to 3 is written. Pick the card, make it little small in size and place it on this right side top corner and bring the total sales measure into the sales current year sales you need to bring into this. Here you see this is your current year sales. So first you calculated this current year sales and then you visualize it on this visual. So here the function which we are using, this total YTD, by default it filters the data, right, and give us only in the current year context. Or the another way around is you can do one more thing. Just do one thing, bring this, let's say add a filter here just to test. I can try this way. I'm adding the year from my date master table. I'm adding this table here. Let me add year only. You don't need to do it, guys. I'm just showing you how you compare it. So these are the 3 years data I have, and I show it here. I show the total sales onto this. Total sales is 1.35 million. If I select 1998, it shows me the same value what you were seeing here. This is your current year sales data, right? 469. So if you either you select it here, so that means this is your current year, because in my data I have the latest data for 98 only, so that's why it is giving me current year. In your case, when you'll be having your actual project or your actual data, which will be of 2020-22, right, 2022, then you will be getting the latest year data here. But that's the way how you can how you can test it. Does it make sense to you? Now if I go back, when I select 1997, so 1997 data I have 658, but this 658 is for the whole year of 1997, right? If I want to check like till this date, I mean from 1st January to till 8th April, how much data we have. So what I can do in that case, so here I'll be selecting it. Then let me do one thing. Let me bring the date. Okay, now I select here 1997, Jan 1997, and 1st January of 1997 till you want to test it 1997 April, and date is today 8th. So for this date range only you want to test it. So this shows you 154,000. Okay, wait a second. I think, okay, no, this will take basically full month. Yeah, so it should show somewhere 2003, right? Sorry, 203,000 for the last year. So this is my 1997 is the previous year will be considered, and 30th April, right? So for this range only, this 203,000 should appear for the last year. Let's test it. First, let's just keep it as it is. Okay, I'll add this later. Let me remove it first. Now I need to calculate first last year sales, right? So for calculating the last year, what we do, we need to create again a measure, and here provide the measure name ly sales is equal to, and here we provide calculate function, and we want to evaluate the current year sales with for previous year context, comma, same period. We need to provide here same period last year. This function, when you provide, it requires a date field where you need to provide your date field from your date master table. And now press enter. Well, there are many ways to calculate last year. This is one of the way I'm showing. And now let's visualize this data. So when I show last year sales, it shows 260,000, and to us it was showing 203,000, I guess, right? Well, we'll debug that further, but that's how you calculate the last year's sales, right? So currently we are just working on older data. So if some amount if doesn't match, so don't worry about that, because it is just like calculating or considering my old data as a current year. And based on the current, if current year is, let's say, for old year, then accordingly it is shifting that calculation 1 year back, 365 days back, to give me the last year. Okay, another way around is for calculating the last year sales. This is a one way you can create this way, and the another way is you guys can create it first using this, right? Because we need to understand the syntax. You can apply it on your latest data. Create it, guys, and let me know once it is done. Okay, so now for now we have calculated the current year and last year sales, right? There are other ways also for calculating the last year, like you can just pick a last year value by applying a filter. Well, I'll show you in a few minutes how we can do the other way around. For now, you have current year measure, last year measure, right? So these two sales, two values you can now subtract. Just create a new measure again, and this time I'm calculating the variance, right? And this one is simply current year sales minus last year sales. I'm just reusing the measures here, right? Once the variance measure is created, let's plot it in the another card. In another card here, I show the variance. Variance is simply current year sales measure minus last year sales measure. You got your variance measure, and that you can display here. So that's how you are calculating, computing these values, reusing these values. And now I want to calculate growth measure. For growth, basically we need to just do current year minus last year and divide by last year. By just doing this, we got the growth. And this one we already have current year minus last year is simply my variance, right? So I can say variance divided by last year, correct? And then this value, the output of this value, I will convert into the percentage, right? To get the growth in percentage. So creating a new measure, and this one I define year over year growth in percentage. And here we are going to use divide function. So wherever you want to do the division in Power BI, you should use the divide, because divide function is considered as a safe divide because it has the ability to handle the divide by zero case. So numerator value is variance, comma, denominator is last year sales, and comma, add alternate result in case if sometimes the calculation is giving you infinity. So instead of infinity, it will show this alternate value, means 0. Press enter. This growth is calculated. Now you need to select your growth measure and click on percentage. You need to convert the growth result into the percentage. Once it is converted into percentage, now you can add another card and display this value here. Drag and drop the growth. Here you go. So you have 80% growth over previous year sales, right? So if you divide like 260.40, I mean your current year's the variance, if you divide by the $260 to right $260,000, then you will get 80% growth. Means against comparative to previous year, you are doing 80% better in this year.
right? So once you have calculated all these values from your existing calculations, right? These values were not there anywhere in your data. You calculated them, right? You calculated all these values. Now you can visualize these values in the form of charts, lines, bar charts, donut charts, pie charts, in any format, in any visual you can display them. So I pick a combination chart, a dual axis chart that is called line and clustered column chart, right? So you need to add this one. So I just take a pause here for you guys to add your variance and add the growth. Once done, guys, you are here with everything. Let me know if somewhere you are not able to follow or you missed any particular step. Just let me know quickly. Yes, okay. So now we are going to add this line and clustered column chart, which is fifth chart in the second row. I add this chart, fifth chart in the second row. And now in this chart, each and every chart, each and every visual has some data fields to provide, right? I need to provide a shared access, column series, column values, right? So this particular section you see here, this is under this window, you see all these data fields you need to provide. You can directly drag and drop the fields on the chart, but dragging and dropping the fields on chart is just for the beginners. But you are not a beginner in Power BI now, you have a good understanding. So instead of directly dragging, dropping on the visual, you should start understanding these, right? You should start pulling them here, correct? When you add them here, those will visuals, those data fields will be automatically appeared on your visual. So let's understand it now. Shared access means this is your x-axis, this is your y-axis, right? And this is your another y-axis. This is y1, this is y2, and this is x-axis. Okay. Now on x-axis, I want to see the category names, country names, regions, products, whatever, right? So I need category here. So I will be bringing the category from categories table under the shared access. Now I want to see columns, right? Like these, current year column, last year column, current year column, last year column, like that. So now under the column values, right? Under the column values, I need to bring last year, and then I need to bring current year, right? And then under the line values, I need to show the growth, because currently it is not very clear, like in which particular category we had the maximum growth. By looking the size of the column, it looks like beverages, but no. When I bring the growth into the line values, this tells me the maximum growth we had in the seafood category, because seafoods last year sales was 18,000 and this year sales is 48,000, which means almost 158% of the growth we had in current year for seafoods, right? So that's how you visualize these uh, measures you calculated, right? So I just take a pause here for you to quickly create the same measure, same visual. This is the fifth visual I'm taking from the second row, line and cluster column chart. All right. Now we are going to see some of the changes in this visual. So let's say you want to change this visual a little bit. So you go to the format of this visual, select the visual and then go to format. And from the format now you can change the column colors. Let's say the last year sales I want to show in gray and current year in red, right? And I want to show the markers on the lines and the marker on the line, and then I want to change the marker colors like black so that these highlights quickly, and line color I change to line and color, now I change it to blue color, right? And I want to show data labels. For data label also there is a property, you need to scroll it down, turn the data label on, right? So now you get a better result or a better understanding of it. The x-axis and y-axis title are not needed. So under x-axis, I can go and I can turn off the title. Under y-axis, I can go and turn off this title. If you need x-axis size to increase, you want to make it bold, these kind of things you can play around with these properties, right? So just do couple of properties change, although we'll be learning the property changing and all in detail. All right, good. So now just save your work, right? Save your PBX file. You can go to file and save it or save as it, whatever you need. So I saved it. You can go to file and save it. So now that means whatever the steps we did, the calculated columns, measures, right, or the tables we have seen here, although we have hundreds of measures, hundreds of formulas available, but we don't need to learn all the hundreds. The way we were practicing or we were writing these formulas, these expressions, this gives you an understanding of the syntax, right? And for any formula language or programming language, you just learn the syntax. Once you understood the syntax, and then you automatically start using or fitting the functions as per your requirement. Correct? So I hope you have the better understanding now of the DAX, what it is, what kind of activities you can perform, how DAX helps you to bring more informations or more insights out from your data. If the insights which you see here, this visual, this is possible just because of the DAX. DAX were allowing you to calculate all these numbers on the fly. That's why you were able to calculate all these or visualize all these things here. Correct? Okay. So now in this module, we are going to talk about what are the different type of visualizations we can create, what is the importance of visualization, data visualization techniques, right, and how we can use inbuilt and custom visuals in Power BI. What are the some key formatting and page layout options, how you can work with multiple visuals, how you can enable disable the interaction between the visuals, what are the different charts and their formatting options, how you visualize the geographical data, right, on report pages, how you work with bookmarks, histograms, and tooltips in Power BI visualization. So all these are the different things which we are going to learn and practice in this particular module. Okay, so first of all, introduction to data visualization, right? So data visualization is an art of bringing the data to your report viewers live. Through with the help of data visualization, you make easy to interpret or to understand the data. Data visualization is simply just with the help of visual elements, you create some charts and graphs, right? And some other visuals. With that, basically you make some reports or pages. Through that, your report viewers or your audience, they can understand, they can read the information easily, and they can take the decisions based on the visuals are telling that data to them. Data visualization basically is nothing but, in simple terms, it's just like a graphical or kind of like a presentation layout, right, or the final output of your Power BI reports. For data visualization, its importance is it makes data easy to understand. It helps your report viewers to interact the visuals, slice and dice the visuals based on different filters. With the help of visuals, you can share your data, you can share your story or your insights with any other people. All the visuals, all the I would say the reports will be completely updatable and personalized. That means in any way you can format them, you can change them, you can modify, you can keep a copy of those visuals as per your requirement. These are the key benefits of the visualization. And visualization technique, first of all, you need to understand that who is your audience, right? Knowing the audience is the important fact before you start doing the visualization. Then you need to set a goal. So you need to set a goal, like what kind of report design or what is the wireframe you are going to keep. If you have finalized the design, or if you have finalized the layout, then it will be easy for you. Means you don't need to then go back to your users again and again to get their views to understand how the dashboard or the visuals looks like to them, right? So if you have a approved or a kind of a mutually agreed design or a wireframe, then it will be easy for you and your users as well to get the expected results. You need to choose the correct visual. Sometimes people are not aware that which visual should be used in which scenario, and that creates a problem, right? Somewhere in any simple scenario, people use some complex visual, right? That's not the best way. So always you should try to keep simple visual, because with the help of visualization, you are trying to make the visuals easy or trying to understand the data easy, not more complex, right? Sometimes people try to show over
engineering in the visual, and they made the reports or the visuals over complicated, right? And that becomes problem for your report viewers to understand it. Probably you can understand because you are a developer and you build that. You can understand, of course, but you need to consider always your audience, right? Their background. If they are not too technical, if they are not too much educated, or they are not much friendly about the data analytics, so you should prefer the simple and straightforward visuals, simple design, right? So knowing audience is the important factor. Basically, limit the number of interaction between the visual. First of all, do not try to add too many visuals on a page, because if you add too many visuals on one page and you make your one page very busy with different visuals, then it doesn't looks good, and even the performance will also be degraded of that page. So best practice says hardly 6 to 10 in between you should have the visuals, right? Maximum. More than 10, it's not a good advice to keep it. I have seen some people just keep like 50, 60 visuals on one page. That's not a good way, right? Keep limited visuals on a page and then move the other visuals to other pages. Correct. Another is use certified custom visuals. In Power BI, Power BI Desktop provide you some inbuilt visuals and some custom visuals, right? So you should only use the certified custom visuals, because there are lots of there are lots of custom visuals which are developed by individual developers like me, like you. We individual people are developing and uploading it into that visuals gallery, and those visuals which are developed by individual, and those are not properly optimized from performance point of view. Those are not coming up with a proper documentation, right? So basically, whenever any custom visual you use, you should make sure that is a certified by Microsoft, means that has got a certification from Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't provide the certification to all the custom visual. Only limited visuals are having the certification, and only the certified visuals you should use. Well, I'll show you practically where these are. For now, just we are building a conceptual knowledge. And visualize in Power BI, visualization we can do with the help of different set of charts. These charts are pretty much common in every tool wherever you go, whether you go in Excel, you go in Tableau, Power BI, right? Sisense, MicroStrategy, or any of the tool you go. Almost in each and every visual, you will see these common charts. Power BI's data visualization is very flexible, and Power BI is mainly known by its visualization capabilities, right? Power BI is mainly known for its visualization capabilities. In When I say charts, in chart segment, we have many charts like column chart, funnel chart, pie chart, a scatter chart. In cards, we have single row card, multi-row card, KPI cards. We have bubble map, shape map, Azure maps, filled maps, tables, matrix, tree maps, right? So these are the commonly used maps which we have. We'll be trying all these, plus we'll be trying some advanced visuals, which Microsoft claims that those are their AI-based visuals, correct? Whenever you start working on designing or preparing the report, then you must have fixed your page layout and the formatting. If you have a fixed page layout, or if you have a template, or if you have a theme, then that would be easy for you to maintain the consistency of the color combinations or the formatting or the look and feel, right? Sometimes in companies, like, people create the reports based on their own choice of colors. Let's say when I'm creating a report, I'm using my own colors, like red, purple, green, orange, black. When you create reports, you use your different blue, pink, purple, like that. So when individual is using their own colors by their own wish, then the organization or corporate report looks like rainbow, right? So no need to use too many sharp or too many colors, right? Your organization would be definitely having a corporate standard, right? Or I would say a corporate color palette, right? Or a standard colors. Or if you are working with your client, then your client would definitely have some corporate colors. So you should get those corporate or standard colors, and those colors only you should use within Power BI. So for that, you can create a theme for the reusability of the color combinations, and you can also have a template created for the reusability of your reports quickly, right? And you will be having, it will be helping you lay out Power BI template, and Power BI theme helps you to maintain the consistency of the reports look and feel, correct? So in page formatting, we have many options like page names you change, page size, page backgrounds, page views, All these properties, all these settings you can work on under the page level properties. For where do you see these? If I go to Power BI desktop, in Power BI desktop, currently when I'm in the report tab, this white space you see, this is your report canvas. And now here you see the visualization tab. Under the visualization tab, if you see this icon, right, which looks like a brush icon, right? So this is kind of a format or properties we can say. Here you go. These are the properties of page level because no visual is selected right now. So all these are the page level properties, correct? So with the help of these properties, you can make the changes on your page, increasing the size, decreasing the size, changing color, background color, adding any image, all those things you can try with these page level properties. Same way we have the properties for each and every visual. So in short, we have hundreds of properties in Power BI, right, to manage your visuals, to control your visuals look and feel, correct? All right, how you work with multiple visuals. Working with multiple visuals, basically, first of all, you should have the relationship between the data, right? Of course, if you would not have the relationship, then you won't be able to bring the visuals from multiple tables, right? And there's an option called show items with no data. If sometimes you want to display, for example, such orders where the quantity is 0, right? So even if you want to display these type of orders, then there is a just a property that you need to turn on, and you need to enable, you need to make sure that the default summarization and categorization is correct. This default summarization is nothing but just when you load the data in Power BI, after loading the data in Power BI, you see this summation icon. Summation icon is the default summarization. When you select column, let's say quantity, on this, the default summarization is applied here, sum. By default, 99.99% cases, sum will be coming here, and that will be obviously correct. But still, you need to cross check it from your side. And you need to arrange the report elements, means you need to make sure that the visual elements are properly adjusted as per your wireframes or as per your design, if you have any, right? Okay, now we are going to add some of the visuals, right, on the report to see its more functionality. So when you start working with the visualization, initially you may not have some designs, right, created, or you may not have some kind of like wireframes or some samples, right? So now you want to start creating some reports. So you are completely, I mean, I'm completely blank right now. Like, how should I start creating a report? What look and feel or what color combinations, where the company logo should be placed, right? So there will be lots of questions in my mind when I want to design, right, something. So for that purpose, you can have some designs prepared already. You can have some mock-ups or some wireframes from your UX team or from your business users. They can guide you where they want to see what, correct? Now, when you have got the designs or the wireframes, then you start working, right? For that, if in case, if you are completely blank, let's say I don't know how should I keep the report design or what kind of design should I prepare. So in such cases, you can take help from Power BI's data story gallery. Power BI has thousands of samples of dashboards. If I search here, data story gallery of Power BI, you can see here on this link, you have hundreds of sample reports available. All these are sample dashboards, right? You can go next. From here, you can get the ideation, like what kind of designs, look and feels, or how people are using Power BI differently, what other creativity they are showing off here, right? So it's kind of a good platform, right, to keep an eye and to start designing more attractive and more kind of like visually appealing reports, correct? Some of the reports you can download also from here, even the PBX file of those reports, and then you can open them in your Power BI desktop, and you can make some changes, or if you want to borrow something, you can copy paste or take some changes or take some ideas or the visuals out from that report. But all the reports are not allowed to download from the data story gallery. Means here you see the reports. Every report you cannot download. There are only few of the reports which are allowed to download. Correct? Okay. All right. Now we are going to keep some design or some structure here. So first I'm going to have something like I want to keep a report header on top, and I need a report footer here, right? And then I want to add the company logo, right? Company logo. Adding company logo is also very common and a must ask from all the requirements. So now let's start bringing the things. You have an insert option here, insert tab. You go to insert ribbon. From there, you have a option called shape. You can see
we have lots of shapes available here, right? So depending on your requirement, any of the shape you can use. Most of the time we use the rectangle, rounded rectangle, and line. Most of the time we use these shapes. So I add the rectangle shape here, but it becomes, you can pick its corners or its edges and you can make it, move it, increase, decrease it as per your need. Now, if you select this particular shape, this shape is also even called as a visualization. When you select the shape, you go to the format properties and there you see shape and general. So under the general also you see the properties. These properties which you see under general, these are generic or common for all the visuals. Now under the shape here you see you have all these properties which are applicable to this particular visual. I want to change this visual's color. So I go to style and from the style I change its color. So I make this dark shade which I was having in the blue row. I selected this one. And once it is added, now I want to add a footer also. So I can copy paste this, Control C, Control V. Select that, Control C, Control V and move it down and make it small. Here you go. Right, so that's how, I mean, you can start thinking and start designing the things. So here we will be just exploring the different properties, features, functionalities, and then these you can fit adjust in your reporting or visualization requirements. Correct. So same way as earlier, I'll be just doing this step and then I'll be taking a pause for a minute or few seconds so that you all guys can also do the similar thing. Correct. So all of you, please add the similar way to shapes, change their colors, and this is now looking like a header and a footer of your report page. Once it is done from your side, guys, let me know once you add these. Make sure everybody does these, right? In case if anybody is stuck somewhere or need any help or you are not getting any property or something. Properties are like, there are lots of properties. So obviously for the first time, when we start finding these properties, we may have some struggle to find the properties, right? But once you start using these properties, automatically you will get to remember like what is the which property is doing what, or you can select the property, change that and see what's changed on the visual. So that's how you can just understand which property is doing what. Correct. There are hundreds of properties. All right, so I think all of you done. Okay, now I want to add an image on this, my company logo. For that, I go to insert again, and under the insert there I have image. I click on it and I'm going to add my company logo. You can add some other logo, maybe you can pick your company logo, you can pick your client's logo, or you can download any shape or pick any logo from internet and that you can use. Right, so let's say this is my company's logo I want to display here. So this visual, if I try to reduce its size, it doesn't reduce properly, right? It's not properly kind of responsive. So what you need for the shapes, there is a property under general tab that you need to turn off. Under general properties, there you see lock aspect ratio. When you turn this off, then you will be able to control it as per your need. And now I move it up, and now this background color of this I need to change. So I go to the effects, and from effects I turn on the background for this. Now I go to the image tab, and from here I go style and change its scaling. I choose here fill or fit, whichever gives you best view of the image. Right, so that's how I added my company logo. If I want, I can make it a little bit more larger in the size. You can move the visuals little up, little down, left, right with the help of arrow keys of your keyboard. You can pick any of the image or company's image, or from your company website you can copy the image, or you can from Google also you can download any image and try to import that in Power BI. All right, now I want to add the title here. What's the title of my dashboard, or what's the title of my report here? So for adding the title, we use another component here in the under the insert. There is an object called in text box. So click on this and the text box is added. You can make it a little small, and into this now you can write a text. So I just write here sales analysis dashboard. Select all, Control A and make it a little big. Go to color and make it white color.
right? And show it in bold, italic, whatever the formatting you need. Make it a little small. And now I pick it from its three dots and move it here. But when I move it here, it doesn't comes with I'm not able to see the text. Why? Because the background color of this is applied, is turned on white. So this time I'll be turning off the background. I go to effects, turn off the background. And now I got the title of this dashboard. Now here I want to add the last. Okay, before that, sometimes you would like to add some kind of lines on your visuals, right? So let's say if I want to add a line in between the text and the image. So I move it a little right, and now I go to the shape and I pick a line, right? This is a horizontal line. I need a vertical, a standing line. So for that, I just go to the select this line, go to rotation property, and I rotate this line by 90-degree, right? And now I can make it a small, and then I pick its three lines and move it here. But I want to change the line color. So for that, I go style, and from the line style, I change its color, make it white. There's another property called fill, and there should be a border. Yes, make it white. Here you go. Right now, you can adjust it a little more left, and now I want to add this. Correct. So these type of things also sometimes you would like to add, like a line or something, some shapes you want to bring in to add to make more uh, kind of like UI improved dashboard, right? So these small things impacts a lot on the look and feel of the dashboards. Dashboard look and feel, or its design should be very attractive. Only then most of the people get the interest to view that. Otherwise, I have seen like many people create the reports dashboards for their company, but nobody view them because they doesn't looks good, right? I mean, the look and feel of that is the first impression ideally, right? Now I want to add another text here. All right, now let's see how we can add a last refresh time, because showing that when the report was last refreshed, or report as of date, or data as of date, these kind of things we would like to show here, so that my audience or the report viewers should know like what the data they are viewing here in this report when that data was last refreshed. So for that, I need to create a measure. So in any table, I can create a measure, right click and create a new measure. And here in this, I define the measure name here. Let's call it last refresh is equal to now. Now is a function, DAX function, which always returns the current date and time. So a measure is created, last refresh is equal to now. This one will return always the current date and time of your server or of your machine. All right, now let's see the next thing. So going to add a card visual, you can hover on these visuals. These are the inbuilt visuals which comes in Power BI desktop. So if you hover on any of the visual, you see card, click on that, add a card and make it little small and add the last refresh into this. When you add last refresh, it appears very big in size. So you need to make it small. You select this card, go to format, go to call out value, and from here you decrease the size. Instead of 45, let's make it only 15, right? And then the category name is appearing here. I do not want that category, so you can turn off that category. And now make it a small. You can place it here. These red dotted lines basically helps you to align your visuals properly. Now I change its background color, general effects, and I turn off the background and I show this call out value in white color. Correct. So this is the last refresh time, means when the report or the data was last refreshed, it will be showing that time. So what we did, we added a measure first and then add the card, and that card we modified by just changing some properties, decrease the call out value size 15 and make it color is white and turn off its background, and then we adjust it here below the report name. If anybody doesn't find any property or not able to understand any particular thing, do not hesitate guys, let me know that. Okay, now if you notice here, we are we are not getting the title here. It is just showing me a time, but I need a title or a label with it. Like it should show like report as of date, right? Or last refreshed at. So what I'll do in the measure, I will just write append a value in double quotes. I will write a text last refreshed at colon space, and then I add this ampersand operator, which is a concatenation operator, and press enter. Now you get this title here appended. Now this looks better. Now just to get it exactly under the title name, I can little shift it left, right? So now this makes more sense. Right? So what I did, I simply just appended a text in the measure. I added this text. All right, now let's go next. Okay, so now we'll be adding few more visuals on it. Like here, we will be adding the filters, the slicers to slice and dice the data, correct? And parallelly, we will understand the use of the dedicated filter pane given to us, right? And here we would be adding some kind of a note, like just sometimes companies write some kind of confidential messages, right? Those kind of thing, how we write. And then we'll start utilizing this report canvas, which is the remaining space here, to add some more charts here, right? Then we'll start using how we add the other visuals here, correct? And how we split the visuals then in other pages, correct? All right, now I'm going to add some filters, right? Filter is a very important part of your report, because without filter, report viewers will not be able to slice and dice the data, or they won't be able to see the data based on their selected dimensions. So you have Power BI offers you mainly two type of filters. One is on canvas filter. On canvas means on the report filter here, right? Wherever you want, I mean, anywhere you can add these filters. This is kind of an on canvas filter. Another is on filter pane, right? This dedicated filter pane is given to you here by Microsoft Power BI. You can add your fields here, all the dimensions, right? Because dimensions you mainly use for data filtration for slicing, dicing purpose, right? So generally what the practice we follow is key filters. Key filters will be hardly 2 3 4 filters. They will be key filters. Those key filters we can add on a canvas, right, on the report. And the other filters which you want, those you can keep here into the filters pane. Because if you have, let's say, 10 filters, so there is no need to display 10 filters on the page. If you add 10 filters, then your page looks very busy, right? Too many things, right? Very congested things. So it's better you add 2 3 visuals which are the most important one, which will be used by your users more frequently. Those you add on the here in front of the report, and other you just put them on the side filter pane. Because the side filter pane you can show and hide. Means if it's not needed, we can collapse that filters pane, or if we want, we can expand it and we can choose our filters value to filter out the data, correct? So first, to add the filters on canvas, we use slicer. Slicer is a filter which we need. This is equivalent to the prompt, like other tools. If people work on other tools, somewhere in other tools, this is called as a like a prompt. So in this, now we want to add a dimension column, let's say country. From customers table, I add the country column. Now you see I got a list of all the countries here, right? Now from this list of country, if I want, I can select the values. Let's say I selected Belgium, I select Italy, I select, let's say, Poland. But if I want to select multiple countries, then I can press the control and I can select multiple countries, right? You have more selection level of controls, right? You can clear the selection here. You see there is a small button. You can clear the selections. There is another button here to change the slicer type. Click on it. It's a list type of slicer, which is taking lots of space. I want to make it a drop down so that we can save the space here, right? Now this won't take much space, and now I can place it here on top of my report. All right. Okay. Now this is added. In this slicer, we have more options, like you can go to the format of it, and from here you can choose slicer settings, options, selection, and under the selection you can make this as a single select. You can turn off the multi select with control, means without pressing control you want to select the values. If you want to show the select all, right? So these type of functionalities, if you make it single select, then only one country will be allowed. It becomes a radio button now. Only one value you'll be able to select now, correct? So these are the things which you have under this slicer settings. After making the slicer, adding the slicer here, you need to change its color and you need to make it same as your footer color. So you select your slicer, go to general tab again, go to effects, and from there you turn off its background, right? Now the title you have that's appearing in the black color, but black is not clearly visible on the blue color. So I want to make the title and everything in the white color. So I go to visual level property here and slicer header, I display in white. Same way, I go to the values. Values also I display in white. But when I click on drop down, all the values are not appearing because the values background color is also white. So I change the values background also. When the values you have the background, I change it. I make this color as same blue color. Right now, when I click on it, I got the drop down color also proper. I can see the countries, right? I can select all countries, deselect all, right? Here, your country slicer is now ready, correct? So add this, try to apply the similar properties, what I did. And once that is done, now currently the slicer is not having a border, right? And it's the slicer is not clearly, I mean, coming out so that people notice that there is a slicer to select it. So we want to make the slicer kind of we want to give a 3D effect to the slicer, right? So I select this, go to format, and then I go to the general settings, effects, and from here I turn on its border, visual border, and under the visual border I go and make a color as, let's say, this light color, and round its corners, and I go to shadow. From the shadow I give a white or a gray shade. Now this slicer now looks better than earlier, right? So it's coming up out now, right? And it is like clearly visible that here there are the slicers, and these kind of effects makes your visuals more attractive, right? Just try to apply these. And now I need another slicer for city, right? So you don't need to build that slicer again from scratch. You have already made your efforts to format the slicer. Now you can copy paste this, Control C, Control V, and now put your another slicer just next to this. And here in its data fields, countries there, you remove the country from here and add the city. And that's it. Your city slicer is ready within just a second, right? So you should copy paste and reuse your formattings or the settings which you applied. Done. And now I'm going to create one more slicer, copy paste, Control C, Control V. And in this now I'm going to show customer. And for customer, I display the contact name, right? The title of this comes as contact name, but I do not want to show the label like contact name. I want to show customer. So now you have two options. Either you can change the label here or you can change the field name itself. But let's say here I just double click and I make it customer, right? So country, city, customer, these are the three global filters I have, correct? And now rest of the filters, if I want, I can add them onto this filters pane. In filters pane also, I have two level. One is filter on this page and filter on all pages. So if I want any filter to apply only on current page, then that field you will be adding here. If you want the fields to filter the data on the all pages in this report, then you add that field here. Generally, we prefer adding it on filter on all pages. Now, I'm going to bring some more filters here, like category name. Just drag and drop into the filters area. And from the orders table, I add order ID. From orders table, I add order date. And from the products table, I add the product name, right? So these couple of filters I added here. So now these four filters we have added on the filters pane, because everything I cannot have here. These are some rare filters which my users will be selecting. So those filters I have added here. Because when the report will be shared with your report viewers, they will see this area, right? This entire area will be shared with them, correct? So they can expand the filter section and they can apply the filters on these fields to slice and dice the data. Clear? Add some fields under the filter on all pages here. I hope all of you have done it. When you visualize the data like this, right, means you add some extra filters on the right side filter pane. So sometimes your report viewers, they can say like it's not highlighting to them. It's hard for them to remember that there is something here, right? Or when they open it, it doesn't become very clear for them like something is added here. So for such thing, what you can do, you can also, I mean, this filters pane also you can customize, right? So that currently, I mean, based on my experience, what I have heard from the business users, they say like the report is fine, but this filter pane, people forget that this filter pane is also part of the report, because it's looking like it's looking like a side part or something, like people ignore it or people miss it. So what you can do in such cases, you can customize this filter pane also same as your report format, so that whenever people are viewing it, they feel that yeah, this is the same thing, this is also part of a report. Correct? So how you control this filter pane, color and everything, you select these. First of all, select somewhere right in blank, do not select any visual, click somewhere else, or you can click here. Then you go to format your report page. Here you see filters pane, right? And then you start changing the settings here. So currently I want to change the filter pane background. So the background color I want, let's say this. Correct? Now it becomes like this is a similar thing, means it's a part of your report page. And here you want to change its text colors, headers and everything. You want to change it. So text and icons, make it white, right? When you are providing the input, that is fine. And now you need to find what search box. Search box is fine. The header, fine. The options, filter cards. That's what I was searching. You go to filter cards then, and in filter cards, your icons should looks, text and icons should be white, and the background should be blue. Right now, it is. Now you see the filters pane is also coming within the same color. Now your report viewers will never forget that, they will never miss that this is not a part of it, right? It clearly appears that this is coming with your report theme. So this is also part of it, right? So that's how you can show some creativity. I mean, changing these colors and all, and you can modify these. When you click on it, these are, I mean, this white color is appearing for the search box. Now search box color I want to change, so I can search here. Search box color, that let me show. Under the search box, there should be another color option in your filter cards. Just start changing the properties, guys. At your side, you will be, I mean, you will become familiar with these properties. Yes, now it looks fine. I'm missing one property, but anyways, that's fine. Okay, that comes here. Yeah, so now you can start typing and accordingly this will be filtering. Fine. Right, so that's how you format or you include this filter pane with your report theme color. Done it? Done. Okay. Now, as we are building this our first page, right? So on the first page, I mean this page, currently the page name is coming here as page 1. So let's make it something different, and I want to call it, click here, and I want to make it, let's say my home page or landing page, right? Something like that you can make it. So I make it a home page, right? Just a name I'm defining here. This will become my home page. And now on this home page, I want to add a background color, or sometimes you would like to add some background images or some background wallpapers, right? So now I'm going to my page properties. There you see canvas background. In canvas background, you can change the color of this and decrease the transparency level, right? Or if you need a different color, you can bring that here as well, right? This is how you add a color. Or if you need a shape, let me undo this. Every property has a reset to default. Now I need an image here, right? Kind of a background. So I click on this browse image and I can pick the image here. Once the image is added, I decrease its transparency, That's how the images start appearing here now, right? So this is the image what I have added here now, right? And then you need to go to formatting to your page, and under the canvas background, you can import that image, and you have the options here to fit this image. You want to fit it, fill it, whatever the option you need, you can pick here. So I use this fill. This looks better. If you all imported the image and change the page name to home page as well. So that's how we are learning the visualization in bits and pieces, because visualization is all about the knowing the properties, knowing the features. As many as features you can use them to build your attractive reports. Okay, good. So basically, if you import that wallpaper, then wallpaper covers the remaining area as well. So let me show you that. Let me undo the image and remove the image, and I'm going to upload that image as a wallpaper. So now when I import this, make it fill. Yes. So when you import it as a wallpaper goes first of, okay, give me a second. Yeah, wallpaper goes first of all in the background, right, of your page, means you cannot see it on the page. Plus it covers the rest of the part. When this report will be published, like I close it, then this part is also having this image here, right? But when you have
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
let's say, let me turn it on to visualization. Here you will see the difference. Wallpaper is covering this side area, right? Plus it is going to the backend, right, of the report page. While I import a canvas background, so it will be just filling that image only on the canvas, right? It is not filling the image here and here, right? So that's the difference, correct? So let's bring it into the, I mean, or if you want, you can bring it at both the places. That is also fine. Sometimes, I mean, we do it like this because this is just filling this area, and to fill this area, right? Because these two things are again looking separate. So to fill this area, we can bring the image here, or sometimes we can have some other kind of images created, or sometimes we can have some other like some visuals or some colors created. Those we can load here, right? So that's how you can show it. Okay, so it all depends how you want to manage it, but I keep it currently for a canvas background only. That's how your report will be displayed at the end. Now let's suppose we are going to keep multiple tabs in our report, right? We'll be having like a summary tab, a detailed tab, a comparison view tab, or a trend tab, right? All these tabs will be having. So those tabs I want to navigate from this home page. So those tabs I want to display here, correct? This is part of your design, right? Or part of your kind of like a mock-up or a wireframes. So if you have those already finalized, then that all these things should be clean or should be cleared already. So now I'm going to add a insert a button here or a shape. I bring this rounded rectangle shape, and I just go to style, turn off the fill, right? And I go to the text, and here I write a text for this. So this is for my, let's say, summary. I increase the size of the text and turning on the shadow, not here, going to general tab. From the effects, I turn on its visual border and the shadow. The same property settings which I did earlier for slicer, same thing I did here as well. And this visual has some line, so let me turn off the line as well. Border, turn off the border of this. Yes, now you see this is your summary button, correct? Similar to this, you can have multiple other buttons as well, but what I need to make it a little more kind of effective, I want something like if I hover on my cursor on it, then this summary should pop up. When I take my cursor on it, summary should pop up. So what we do, select it, go to the, let me find the property. Okay, so that property is not applicable, I think, for this. I'm bringing in a button. Give me a second, guys. I'm just wondering that this state property
was available for the shapes, but I think Microsoft made some changes. Yeah, state is not there for this now. Okay, all right. So here we need to change it because that property is not there now for this shape. So I undo that, I delete that, I'll be adding again. So instead of adding a shape, I add a button and I add this blank button, right? Because the property what I'm looking for, that is available for the button only. And on this button now, I want to write, I go to its style, text, I write here, summary. Now changing its text color, and now going to the general effects, turning on visual border and shadow, and now its icon is hidden. Okay, so now this looks like this. There is a black color is appearing around this border. Turn off the border. Perfect. Right now I select this and I go to its style, and there is an state. I make it on hover. When on hover, I mean, when I hover on this, I want to change its look and feel. So when I hover on this, I want to increase the size. So when I hover, the size of this should get increased up to 18, and color should get changed. Suppose, let's say, which color would be better? Yellow. Let's try this one, right? Okay, now let's test it. So when I hover on this, you see how this is hovering, and then when I hover on it, it colors also getting changed like yellow. Do you see the difference? So that's now like whenever your cursor goes to any particular button, that button comes out automatically, right? So these kind of effects you can give to your report to make them more unique, more attractive, because visualization is all about creativity. Otherwise you could have just bring a pie chart, donut chart, bar chart, column chart, and that's it. Report is ready in 2 minutes, right? But with the help of all these things, you make your dashboard kind of a visually appealing dashboard, right? To give that wow effect, you need to know all these kind of features. Got it? So just try this out. I take a pause here for a minute. I use this under the buttons. I use the blank button. Got it? Done. All right. Now I'm just creating a copy paste of this button, Control C, Control V. All right, so let me just change their names by going to style, text. This one I keep here, trend, right? Change it at both places. You need to change it at both the places, on hover option and on default option. Select this, change it on the default, make it detail, and go to it's on hover. Here also you need to change it. Okay, that's automatically appearing there. Then go to this, select first the default, and then change its name here, comparison. Added these guys. Okay, now meanwhile save your report, right? This is a good practice to always save. I mean, keep saving it, just press Control S, so that in case if Power BI desktop got crashed or something wrong happened, so you won't lose your work or your efforts. Okay, so save it. All right, so now lots of features, properties we have explored, and I would say it's just less than 10% of the visualization, right? So now you can just assume how in-depth visualization capabilities we have from Power BI, right? Now, all right, so okay, now we are going to add a new page. For adding a new page, I click on this plus icon, but it gave me a blank page. I need the same formatting, header, footer, and everything. So what I'll be doing, I'll be creating a duplicate page. Okay, one thing we missed, let's add that as well. I need to add a confidential message here in the bottom of this footer. So I pick one more, let's say I can use this text box, copy paste, and this one I add here, and I decrease its size, show it only in 9. Okay, and now I change the text here. So I write here note. Okay, so this kind of messages sometimes you prefer to write like confidential messages, like this report has confidential data, so don't share without permission. Now I'll be creating a duplicate page, right? So right click and duplicate page. On this duplicated page, I don't need some of the items. Those I'll be removing, like I don't need these buttons. Okay, select them, do a rectangular select, right? This is called a rectangular select, and delete that. And this background image, what I have, this canvas image also I want to remove. So I'm going to the page formatting, canvas background, and I remove that image and change the page name, make it summary, right? And now this canvas we have, which we can use for creating the visuals. Now here I start with KPIs and the cards first. So I'm going to show you this card visual we use most of the time to show the key insights or the key matrices or the KPIs. So one of the KPI I have, that is sales. So I search my sales here. Oh, where is that? Oh, I do not have the sales. So first let me calculate the sales here. I right click and create a measure, and I call it sales is equal to, I use the sumx, which is like a sum product. In order details table, I'm performing this calculation, which is unit price into quantity. Now the sales measure which is created, that I bring into the data field of this card. And this 1.35 million is the total sales which appears now on this card. I show the measure calculation if you need it. Okay, all right. So now this is the card visual. On the card visual, we can apply the similar formatting. We can change its color, combinations, everything, whatever we need, we can change from here. Its category label also, we can show it in the bold, and we can show its color even in the same way. If you want to change this title, right, it is appearing sales only. If you want to change it, you want to make it total sales, then you need to change the label here, right? So we call it total sales, right? The same will get reflected. Sometimes you may say, I do not want the total sales in the bottom, I want the total sales on top. For that, you need to add a separate text box then, right? Because by default, the category comes in the bottom. If you don't need it in the bottom, then you can turn it off, and you can add a text box on top here, correct? All right, now we are going to add another type of card here, and that is called our multi-row card. This is a single row card. We have next to that multi-row card. Click on it. In this multi-row card, basically, you can display categorization of your sales values. Let's say here, I bring year. So from my orders table, in order date, there is a date hierarchy. I bring the year, right? 3 years are appearing. Now I bring the sales. So I can search my sales measure, and sales is now added. So the bifurcation of the total sales you can see here by different years. And format it, go to the call out value, increasing the size, coloring it, going to cards, and it's here we have some kind of like the formatting. If you want to add some like styles or some outlining you want to do, or if you need a frame, right? So these kind of things you can achieve here. You can change its colors and all, and this accent bar you have that you can change its color and show it, increase its width. Power BI's visualization is all about the how many properties, how many features you know, right? Generally, people would display this data in 3 cards, but within 1 card you are achieving it. And the benefit is, instead of loading 3 visuals, it will be loading only 1 visual. If you go in this way, then you will be able to maintain the performance of your report. Because if you add too many visuals, then those decrease the size of your report, correct? Those degrade the performance of your report. So this is called your multi-row card, correct? So these type of properties are basically specific to the visual. What you do, you select your visual, go to format, and there you can search display unit, because the property name is display unit. If you are able to get the display unit under this, then only you can change that. But unfortunately, this visual doesn't support the display unit level of formatting. Here it will give you the full numbers only, right? So if I go here, yeah, that property is not supported here. Actually, most of the properties are like those are even needed, but Microsoft didn't roll out those. And gradually, Microsoft is adding those features, properties in every month release. That is a very, I would say, much demanded thing. One much demanded thing what you are asking. But in the absence of that, currently what we do, then we take kind of a alternate, and the value what I have, this one, I create another measure, and here I call it sales in million, right? And here what I do, I use my sales value and I divide the sales value by 1 million. Press enter, and instead of the sales, I can bring that sales in million here. Is that the correct I'm showing? I guess yes, 7 to 9, 9, 5, 14. Yeah, that's correct. Sorry, one extra zero is added. Yep, here you see. Now this is your 0.223 million, right? But you do not have that M, that doesn't come here. Even in case if in some cases if you need that M also, for that then again you need to make an arrangement, you need to add the text value with it. But that is not recommended to having the M because you have already added the title here, sales in million, or instead of that you can say sales and million. Got it. So I mean these type of approaches you can take. Most of the properties, most of the visuals are having that display unit functionality inbuilt, right? If you, let's say you for this card, if I search that property display unit here, display unit, right? That comes here. You can show it in thousands, you can show it in millions, billions, right? Trillions, or auto. Generally, we prefer to keep the auto. So now another type of card we have, that is our KPI card, right? Which is next to the multi-row card. KPI card basically serve multiple benefits, right? Instead of adding too many visuals, right? Within one visual, you can achieve everything. Right? Not everything, I would say most of the things. So this visual has some data fields like indicator, trend axis, target goals. So what is the value you want to analyze? I want to analyze the sales value. I bring the sales into the indicator. Now I want to show this KPI visual works only when you have a date field under the trend axis. So I have an order date. I bring the order date under the axis. Now it shows you a trend, right? Up and down in the backend. Any of the visual you can open in a full screen mode. So when I click on this focus mode, you see this visual appears here in the full screen mode, right? So this is your full screen mode. You can see the trend, like how your sales increase, decrease was going on. Now, give me a second. This is not giving me expected result. I'm just trying to figure it out, like why it shows me the sales 3.26 thousand. Ideally, it should show me 1.35 million. That is my total sales. So the numbers we are getting, that's not correct. Okay, so regardless of the number, I need to check it. So seems there is something wrong, something we are missing. I'll check the numbers later, guys. For now, let's just understand its functionality. So ideally, this total sales should appear here. And I want to compare it with my, let's say I have some target or budget or some plans data. So that plan or budget I consider as my target. So I want to compare this actuals with my targets. So for target, I should be having a measure or some data. Currently, I do not have any data. So what I do, I just create a measure into my model and just a dummy value I put there, like I call it target data, right? And I have, let's say the target as $4,000. That's my target. So under the target goals data field, I need to bring the target, add the target here. All right, now you see this. Let me open it into the focus mode. Now you can see its goal is 4,000 and actuals is 3.26 thousand. So which is minus 18.45%. And you can see the trend of it right in the backend. So this one visual is giving you three benefits: showing the actuals, comparing with your targeted values, showing the growth, right, in percentage, and giving you a trend as well in the background of the excess. So these 4 things you can achieve with this one visual. That's the main benefit of this KPI card. Now let me just go to its title, general, and there in the title I can show actual sales progress, right? And I can align it into the center, and these formatting and all I can apply on this data, right? So these are the all KPIs, different KPIs we have added here, correct? Now let me add a separator here, a line, rotating it to 90 degree. Okay, and now I'm going to add more visuals here. So these are the key KPIs generally, we prefer to display on a one side of a report. Now in the rest of the space, I start adding some more visuals, correct? So I just take a quick pause. The numbers you see, this is not making any sense here, 3000. I need to cross check it. I'll go through it again. Okay, so create it, right? Do just practice on it, like how this is added. And just for it's requires a target data. So target, if we were not having the target. So what I did, I just created a target measure, right? Just to provide a hard coded or dummy value 4000. If this target is, let's say, 2000, so automatically the value will convert it in green, right? Because our growth is in positive, means we have achieved more than our target. So automatically this conditional formatting kind of red and green will be automatically changing based on the positive and negatives. So if your growth is in positive, you will see green color. If your growth is negative, then you will see it red color. All right, so now let's add some other visuals. So now we are going to try the donut chart. Donut chart is basically similar to your pie chart, but pie chart doesn't look attractive or good nowadays. So generally we use the donut chart instead of using a pie chart. So donut chart is used for doing the distribution of your data. So now I have this space, and in this space I want to show total sales by category, right? Generally in donut chart, we pick a dimension which has few values. We never select a customer name to display in the donut chart, because in customer name dimension, we may have hundreds or thousands of values, thousands of customer names, right? So any of the dimension field which has very less values, those only we generally use to add on the pie or donut charts, right? So now this visual donut chart has these data fields like legend, values, details. If I scroll it down, tooltip is a common data field for every visual. So these are the 3 main: legend, values, and details. So I want to display what? Sales. Sales is a measurable value, my fact value. So the sales value, measure value, always I add under the values tab. This is total sales, overall sales, which is 1.35 million. Let me just collapse this filter pane to get more space here. This is 1.35. Now I want to distribute it based on categories. So I go to my category, and from here I add the category under the legend. Based on different values, the legend has got separated now. But it becomes very busy now because we are showing, let me open in a focus mode. We are showing here these numbers, the sales and the percentage, right? Generally, we prefer to show only the percentage. So we can go to format, and we can go to the detail labels, and we can show here label contents only the percent of total. Now it becomes very simple to read the numbers, right? It is not having too many overlapping information, right? And this visual now, if I want to format, I again go to its general tab. From their title, I can change whatever the title I want. If I need, let's say, sales by category only, sales by category. Title I can configure, align it into the center. Background color is this, font text color is the white, and I want to add the effects as well. So for that, I go to effects, turning on visual border, shadow, and same settings we apply on this one. Here you go, right? These are the legend values. If you want, you can move them on top, bottom, left, right, wherever. But generally we keep it into the right center. You have the pop option available. If you want, you can go to format legend and you can change the position of your legend. You want it on top, or if you want it, if you want keep it on top, then that all the legend values doesn't come here, right? So what do you want now? You can change them, let's say on the left side, right, or any other side wherever you need them. It's all up to you. So let's keep it right center, which is the default one. And this category appears here as title appears category name, right? I want to show only category, so you can rename this label here, show only category, remove the name word from here. All right, now once any of the visual you have created, you can change its type. Let's say now you want to show this visual instead of donut in a bar chart. So you have these visuals available here. You can pick the bar, and then same visual will get converted to the bar chart or a column chart or a tree map, right? So similar formatting, whatever you applied, that will be applicable to all the visuals. So this is my donut. And now let's say I want to show top 10 customers, right? I want to show top 10 customers. So rather than I create a blank visual again, and I spend again a few minutes on that to prepare or to like modify everything, I'll just copy paste this one, right? And I place that here. And now I convert it into the bar chart. Now here I need sales, but instead of category in excess, I need here customer names. So I bring the customer from the customers table. Contact name is a customer. Let me rename it, double click and change the label here. This is customer. And the title here, you see it is coming as sales by category. That should also be changed. Sales by customer. Okay. Now, currently it is giving you a slider, right? You have all the hundreds of customers here, but you want to see only top 10. So you select the visual, you go to filters pane, and here you have one more category visible now that's called filter on this visual. So this specific visual now you can filter on customer. So you expand the customer filter. From here, you change the basic filtering, you choose top N, and you enter the items, top 10 you need, top 10, top 20, top 5, whatever, top 10 customers, and based on by which value, by sales value. So you need to bring your sales here and click on apply filter. And now your customers got filtered here for top 10 customers only. So only the 10 customers are visible here. The title, you see x-axis showing sales, y-axis showing customer. These titles are self-explanatory. We don't need these titles. So you can go to the visual properties. In y-axis, there is a title tab. You can turn it off. And in y-axis also, there is a title tab. You can turn that off. That's how you get more space to display your data. And I want to show the numbers in front of the bars. For that, we can enable the data labels, right? Data label will appear automatically in front of your bars. If you want to display the data labels on your inside the bar like this, or outside the bar, or wherever, or if you want, you can keep auto, right? So these are your top 10 customers. Or you can change the title here. You can say top 10 customers. Let's call it out. All right, done. Okay, so now I'm going to add a line chart. Line chart is mainly used for showing the trend, right? So, and for the comparison purpose as well. So in this line chart, now we have our axis and the values. I'm going to bring order date under the axis. When I add order date under axis, it comes by default like a hierarchy. I right click on the order date here and choose order date, not a date hierarchy. Right now I have a day order date here, and under the values, I'm going to add the sales. Now it gives me a continuous trend of my sales value ups and downs. And now I want to highlight some of the kind of like the outliers, or where I have a sudden spike in the data, or the title. I want to apply the similar formatting, and it's x-axis, y-axis title I want to turn off. So in short, I want to apply the formatting of this visual here. So I select my bar chart and click on Format Painter, and I apply the formatting on the line. and the formatting gets applied here. And here you go. Same formatting applied quickly. You don't need to again and again change the settings, but you should be very careful when you are applying the format painter on different type of visual, right? Although it is recommended to apply on a similar type of visuals, but on different type of visual, if you are making it, and if some other visual or some other look and feel is getting changed, then you need to undo and you need to do it manually. So this shows now sales by order date, and it is highlighting some sudden spike trends as well. Like on this particular date, means on 17th April 1998, the sales reached to $31,000 per day, right? So this is your line chart. Now, so we are going to have details page here. So for that, I create this. I create a duplicate of the summary page. Right click on summary and create a duplicate, and change the name. Call it details, and let's remove all the visuals. All right. Now this space will be using for a detailed visualization, or I would say kind of to display the data in a tabular or in a pivot format. So business users need the data to view in tabular or in the kind of like a pivot view. So for that purpose, we have two visuals. One is called table, another is matrix. When you click on table, let's get added, and let's adjust this space like this. Now in this table, I'm going to bring country name, category name, and sales.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Right. If we want to increase the size of it, we can go to the format, and from its values, we increase the size of value and increase the size of the header, column headers, and make it bold. Now here you look at this data, right? And after looking at this data, you can now see we have country, and for each category, your sales is appearing. So country is appearing here 7 times because we have the 7 categories. So against each category, this country is appearing here. Now, if you want to find out what is the total sales in Poland for beverages category, so I need to find that, right? So it is little challenging for me. So I scroll it down and find where is the Poland. Okay, here is Poland. Then where is beverages? This one, and the sales is 828. Right? So that's how I find it. I scroll down and I struggle with it, right, to find it. If I use the matrix visual now here, the similar 3 columns I'll be using in matrix to show you apple to apple comparison between the visuals. Now here I bring sales under the values, and I bring category under the columns, and I bring country under the rows. And if I increase the size of values and I increase the size of the column headers, and now if I ask you to find sales of Poland for beverages, that's very quick. You quickly see the data here and you see here is your 828, right? So matrix is an advanced version of your tabular data, right? With the matrix, you can quickly find the data, you can get the data, you can display the data in row and columns format. So whatever you achieve through a table, that you can achieve through a matrix easily. So I remove the table from here because matrix makes more sense. Now I increase its size. In this matrix, now currently I see country and categories, but I want to add city as well. I want to see under Argentina how many cities I have, or let's say instead of city, I want to bring the customer names here. So under the rows, I can add another column here that's called the contact name, means customer name. Let me rename it. customer. Once I have more than one more than one column into the rows data field, I get this plus icon, which is to expand it. Inside Argentina, I have these 3 customers, and these 3 customers sales in detail I can see here. Now the matrix gives you column level totals, row level totals, and grand totals. So matrix gives you additional control on the totaling side. If you are interested to see Poland customers, just expand it, and in Poland you have only one customer, right? So that's how you can view or you can control the summary. This is just a summary. If you want to see the detailed of all the countries customer you want to see in one go, you can right click here on the country, expand, and expand all the customers. Here you go. For all countries, customer level data has been expanded, and you get a very granular level data, right? Detailed level data, right? Now, if you notice here, when the customer name is appearing here within the same column, right? Customer name appears in the same column, just a little indented, right? But I need a separate column for the customer. So in such case, you simply go to the format, and under its row headers, there is a property called here. Let me find here. The property name is, it's difficult to remember all properties names. So yeah, that's here. A stepped layout. Under the options, it is a step layout. So I turn off it, and now you get your column customer in a separate column now, right? So now your matrix is ready, and it gives you more control on the tabular data. Full tabular details you can display here. And now I can go to General tab, add a title for this, and I add a title here like tabular view, aligning into the center. Background is this, and text color is this. There you go. This is your tabular view. All right, so let's continue. Okay, now the data you see here, right? It's all appearing on the granular level. Now you want to make some color coding into it, right? You want to highlight like where the sales is less than $1,000. That means you are underperforming in that particular category and country. So wherever the sales is less than 1,000, those you want to highlight in red. And wherever the sales is more than 1,000, that you want to highlight in green. So let's highlight those numbers here. So for that, you go to the data fields, values data fields, right click on the sales, and there you see called conditional formatting. You see multiple type of conditional formatting here. For now, we select background color. Now in this window, you need to change the format style on the rules. And here you define the rules based on the sales field. So if your sales value is greater than 0, change it to number, and it is less than $1,000, right? So it should appear in red. Add a new rule. If your sales is more than $1,000 number, make sure you change it to number instead of percentage, and it is less than to 9999 because it is a mandatory field. So you need to enter a big number here, a big value, like multiple time nines you can enter, and that should be in green. So green doesn't appear into this color palette, but you can click on more colors. From the more colors, you can pick more color, or you can provide the color codes here. I pick this green color and click OK. Here you go. So these all are the red colors where you see the sales is less than $1,000, and green means where the sales is more than $100, more than $1,000. This is called conditional formatting. Here you right click, conditional formatting, background color, and this condition you need to apply here. All right, so now save your work. Currently we have these 2 pages created, although in these 2 pages, 3 pages, let's consider, right? We have learned a lot of features, and still I would say we are not achieved 50% of the visualization capabilities, right? So visualization is very, very in-depth in Power BI. There is no tool, right, which you can compare with the visualization. Even Tableau has lots of capabilities, but Tableau's visualization is also not that much flexible and easy for any non-technical person, right? Business users can also use Power BI for doing visualization without having too much understanding, too much technical knowledge. The way Microsoft created or developed the Power BI is like very easy to use, and it's very easy to adopt for anyone, right?
Now we are going to create a duplicate page for trend. So for this details page, I right click and making a duplicate of it, remove this visual. And now I want to show some other visuals here, and in which we will be trying to show trend data, right? Like multiple years or month wise or quarter wise trend, the data trend or the sales trend. So let me rename the page, double click and make it trend. And now here for showing trend, we have the best visual called the column charts, right? Column charts, area charts are, and the line charts are considered best for doing the trend analysis. So you can use the waterfall chart as well to track your trend, to understand it, understand the trend. So I picked this waterfall chart here. Waterfall chart is the first row, first chart and third row, right? So in this waterfall, generally waterfall chart we use to analyze the trend or analyze the increase or decrease in any of our dimension value or in our fact value, and based on the different dimensions. So here this visual has multiple type of categories here. So multiple type of data field like category breakdown, and it has a option here called, you can see, yeah, y-axis, what you want to show here. So let's start analyzing something here. So first of all, I want to just analyze the sales, right? How the sales or the revenue for me is increasing, decreasing. So I bring the sales, and now I'm going to add category. Now you can see this is kind of like the total sales. Let me turn on the data label for it. From the properties, I turn on data labels. Now you can see the total sales we have 1.35 million, right? And to make this 1.35 million sales, we are having the sales values from each categories like this, right? So it means the sum of all these categories is equal to 1.35 million. Now, when you want to further break down this trend, right? So currently you see this beverages is like, for example, from this or another is your dairy products. You see that beverages sales was this and dairy product sales is this, but you want to further break down it. You want to see, you want to analyze like in 1997, how was the beverages sales, and in 1998, whether it's increased or decreased. That we want to analyze. So what I do in this visuals breakdown section, I move the category here, and in category section, I add the date, year. From the order date, I can pick the year field. Now this is added here. And now if you notice, let me just make it in a full screen mode. And now if you see here, you have 1996, 1997, and 1998. Now, if I hover on this particular category, this is your dairy products. So dairy products sales in 1996 was 44,000, right? It was 44,000, and in 1997 it increased to 123,000, which is almost 177% increased, right? So you can find a trend like from 1996 to 1997, your sales trend for categories was uptrend, means you are heading into the up, into the increase or in the upward trend. But from 97 to 98, you had started getting the loss. And now you can see in which category you had the maximum loss. So if you hover on it, you see that this category shows you 33% minus. Means this year in 1998, you have the sales in dairy products of 82,000, and last year it was 123,000, right? So that's how, I mean, this visual is showing you the comparison. It is showing you the trend, right? How you are increasing or decreasing in the numbers. This yellow section here, you see, this is basically other, means it, this visual waterfall chart show only 5 categories. If you have more than 5 categories, then all those categories it group together and show other here, right? You see other is appearing here as well and here as well, right? So in this case, if you do not want this other, you want to just find out like how the increase decrease happened for 4 products, right? Four product categories. So that further you need to control through the filter. You would have, let's suppose, a filter here added. I can add a slicer.
Now in this slicer, I want to show categories, and I make it a drop down slicer, and I change its name, just call it category filter, and I put this filter here within this visual. So now this visual is this category filter is something which will be just filtering the data only in this. And to give me the same look of this, I go to the slicer header and make this header as bold so that it's highlighted properly. Now, suppose currently it is showing you the value in other as well, but you want to just compare here, for example, beverages, dairy products with press control and select multiple categories here. So I select these 4 categories. In these 4 categories only, I want to do my analysis now. So you can see all 1996 to 1997, your sales trend was increasing, but 97 to 98, there was like only one category which was in green, means which was still showing you the upward trend, means beverages. In 1997, the sales was 110, and in 1998, it is 122,000, which is 10% increase from 97 to 98. Other than beverages, all other categories are giving you the loss. Seafood is giving you 31% decrease. This is showing you 31%. This is also showing you 33% decrease, right? So that's how this visual gives you kind of like more benefits or more flexibility to analyze your data. And as this visual can show only 5 items at a time, so that you can control with having a filter that will be filtering the data for this visual only. Got it? That's how you analyze the data. And these titles which you see here, year and sale, these doesn't matter. These doesn't need it. If these are not needed here, right? Even these doesn't matter here for you, because it's very obvious, like you are showing the sales and category sales in year here on the x-axis. So these you can turn off. You can go to x-axis, and in x-axis you have a title. Similarly, you can go to y-axis, and in y-axis also you have a title. Generally, we do not show because it consumes lots of space, unnecessary space. And now the same formatting, if I need, I can apply it from this visual, right? I mean, on the header and everything that you can customize as per your need. Got it? How do we create a waterfall chart, and how it helps us, how we can utilize a slicer as well along with the chart. So all of you just create this one. All of you create it and let me know once it is done in the chat window. You need to create a new page. In the new page, you need to bring the waterfall chart, add the visuals, and then add a slicer. This slicer should filter the data here, and you should be able to see like beverages is the only product which is in next year also, which is giving you the positive trend. All right, now let's add another chart here. All right, now another chart here I'm going to add, which is a column chart. So I bring this cluster column chart, adjust its size. Okay, and now here I want to show, okay, on x-axis here, again, I want to show my category, right? And now on y-axis, so now y-axis seems here for me the values. So on y-axis means the values I want to show here as sales, correct? So you can see for the selected categories only, data is getting filtered. Means if you have selected some filter in this category filter, then this filter is affecting the data of this visual as well. That I do not want, right? Means in this visual, I want to show all the categories data. So what I'll do, I'll just disable the interaction of this filter with this visual, right? So there is an interaction between this filter and this visual. So that interaction of that link we will just disable. And how you disable the interactions? I select the slicer first of all, and then I go to the format tab here on top, and then go to edit interactions. Now, after turning on the edit interaction, you will see some buttons here, right? So these are the interaction buttons. These are the slicer buttons. And for this visual, I see the button is here. Or if it's not coming properly, then you can make it small because the visuals were getting overlapped. So first, now you can clearly see for this visual, currently I have selected filter. And now this visual has these 2 options, filter and none. So currently the highlighted one is filter, means currently the interaction is filtered in these visual. When I select none, now the interaction is disabled, and you see all the categories in this column chart.
Although in filter, 4 categories are selected, but those categories are not filtering, not affecting the this visual data, correct? And to turn off these buttons, which you see here on these, you need to again click on edit interaction. That goes out, and now you can move this visual back to its original position. You can apply the similar formatting on this. There you go, done. So now this filter has 4 values selected, and this filter is just filtering the data only in this visual. This is not filtering data here. No, this is not filtering. Got it? That's how you manage the interactions between the visuals. And currently this visual is showing me category wise sales transactions, right? But I want to further distribute it. I want to see the trend by different quarters, right? So what I'll be doing here in its legend, I can bring year, or maybe I can bring quarter based on whatever the feed you want to see. So I bring the year here from orders table. I can add year under the legend. Now I will see here 3 columns for each category, 3 columns for each category, 1 for each year, correct? And now if these data labels are overlapping or these are not appearing here properly, so either you can turn them off or you can make them vertical, right? So if these are overlapping, so this is not recommended that you show these in overlapping mode, because that your business users, your report viewers can raise some concern about it. So what you can do about the data labels, you can go to its orientation and you can make them in vertical. So these are got converted in a vertical format, and now these are not overlapping. You can easily read the numbers here, right? Yeah, of course, now you need to like a little move your neck as well to read it, but at least in case if your users want and they do not want to see the overlapping, then you can display the data like this. If they say no, this is not the right, this is not good for them, they want to see in a horizontal manner, then what you can do, you can, if they are agreed to have a scroller here, then you can increase the spacing between these columns, right? How? You go to then in the columns property, and under the columns property you have the spacing tab. From here you can increase or decrease the inner padding. So I increase the inner padding, the space is increased more, right? And the minimum category width means the width of these categories, you can increase that. It is 20 point, currently I make it 50, or if I make it, let's say 70, you got this scroller now, right? Which you can easily use to navigate it, and you will have now, if I decrease it, you will have proper spacing on it. And let me increase it more, let me make it 90. Yeah, now at least you got the width of these sufficient, and now you got a scroller which you can use to analyze your data easily, right? So if your users are agree to scroll, then sometimes you can manage your data to display with the spacing property as well. All right, so just build the same thing here. You will understand how sometimes if your users want the label as well and those are overlapping, so with the help of spacing and scrolling, you can easily manage it and disable the data interaction as well. So build the same thing and let me know in case if you're stuck somewhere or if any property you are not understanding. All right, now let's see the another visual here, another page. Now we are going to have another page, and that page name is for us comparison, right? So here I'm going to build this another page. So I duplicate this and remove these visuals, and now I'm going to create here another visuals, and those visuals we have already created in my another PBIX where we were learning about the DAX. So this is our comparison. Okay, now here I want to add the visuals like for my current year and for my previous year sales, right? So to show the comparison of current year versus last year, what we need, first of all, we need to create the measures, right? If I open my other PBIX files, there you will see them. Okay, so let me open this one. So the similar visual we want to build in our PBIX file, right? This shows us a comparison of current year versus previous year. So for this, what we need, first of all, we should have the similar visuals or similar calculations there. Once we'll be having the same fields, right, same measures, then we can copy paste these visuals directly. So in this, if you want, you can rebuild everything from scratch here, right? And now I'm going to show you, suppose if you have built something in one report
or you have some formulas, some expressions or some visuals in your another PBIX file, then how you can migrate them, how you can like with the shortest way, how you can copy paste them. So if I need the visuals, if I need these visuals here, so first of all, the underlying measures should be there. So if I go here to see current year sales, this measure I need first of all, and this measure is dependent on my master date table. So I need to replicate the same thing there. How? Because I do not have master date table currently here, right? So I need this measure is my deriving measure, and this measure is dependent on sales measure. Sales measure I already have here. This is my sales measure, and its name is little different that I can change here. I copy this measure and I change the measure name here, right? When I update my measure name, everything will get changed automatically. So it is throwing some error, what it says. Oh, sorry, extra bracket I copied. Correct. So this is done. So my sales measure is changed. Now I need this date master table. So that same date master table I need to build there. So I copy paste this one and creating a new table here. These are very common scenarios when you will be like moving your one table or calculations or visuals from this file to another file, right? So that's you, it's been created. Now the next after this, you need to set up the relationship of this. Then to set up the relationship, now you go to your date master table and you need to link this table with the order state. Once this relationship is done, then you are all set now to create this measure. So you select it, copy it, and here you go in this table, and in any of the table you can create a measure now. Measures can reside in any table. Sorry, I didn't copy that properly actually. Let me copy it again. This one I needed to copy actually. Okay, but it is showing me a key measures table. I do not have the key measures table. My measure exists in my order details table. So I can pass my order details table name here. That's how you need to make these adjustments. You need to move the content from one file to other file. So your current year measure is now ready, and that you can display here. So you can copy this visual, and you can paste it here. And now you need to click on fix this. Okay, sorry, let me do that again. Why didn't copy it exactly? I copy this. Oh, okay. I'm not having actually the measure table. This measure table is also needed. So let me build this measure table as well. Same way, copy the name of this. And here I'm going to build a new table, enter data, define the table name, load it. And now I move this current year measure in key measures. Once it's moved here, then this column I can hide. And now this becomes the key measure table. So ideally this should be copy pasted now. I mean, your visual should be copy pasted now because you have got the similar structure of your data here. Let's try again, copy that and paste it here. Here you go, right? So you got that copy pasted here easily because this one, the table structure, field structure, everything should be same because when this field is added here, it has a reference of key measures table. So in key measures, you have this measure available, right? So similar structure is needed whenever you are migrating or moving your visuals. Now, same way you can move your last year calculation, copy this calculation from there and create a new measure here, paste, and now move your visual. Just copy this and paste it. There you go. Same way you can copy the other stuff. So let me copy variance. Well, there is another way as well for reusing the data sets that I'll be showing you. So now I copy it. So you can start doing the same thing. Meanwhile, I'm following it in my PBIX. You can start doing it in your PBIX. This way give you the understanding like how the content is built and how you can copy or move the similar stuff in your other PBIX files. Sometimes you will be, let's say your colleague has made some calculation or some visual, and that calculation visual you also need in your report. So this is the quickest way how you can get it. Means you don't need to do everything from scratch. You can just get the formulas or everything and start copy pasting that content in your. But for copy pasting also, you need to understand that what kind of adjustments are needed. And now this visual I need, so I copy it and I paste it here. And in one go, it's created. Done. So you need to, I hope you guys are having your DAX file, right? The same file. Do you have this one in your machine? Because from here only you will be copy pasting it, and we need to understand how do we move the content, so you would understand like how you can sometimes copy the content from one page or one report to another report, how you need to, which all things are needed for copy pasting the visuals from one PBIX to other PBIXs. Now question. All right, so now I go to the home page, and with home page we want to link these buttons. So for linking the buttons, simply pick your button, and then I go to the action tab, turn on action, go inside the section, and here you need to choose the action type. I choose page navigation, and now the destination page you need to choose here. Means if you click on the summary button, then which page you want to open. Here you will see all your pages which you have, all those pages will appear here. Now you can choose summary page because we want to link the summary page with the summary button. Now, same way we will be linking the other pages. If I want to click on the summary page, then first of all, I need to press control key from your keyboard and then click on the button. When I click on button, it take me to the summary page here. Means it is navigating to the summary page. Now, when you are navigated to the summary page, from here you want to go back. Although you can directly select this button and you can directly click the home page to go back to previous page, but if you want to give a kind of a website look to your reports, or you want to give a kind of a web pages style to your reports, then you would like to add a back button here. So I insert a back button. From the buttons tab I can add a back button icon, and this button I can place somewhere here, right? And its style I change its line color. It should have a line color. Its icon I change icon color, I make it white. Right now I got this back button. If I want, I can paste the same back button on the other pages as well. So on this page also I paste it, copy paste. Here also I paste it, and on this page also I paste it. Right now what I can do, I can hide these pages so that my users do not get the access of these pages directly. Right click and hide them. These pages are hidden.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And now only the home page will be displayed to the users. They will be clicking on the buttons, press control and click on buttons. They will analyze the data here, and if they want to go back, they will click on this button again, press control and click on this. It takes them to the previous or the home page. So this is how you can create a navigational analysis. Now link the other pages same way. Turn on action, page navigation, and here the destination should be trend with trend button. So all of you, please link your buttons and hide the other pages, and make sure you add a back button on the pages. So now all the buttons are linked now. If I want to see comparison, I click on comparison, it takes me here, and from here I can go back. So you have created these interactions or these navigations between the pages using buttons. Here you are pressing the control key to open up, to click on the button, but in Power BI service you don't need to press the control. Without pressing control key, your buttons will be working. So this is the action property which you need to choose. Select page navigation and your page name to link with this button. So all of you, link buttons with the pages, add a back button on each page, and hide your pages. It takes you to the just previous page from where you came here. If you want to always move it on the home button or on the home page, then you need to mark the page navigation and home page. So always this button will be moving you to the home page. Then you can adjust this setting. And your business users now won't see these pages. These pages you have hidden, so they will not be able to click on these buttons here. They will see only home page, and on home page buttons they will be clicking, and then they will be jumping here on these pages. Okay. Once this is done, now we need to save as this report. Go to file and save as. We are going to save as it with a different name. So I'll go to the folder, save this report with a different name, and put your name, or put your name after the report, like demo data visualization underscore your name, because now we are going to publish it in a workspace. And now let's publish it. So do you have Power BI Pro licenses on your email ID, on your organizational email account? Okay, so let's try. Let's see how we log in for that. So all of you need to log in Power BI service. And how do you log in? First of all, you need to log in the Power BI desktop here.
So this one I can close, this I need only. So in Power BI Desktop now, you need to sign in here, right? So in Power BI Desktop, do you see the sign in button right here? Just click on this. And now you get a section here to put your email address. So you can enter your email addresses here, or you can enter your organizational email address. So if you want, you can use your organizational email address, enter email address, and then provide the password. Done. Once you are logged in, you will see the name here. So first, I think you can try with your organizational account ID, right? Try with your organizational email ID here, log in. Now, all of you go to Power BI Desktop, and under the Home tab, you see the Publish button. Just hit this Publish button. It will be asking to save your changes, save them. And then here you can choose a workspace. So by default, you will see your My Workspace. All of you will see My Workspace. So you can choose My Workspace and publish the report there. And the report will be published. The report you created, that will be published in your personal workspace. Once it is published, you will see a success message like this. And then you need to go to your Power BI service, go to My Workspace, or go to a Workspaces tab, and then My Workspace. And here you will see your report. So your report name was whatever the report name you said provided there. You can search here into the search box, and you will see your report name. So it was 20, my report name was 22 April. Based on the keywords, you can search basically. And if I go to all tab here, you will see these two objects. One is a data set here, and another is a report. So these two things you see, data set is red color, right? And this report is blue color. So after publishing the report in Power BI service, you see your these two objects got separated. In Power BI Desktop, you see them together. But once you publish your report in service, then these got separated. Data set got separated. In dataset, you have all your data, tables, columns, relationships, DAX, everything remains in the dataset. And this dataset is feeding the data to the report, to your visuals. Have you all deployed? Let me know guys quickly. You see these two objects here? Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, now all of you open your report, click on the report, and now you can access your report here. You can see all the visuals, you can interact. And if you notice, you do not see the other pages here. You see only the home page, the landing page. Other pages for summary, details, trend, and comparison, those are not appearing here now. Why? Because you have hide those pages, and to access the page, to access the data, you have linked those pages with these buttons. So if you want, or if your users wants to access the pages, then you need to hit the button. When you hit these buttons, only then you will be able to access those pages. So generally, we do not show all the pages in our report, right? Although if you notice here, it is showing page 1 of 5. That means you have total 5 pages in your report, but only 1 page is visible, rest 4 are hidden. And how you can access those 4 hidden pages? With the help of these button clicks, right? So these kind of possibilities you have, where you can set on kind of a navigational analysis, means you can allow your users to click here to see that, click here to go there, right? Like how you can allow them to go from one page to another pages. Now from Power BI service, you can start once your report is published here. So that means your report is deployed in Power BI service. And what Power BI service is, why we use it, what are the other features, that we'll see later. But for now, let's say you want to share your report with your report viewers, or with your managers, or within your team with someone. For that purpose, in Power BI service, you have a share button. You can hit the share, and now your report you can share with anyone. Just enter the email address of the person. So let's say if I want to share this report with, so if I enter here the name, so let's say I want to share this report with Harry, enter the name or the email address. Okay, and here you will see all the email addresses based on your organization Active Directory or AD users. All users will appear here. And then you can hit send. When you hit send, they will receive an email notification with the link of this report, and they can click on that link which they get in the email, and they will have the access. They will be able to see this report in Power BI service here, but they must have the Power BI Pro license. So sharing is a pro feature, means if you are sharing or if you are accessing any shared content, right? Everybody should have Power BI Pro license. Being a free user, you cannot share with anyone, right? Free is your kind of for self use. You cannot share. Okay. Now, let's say you want to make any changes in the report, right? Or your report viewers asked for some changes, and those changes you want to make here. For that, you need to go back to Power BI desktop, and in Power BI desktop, you make the changes here because you will be having this PBX file in your system. So you can make the changes in the data set level, in the tables, adding column or changing the formula, adding new measure, new formula, or making any change in the visual level. So let's say your user got asked to have some kind of like more charts, right? So it's not possible to provide a chart for each and every visual, right? That is not practically possible because your business users, your report viewers can have hundreds of questions, right? And that is totally valid, right? Their ask is totally valid, but we cannot have a chart for everything, right? So in such cases where your business users are demanding a lot and they need some kind of flexibility to do some self-serve capabilities they need, so you can provide them a functionality called Q&A. Here you see there is an option called Q&A. There is a visual. If you add this, this will automatically generate some questions. Increase its size and place it here. So on the home page, you are providing this Q&A box. In this Q&A box, they can type their question and they can get the answer. And this Q&A visual works based on the natural language query. Microsoft claimed that this is their AI-based visual, where behind the scene, this visual has some algorithms. Based on the algorithms, it understands your question, the keywords which you use based on the defined keywords. It interpret your question, right? And then it give you the answer in a visualization format. This visual is very powerful basically, and it is kind of like a user's favorite thing because for whatever the questions they want, or sometimes they want to prepare their PowerPoint slides. Just think about it like sales executives, right? They want to prepare lots of their presentations, PowerPoints to present in different calls, different meetings, board meetings, network meetings, director meetings, right? So for that purpose, they want kind of like they can ask a question, get the visual, and then they want to take the screenshot and add it in their PowerPoint. In such cases, this visual helps them a lot. Or if they want to present it and randomly any question comes to their mind and they want to like trial, or they want to like kind of like dig deep in their data, so this visual provides them a free hand of analysis. You have some suggested questions. These questions are suggested by Power BI, although these questions can be customized. These are kind of like FAQ, frequently asked question. You can customize these, right? If you want to like find out how many total units we have in stock, you hit this button and it tells you like you have total 3,119 stocks, but for which product? If you want to say how much stock you have for product, let's say for Chang is a product, right? So you can ask a question here. You can say total unit in stock for product where product name is Chang. Sorry, CHANG. So you have total 17 units right now available for Chang, right? Or if you want to find out how much available stock you have for chai, so you can search here. Total unit stock for chai. You have 39 units, 39 quantities available for this particular product, right? That's how this visual give them the flexibility to do any kind of questionnaire with the data. If they want to find out, let's say they want to see total sales by country, so they can write a question here, show me total sales by country, and it shows them the data here. Show me total sales by country. It shows in a visualization manner. If let's say we want to see only top 5 countries, okay, type here top 5 country by sales. These are the top 5 countries. If I want to see this data in a donut chart, at the end of your question, you can mention the chart name as donut chart, right? If you want to see the customers list, you want to see all customers, simply say list of customers. All right. So it's kind of a free hand or a self-service visual where they can ask the questions, they can do any kind of analysis, whatever they want. Correct. So let's say I have asked some change, I have added some changes, added some visuals here, and now this one I want to republish to my Power BI service, right? So again, I hit the publish button after making the change. It asks me to save, and again I publish it in my workspace. And when I publish it my workspace, it asks that you already have a data set and report name exist with this. So do you want to replace that? Yes, I want to replace. And now the existing report will get replaced by this new one. So now new report will get published. It's done. Now I can go to Power BI service. And when I refresh my report here, I will see that Q&A visual on my homepage. Here you see. Right now, my users can ask the questions here. If they want to know, let's say, what is the total sales by category, they can ask the questions here. Total sales by category. It's very funny. I don't know why it's behaving like this. Let me refresh the page. On Notepad, it is working fine. Only here it is giving me some issue. It's basically the cursor is moving here and there, right? So that's the purpose of this visual here, basically, to allow them to ask any kind of questions, random questions they can ask here. Ad hoc analysis they can do from here. All right. So all of you publish report in your workspace, add some chart. You can add this Q&A chart, and again publish your report and replace the existing data set. That's how you republish or redeploy your changes in Power BI service. Done. All right. Okay. Now we are going to add in our Power BI desktop here. We are going to add few more functionalities, and those are like drill down, bookmark, think slicers, selection pane, and performance analyzer. Right. So these are the things which we'll be exploring. All right. These are also related to visualization, where you get more benefit of navigating the data across all these pages. Now let's continue. We are going to see what is drill through functionality. So drill through is also a navigation which allows us to go from one page to another page. But drill through, along with navigation, it gives us data filtration capability also. Means along with the navigation, we can filter the data also on the navigated page. So let's see how do we implement it. So for example, here you can see you have all this categories, right? Top 10 customers. So based on the selected customer or based on the selected category, I want to see this detailed data. So means my users wants to see this data for a particular category or for a particular customer, right? So what we need, we want to allow them to drill from this page to this page, and based on the data field where they click. So if they want to see the detailed data, means they want to see for seafood, they want to see all the data on the details page. So here the data should appear only for the seafoods category, right? So how do we enable that? For that, we can just select our details page, and on details page we add the category under the drill through, because this is the category field based on we want to drill from one page to another page. So based on the category we want it, so we go to details page on our destination page, and in this details page here we have a section called drill through filters. So you need to add your drill through field. So based on which field you want to enable the drill through, based on category. So you add the category here, and that's it. Once it's added, by default it adds a back button here. You don't need this back button because you have already added it, so you can delete that, right? And now if you go to summary page and you hover on your category, you see on the tooltip it is showing you a message, right click to drill through. That means something you can analyze, something you can drill by doing the right clicks here. So if you right click on seafood, you get this drill through option, and under the drill through it is showing the reference of your details page. When you click on this page, it will take you to the details page, and here you see all the data for seafood category only, right? Other categories data is not appearing. Why? Because behind the scene data has got filtered based on the selected category on the summary page, and behind the scene it applies a filter here. If you want, you can see behind the scene it applies a filter, but this filter will not be visible to you. This filter will not be visible to your users, right? This is kind of behind the scene which will be working. Right now, similar way, if let's say if I add year, I added year as well. Again, this back button is added that I don't need. And now based on the date field, okay, so actually year I was not showing anywhere. I thought of like year I'm showing somewhere. Okay, not on year, it's based on customer name. So let me remove year from here and adding the customer name. I added another field called customer name, remove this back button. And now based on the customer names, if I right click on customer names, then I see the drill through and I can click on details. It will take us to the details page, and it will show me the data only for the selected customer. For selected customer data, I can see here in the tabular format.
correct? So this is the benefit of using the drill through, which takes us from one page to the other pages. Got it? So you can just apply this drill through now in your visuals and see how it is working, and make sure that you are able to understand the purpose of this functionality. Now let's see what is drill down. Well, most of the time people get confusion about between drill down and drill through, right? So drill through is navigating from one page to another page with applying the filters, and drill down is something which you use within the same visual, right? Means within same visual, if you are getting a summary or a high level information and you want to dig deep, you want to get a detailed level of information, then you use the drill down. So for example, let me find a visual. Okay, here also we need to change the order date. We need to bring this date also from our order date master, add the year from order master date. Okay, so let's see that here. So now under this top 10 customers visual, currently you are showing 10 customers, your top 10 customers based on sales. But now I want to find out that these top 10 customers are doing the business in which category. Means if you see top 10, first customer is your host clause, which is having the sales $117,000, right? $117,000. So we want to see that in different categories how it did the business, right? Or here I want to find, like, let's say for this customer, which all products this customer has bought, correct? Which products this customer has bought. So that I want to analyze. So what I'll do within the same visual, this is giving me a kind of a high level information, but I need the next level, right? Or more detailed information. So any other table field I can bring under the access. So currently it shows only customer. If I need, I can add the product name under the customer now. Generally, we prefer to add the fields here from the similar table, but if you have proper relationship and data flow is proper in the relationship, then you can add the fields from the other table like we are trying to add. So when I add it here, right, you have now more than one field in your access. Now your visual has got these drill down buttons enabled, right? Earlier these buttons were not enabled. Now when you have more than one field in access, it shows by default these drill down. Now currently it is showing only customers level data. So if I want to see host clause products wise data, so I want to go in the next level in this hierarchy, I need to turn on the drill down first. So click on the second button, drill down is on, and now you can click on host clause. When you click on it, it takes you to the next level, and here you see all the products which have been purchased by that customer. So these all are the products, and you can see their sales. So that 117 sales bifurcation, you can see product wise here. And all the data across all the visuals, you see the data is for host clause. So host clause total sales is 117,000, and that bifurcation you have here. Now let's say here you want to see all the products of beverages category only. So then you can click on beverages here, and here you see all these highlighted products. You see these are from the beverages, right? Which are highlighted. These are the beverages product out of all, correct? And currently when I'm slicing dicing this data, it is highlighting this visual. If you say no, instead of highlight, it should filter the data in this visual. So then again you use the edit interaction. I can go here to format, edit interaction, and currently the interaction of this visual is highlight. So I change it, I make it filter, turn off the interaction, and now you see it's showing all the products. But when I select beverages category, it shows it data got filtered, and only the filtered products I'm seeing. Means host clause has 38,000 beverages, and those beverages products you can see here. All these are the beverages category product, correct? So that's how you do slicing, dicing in the data. You do drill down on the data. If you want to go up in your hierarchy, you click on this drill up in this visual. It takes you to the again on the customer level. Right now, if you want to expand all in one go, then you have few more buttons here, which generally you use on your date type of columns, or on kind of like on a different type of columns. Like for example, you have relational columns like category, subcategory, and product, right? These are of the related products, related fields. So where you use these, there you use these other buttons here. But this is how you use the drill down. At one time, based on one field only, you can turn on the drill down. Means let's say now you, for Philip customer, you want to see it's detailed on the product level. You click on its bar and it takes you to the product level here, correct? So that's how this drill down is taking you to the next level in the hierarchy or the previous level if you're in your hierarchy within this visual only. Got it? By default, drill down is enabled on all the date type of visuals. So for example, if you have this visual, currently it is showing a continuous hierarchy here. If from the axis, if I change this, this is also, okay, let me replace this. I need to add this from the axis table. So when you add a date type here, it by default shows this date hierarchy, year, quarter, month, and day. So currently the data you see here, it's appearing on the year level. If you want to see it on a next level, then you need to turn on the hierarchy and now click on, let's say 1997. So now you see quarter wise trend for 1997. If you say I want to see the trend of all the years, then you click on this button, take you to the next level, means the quarters trend is appearing, but it is having the quarter of all years, means 96 quarter, 96 quarter one, 1997 quarter one, 1998 quarter one. If you need that each year's quarter should be separated, then you use this expand all down one level in the hierarchy. Now you see this is 1996, 1997, each quarter's trend is explored. If you click once again, then it will take you to the month level in the hierarchy. This is the month level in hierarchy now. If you click again, then it will take you to the day level. That's what we were seeing earlier, correct? So these are your drill down features. If anybody wants to see only month view, they can have their report here. If they want to see quarter wise view, they can have this report here, right? So in any way you can utilize these drill downs. All right, so build these drill downs, right? Explore it. Like I just enabled the drill down in my top 10 customer. I added the product name, and here in this visual I added this date hierarchy, and now I can drill up, drill down here if I want to see only the month level trend, let's say. All right, so now let's see the next functionality. Now we are going to see bookmark. Bookmark is another very powerful feature of Power BI, right, where it allows you to do any kind of customization or any kind of out of the box thing you want to achieve. Well, Power BI's visualization is already flexible and powerful enough, but if you use the bookmarks, then you get more flexibility or more control on your visuals, where based on your visual, based on the different operations, you can easily change or like flip the visuals, change the axis, everything you can do. So let's see how this bookmark and selection pane, how these two features together work. So the requirement we got here is my client needs two visuals here. They want to see the sales by category in the donut chart, and on the same side they want to see here sales by let's say here it is showing sales by category, and they want to see sales by for another stuff here, sales by top 10 country, correct? So they want to see sales by top 10 country. So here within this visual, we want to change these kind of like the categories. Currently it is showing me the category, but I want to show country or top 10 countries only, because more than 10 doesn't looks good here to display in the donut. So I do not have more space here on this page to show sales of top 10 top 10 countries. But in case if I got a requirement, then I need to fulfill here. And for that, what I can do, I can take approach that at one time my users can see one information. At least they can see sales by category or sales by top 10 country. They will have a button to switch these buttons, to flip these visuals. So for adding the buttons, I add some space here in the bottom. I'm going to add the buttons here. So from the insert tab, I get some space first of all, and then I can add a shape here. I pick this particular shape, let's say this one, rounded rectangle, and I arrange its size, make it small. And on this shape, now I go to the style property for this shape, and there is a text. I turn on the text property. Here I write, let's say category, means if they want to see the data by category. And now I want to copy paste this. I copy paste this shape, Control C, Control V, and I place it here just next to this. And here I change its name, and this one I call here top 10 country, right? So I have these two buttons now to show categories and to show top 10 countries. Now these button colors are all the time blue, but what I want something like if any button is selected, then that button should be blue, and if it's not a selected button, then that should appear in kind of a black or in a different color, so that we can at least show here like which button is currently selected. So for that, I create one more copy of these buttons, Control C, Control V. Something got wrong here. You can press Control Z, Control Z to undo, right? And I copy paste this button also once more. So press Control Z. So all of you just do these things, because the thing what we are going to build, it is a multiple step process. So at the end, you won't be able to remember like which all steps I did. So it's better you keep doing it side by side. So I just got this some space here below the donut chart, and I made these 4 buttons. Make sure the buttons are same width, same length, right? Just text should be different, otherwise it should be same in the size. Create these 4 buttons. From style, I make it, let's see, this one. Yeah, I make this gray button, and one of this button is also gray color. Correct. So 2 category buttons, 2 top 10 country button. One is gray, one is blue, one gray, one blue. Create these like this. Once you have the same 4 buttons created with the same text and same colors, quickly confirm it to me, guys. If you are not able to find any property or anything, let me know. All right, done. Now we are going to place these buttons on top of the other buttons. So I place the category on top of category, and this one I place here on top of the top 10 country. Right now it looks like we have only 2 buttons, right? Behind these, if you want little, you can adjust with the help of your keyboard arrow buttons. You can adjust them left, right, or up, down slightly if you need. Correct. Now the visual you have donut chart, this one also you need to duplicate. Control C, Control V, right? And in this duplicate visual, we want to show country. So I remove the category and add the country here from customers table, right? But it shows too many countries here. I need only 10. So I can go to this visual.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
I can filter this visual to show only top N, and I want top 10 countries based on sales. So I bring the sales here, sales measure, and click on apply filter. Now this visual shows me top 10 countries, and I need to change its title also. So from the formatting, I can change its title, say top 10 country by sales. Done. And now I place this visual exactly on top of the other donut chart, right? So it looks like it's a one chart, but these are 2 charts behind each other. Now, based on the clicking on the buttons, we will be changing these charts. But for that, we need to do first lots of configuration. So all of you now create this donut chart and change its label, show only top 10, and place it exactly on top of the other donut chart. Done. Now we are going to turn on the bookmark tab. So we go to view tab and click on bookmarks and click on selection, right? So in selection tab here, you see all the visuals which you have added on your page. So on this page, you have all these visuals, and those visuals list you can see here. Correct. Now this bookmark tab is currently blank, right? So now these buttons here you have, this is your shape for category. Let me rename them for a better understanding. Shape for category, and this is for deselect, DSLCT, right? Just keywords I write here for my understanding purpose. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to remember the names. So I write this is category deselect button, and this one is my country deselect, right? Now behind this, there is another button. This is country select, and this is my shape category select. Correct. So 2 buttons for selection, 2 for deselection. And now the visual which you have here, this is showing you top 10 country by sales. I changed its title also. This is your, okay, this is already having a different title, top 10 country, right? And the other one is
sales by category, right? This visual is behind the sales by category. Okay, now we are going to play with these buttons. If you want, you can change the sequencing here for your ease. Let's say this also I want to move here. So these are top two are these top two are the donut charts. One donut chart is for sales by category, another is for top 10. And these are my 4 buttons, right? These two are for in gray color, which is for deselection, and these two are in blue color for selection, correct? Now I capture the bookmark here. Click on add button. This bookmark is captured. Bookmark is nothing but a functional snapshot of your page. So this bookmark is captured. Bookmark just like a functional view. This bookmark I rename, double click and give a proper name. I call it category bookmark, right? This is my category bookmark. When I'll be on a category bookmark, ideally category data should appear in the donut chart, right? So if category should appear, then the other donut should be hidden. So I hide that. So that is hidden now, and it is showing only category donut chart. And when you are on the category view here, right? So ideally your buttons, how the button should appear when you are on category view, means category is already selected. So if category is selected, so show the category select and hide country select, correct? Because category is selected right now, and hide the category deselect and show country select. So now here you notice that it is showing you that currently category view is selected because you see the category data in the donut. If you want to see the country that is disabled right now in the gray color, if you hit this button, then you will have the country wise data, and the color of this button will get changed as blue, and that will be just managing with the help of show and hide here, correct? Now after making these changes, now you need to update the bookmark. Update bookmark means the changes you made, those you are going to save here. So update the bookmark. Changes are saved. Now I create another bookmark, and this is for country bookmark. In this, I want to show vice versa. So I hide the sales category and I show country, and I hide the shape category deselect and show this one. And here I am hiding this one and showing this one. So just opposite I did, correct? So now you are on the category, the country view, and country button is highlighting, it's selected, and update your country bookmark. Done. Now bookmarks are ready. Now you need to link these buttons with your bookmarks. So now when you hit this button, category button, it should open the category bookmark, correct? So I go to format shape, turn on the action, and I link the button bookmark, with which bookmark? With the category bookmark, right? And currently you are standing on country bookmark, so you need to update the changes on country bookmark. Now you will go to the category bookmark, and here you make the same changes. You select this country, turn on the action, and select bookmark, and on the click of this top 10 country button, it should show country bookmark. And currently we are standing on category, so category bookmark we need to save. Done. Now let's test the functionality. For that, I close these views to get more space, and now press Control and click on these buttons. So when I click on top 10 country here, visual got flipped. It shows me top 10 country by sales, and this button is highlighted. If I click on this button, this is showing me sales by category, and this button is highlighted. Got it? So now your users will feel that one visual is changing its legends, right? Its dimension based on the clicking on the button. But behind the scene, you are managing double visuals and buttons. And based on the book, using the bookmark and selection pane, you are just controlling the show and hide thing. Got it? So this is a very nice functionality of Power BI, which gives you a free hand to show any of the creativity you want, right? Using this functionality, people creates lots of creative and very highly attractive reports in Power BI, right? So now, then you will understand the sequence, like first what to select, then secondary what to select, correct?
but it is easy. You don't need to write any code, no script, nothing to be written here. It's all based on the clicks, based on the properties. Got it? So this is your bookmark and selection pane functionality. Got it? All right. So now let's see the another functionality that we have here, custom tooltips. So custom tooltip is basically the enhancement of your default tooltips. And what is default tooltip? When you hover on any of the chart, you see this black pop-up window, right? This black pop-up window is your tooltip. If you want to customize this tooltip, let's say this tooltip is not looking good to you, or instead of showing just the numbers on the tooltip, you want to show some graphical information, right? Some visual you want to show on the tooltip, then you can build custom tooltips, right? So for example, let me just think. Okay, so when you hover on the line chart, it shows you that for the particular date or for the particular quarter, it shows you only the sales, but you want to see this sales trend for different category. Like the total sales currently you have here, this sales is for, let's say, for one quarter, means quarter third of 1996, right? But sorry, August month of quarter third. Let me go it into the quarter level, little up. Now you see this is your fourth quarter of 1996, this is your second quarter of 1997, right? And the total sales is 151,000, but you want to see category wise this sales, and that you want to see on the different lines, right? Or I can say like kind of a different columns you want to see, right? So instead of seeing this default tooltip, you need a custom tooltip. So first you need to design a custom tooltip on a new page. Click on this new page, and this page you need to convert as a tooltip page. For that, you go to the visualization tab, and there you go to properties of this page. From the canvas settings, you change the page type and you select the type as tooltip. It becomes a small page. This is your tooltip page. Now you need to convert this page as a tooltip. For that, there is a setting under page information. Allow to use this page as a tooltip. So you need to turn on this. Now this page will be available for using the tooltips, and change the page name. Give a proper name to this. Let's say I call it category sales tooltip, right? And this page will be hidden by default. People will not be able to access this directly. So I hide this. And now in this tooltip, I create a visual. Now I'm going to add a column chart into this. In this, I'm going to bring category and going to add the sales, right? And now I'm going to apply the formatting changes on it. So the same formatting what I have applied here probably on the other pages, those I can copy. So I select this format painter, copy the formatting, and I can apply that formatting here, correct? Now it is having a lot of like a big size, so all that I can reduce. Just going to the title and reducing its size, make it a little small, because this is a small page, so small sizes of the properties is enough. And from the columns also, I reduce the column size as well. Sorry, it's data labels. Okay. All right. So now this is your sales by category. Now this tooltip, I want to link this visual. I want to link with my summary page. So I go to the summary page, and on this line chart, I want to link this, right? Instead of this black default tooltip, I need the custom tooltip. So I select this chart, go to property, and here is a property called tooltips. That is under the general tab, tooltips. You go inside the tooltips, and here you can change the page name. Currently it is picking automatic, which is a default tooltip. You need to choose this tooltip, category sales tooltip. When you link this page as a tooltip, that's done. When you hover now, you will see the bar. This chart here you see, right? So when you hover on this, you will see these charts here. Got it? So this is your custom tooltip, which makes your visuals more attractive and more detailing you can show about your numbers, about your data here. Got it? What is custom tooltip? I hope I hope this is done, guys. Now the next thing we are going to see, that is sync slicers. So when you notice in all your pages, you have these common slicers available. So if you have selected, let's say, a country here as Argentina, and if I go to the next page, on next page, that country is not selected here. So your users would like to have the same value selected automatically, right? Because it is difficult for them to select the similar filters on each and every page. So your selected values should remain selected on the other pages as well when you go. So we need to sync the selections, right, between these slicers. So these slicers are not syncing right now. To sync them, we need to go under View tab and turn on Sync Slicers. And you select a slicer. Currently, country slicer is selected. If nothing is selected, it will show blank. You need to select a slicer. And then the first tab you see here, this tab is for syncing. And second is one for visibility. So this slicer is visible right now on all these pages. On this page, you do not have it, and even it's not needed there. So you can have this slicer sync in all these pages. So you can just sync, just tick mark it. Now on all the pages, it will be in sync. Same way, you need to select and sync it on all the pages. That's just like kind of a one-time setting you need to do on your slicers, so that your user report viewers, when they select something on one page, it should be filtered on the other pages automatically. Now, if I select Argentina here and I go to the other pages already have Argentina here selected. If I change something here, let's say instead of Argentina, now I select, let's say, Finland, and I go to other pages, now you see Finland is already selected. So this save a lot of time of your users, right? Instead of selecting the similar values again and again on each page. So sync slicers are kind of a very basic need on your visuals on your reports, and you should enable it every time. Got it? How do you enable it? By default, when you copy paste the slicers, by default at that time also Power BI give you a pop-up to sync slicers. So you can enable from there as well when you are copy pasting slicer one page from one page to another page. Enable the slicers between your pages and try and test the functionality, test the slicers, whether they are filtering the data on the other pages or no. All right, now the next and the last thing we have, that is performance analyzer. So when you have added lots of visuals, lots of cards, scorecard, and functionalities you have enabled, right? You will be having lots of measures, calculations created. As a unit testing point of view, you need to make sure the visuals which you have, those are getting loaded quickly or no. Generally, as per the best practice, we say if visuals are giving us the data within 3 to 5 seconds, if it is giving you the data in less than 5 seconds, then that is acceptable. If your visuals are loading, keep loading, and it is taking almost 30 seconds, 20 seconds to give you the data, that's considered as a unacceptable loading time for your users. They won't accept, right, such solutions where the visuals are they are waiting for 10 or 15 seconds to see the data. If visuals are loading within 1, 2, 3, 4 or less than 5 seconds, that is always acceptable, right? So how do you check whether how much seconds, how many milliseconds it's taking, and which visual is taking most of the time? What's the reason of that? How you do all that performance analysis? For that, you get a default functionality in Power BI under the View tab. You have Performance Analyzer. Just turn it on, and now first you go to home page, and now you start the recording. Now you can start interacting with your report page here. When you start interacting, this will be capturing all the times automatically. So let's say when I go to summary page, it captured all the times. Now here I want to apply a kind of a filter. So I'm just performing different operations to see like how much time it is taking. And now from here I can go to drill through. So that's all like how my users will be interacting with the report. If I want to go to details, okay, from here I want to drill up the data. I want to go back. So this is like just the data I'm generating. I'm performing these operations to see. When I go from here to trend, on trend I see all this data, and going back from here as well. So, and asking some question here, and how much data it is giving. I can clear the filters, right? All these operations I'm performing here. Now, lots of log has been captured by it now. And now I stop the recording. So I click on stop. And now let's explore this data. So the data you have got here on the changed page event, all the visuals took that much time. So you need to see this data, this number you see, it's all in milliseconds. So let's sort this data from here. You sort it by total time, and you can sort it in the descending order. So this is the visual which took most of the time here. And after that, it took again on this section, this card took again 730 seconds. But all these are acceptable, right? 730 millisecond, even it is less than 1 second. You are getting the data in less than 1 second. So this visual, let's suppose if you feel that this is giving you data a little bit late, so you can select this visual. It takes you to that visual. So that means this particular visual was giving you the data a little bit late. You can see further that behind the scene, the DAX query which is used, it is taking only 6 milliseconds, which is good. Visual display taking only 14 seconds, and other is taking 950 seconds, milliseconds. 9 other means waiting time. So when you have too many visuals available on a page, then all the pages will be loaded in a threaded manner. So multiple threads will be created, right? And simultaneously, all those threads will be displaying or loading the data and performing all those actions to make the data visible here in graphs, right? So behind the scene, lots of activities happen all together as per the number of visuals you are keeping in your report page. Ideally, you should not have too many visuals on a page. Generally 5, 6, 7 visuals are sufficient. Do not add like 10, 15, 20 visuals you have added on one page, or you have added 40 visuals on a page. No, that's not a right practice. That's impact the performance of your reports, and in long run, the data will be the visuals will be loading in probably in more than 5 or 10 seconds, right? And at that time, your users will be reporting that performance is not good, this problem, that problem, and then you will be rebuilding everything. So it's better you start making the strategy to take care of these things since the beginning. Do not add too many visuals, and keep checking the performance using this, right? This is just for you to understand like whether the visuals are loading quickly or no. If some visual takes time, you need to maybe you need to change the visual, or maybe you need to think like what if you have applied a complex calculation behind this measure, behind this visual, there is a measure used, and that measure has lots of complex calculations. So you may need to revisit that calculation, see if any performance optimization you can do there, if any formula or some unnecessary conditions are not applied there. So that's how you need to troubleshoot the problem, and then accordingly you need to fix that problem. Correct. So this performance analyzer gives you the data. If you want, you can export this data in a JSON format. Let's say this performance is of today's performance. After 6 months, I want to again analyze the performance, or maybe after building more charts, more visuals in this report, I want to again test the performance. So you can export the report, export the data, right, for your reference. Correct. And then you can rerun this whole thing and see like how fast or how slow your report is now. Correct. That's the benefit of this performance analyzer. Got it? Now let's go to Power BI service. And in Power BI service, we are going to understand that how we are publishing and managing all that stuff here. Okay, so Power BI service. Power BI service is basically the cloud version of Power BI, or we can say the online version of Power BI. Power BI service is a software as a service, or we can say SaaS application. This Power BI service is completely managed application by Microsoft. We don't need to worry about any patching, upgradation, or any service failure. Everything is taken care by Microsoft, right? We are just a consumer of this service. We are paying in form of the Power BI license, and we are taking all the benefits of this Microsoft Power BI portal. So from this portal, you have, or your users have, lots of options to interact with the report to export data. Power BI service has a couple of features which makes Power BI service very useful for doing the sharing and collaboration on reports. So now here it depends how your company or your client is managing the data here in Power BI service. Are you going to have a separate data set for each report every time whenever you are publishing a report? Are you going to keep a data set every time, or are you going to have some centralized Power BI data sets, or we can say some shareable data sets, and then those shared data sets we can reuse for creating the visuals, for creating the reports only? That means here we will not be creating the data set every time. We are just creating the reports only. Correct. So it depends how your company is
controlling or how your company has governed the Power BI, right? It depends on different I would say clients or different scenarios. Here first we are going to see like how each report has a data set. Later we'll see how multiple reports can be built based on one common data set. So for now, the reports what we have built, in these reports we used a data source. And which data source we used? To see the data source settings, you go under the transform data and there you can see data source settings. And here you can find that which data source is used. If you are using any of the data set other than Power BI dataset, then that will always have a dataset separate. So if you notice here under the Power BI get data, there is an option called Power BI datasets. That means Power BI datasets you can reuse to build new reports. But this time we built a report here using a other dataset. So other dataset will also be published always. So whenever you publish, so let's say this report I want to publish in Power BI service. First of all, I need to sign in into the Power BI desktop here, and after that I can search a workspace here. Workspace is nothing but just a container, or we can say it's kind of a folder where you store your reports, data sets, and dashboards, workbooks, data flows. All the Power BI data stay in these workspaces. So, for example, let's say I publish the reports currently in here Power BI training workspace. This workspace is completely new. Here also, if you notice, go to workspaces. This is your Power BI training workspace, which is completely new. There is no report exist in this workspace currently. And how do you create a workspace that is controlled by the admin? Generally, you will not be able to create the workspaces in your company, because workspace is something which is completely derived and managed by the admins, sometimes managed by the IT admins or the local workspace admins. But workspaces are generally allowed to the like admins or super users or the managers, because everybody cannot be allowed to create a workspace. Otherwise, like maybe after a few months or a year, there will be thousands of workspaces created, and it would be difficult to identify that which workspace is the main, which is original, which is like some kind of dummy or test workspaces you have created. Considering this scenario, generally everybody will not be allowed in company to create a workspace. Now, in each of the workspace, whatever the reports you publish, whatever the data sets you keep, those you can control, share in different ways. So for now, in this workspace, which is my Power BI training workspace, which is completely blank, I'm going to publish the reports here. So let's say this is the report which I select my workspace here, and the workspace selection here is all depends on the access. So if you have the access of the workspace, and then you will see the workspace name in the workspaces while you publish your report. When you are publishing report, it is just quickly got published, and now it shows you success message. Now you can go to Power BI service, and in the workspace you should see your reports, but you need to hit a refresh button. Now you can see there are two objects. One is a data set and another is a report. So data set has this red one and blue one is your report. In data set you have all data, calculation, measures, fields, table, everything remains in data set. And in report you have all the visualization related stuff, right? All the front end, all visuals you have in the report. When you open your report, in this report you will be able to see, let it load. Here you can see the data or the visuals what you have designed. Now you can slice and dice the data here. You can do filtration and everything here. Now you want to share this report from here to onwards with other people. So for that, you need to go to file, and from file, you have an option called manage permissions. From manage permission, you can go to direct access, and here you can add the users with whom you want to share it. Here you see there is an option called add user, add it, and you can start adding the people name. So let's say you want to share this report with, for example, for Kumar Saurabh, sorry, any of yeah, with this user, you can add other people email IDs there as well, and click on grant access. Now you see this report has been shared successfully with this user, and now this user will receive an email also, right? In that email also, the link of the report and the other information of the report will be given. Now this user can open the report, but when this user wants to open the report, this user must have the access of Power BI as a pro user, because sharing is a pro feature. If you are sharing a report or if you are accessing any shared report, then in both the cases, pro license is required. Or else you can have one premium license. Maybe your report viewers are having the Power BI premium license. Then
it's fine. It means they can like just view the reports without having the pro also, because they have the premium license. So these reports, when you have shared, and let's say at any point of time, if you feel that you want to remove the excess, now you want to retain excess. So again, you come to this window and here you need to remove the excess. Then you go in front of the username and here you go to its more options, 3 dots, and from here you can remove excess. Here it is asking, do you want to remove excess from dataset also? Yes, and remove excess. That's it. So the excess has been removed from that user for this report. That is called a individual sharing. Currently, you are sharing a report, one report with one user or two user. But just think about it. If you want to do the sharing in bulk, that means when you have, let's say, in one workspace, you have 40 reports, and all those 40 reports you want to share with someone. Let me open another workspace where I have many reports. So dev sales workspace. In this workspace, we have too many reports. And just think about, like, I want to share all these reports with my sales, with my users, or with the managers, or with my team members. So in this case, it would not be possible to share one by one, although you can share, but which is not a good or a proper technical approach in this case. So here, when you want to do bulk sharing, you need to also identify that what level of permission should be provided. Whether you want to give only read only permission. Read only means just view only of the dashboard, means users can just apply the filter, slice and dice the data, and that's it. There is not any other operation to be allowed to the users. So this is called the smallest level of permission, that is viewer permission. Other than viewer, there are some other permissions also on a workspace level, like you can make a person as contributor, you can make a person as a member, or you can make a person as an admin of a workspace. So let's say now I want to share all these reports with Saurabh. So I just click on the workspace access tab, and here I can add Kumar Saurabh email ID, and here I can assign the viewer role. Viewer here in this window, viewer is the smallest role, right? This is the smallest role. And now click on add. So now this user got the access of this workspace, and in this workspace, all reports are now accessible from this user, correct? That is the benefit of sharing the entire workspace. So when you are sharing the entire workspace, so whatever the reports you have today and in future also, whatever the reports will be placed or will be published here, all those will get automatically be shared with.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Your business users who have got the viewer roles. Now, sometimes viewer role would not be sufficient, and your users, your report viewers can say like, we need more privileges, more permissions, more power we need. For example, like in any of the report, if they found that any filter is not right or any visual is not right, or they want to make some cosmetic changes like color level changes, formatting changes, right? Or they want to add or create anything on the visual level, then for that they need the edit permission so that they can do it directly by themselves on the Power BI service. So for such case, we will be providing them as a contributor role. We can add them as a contributor role, or if we have already added them as a viewer, so we can promote their role and we can provide them a contributor. Contributor has the rights to update report, or any update report means only the data level, only the visual level changes of contributor can do from Power BI service. So let's suppose I got another user here. Let me search this time. Okay, let's say I have this user Chetna, and this user I assign as contributor. So this user will get the access of all these reports in this workspace plus the data set also, because viewer was not getting the data set access, but your contributor gets the data set access as well, right? So what you can do, you can use your organizational accounts, and then you can see if you have any workspace, and you can share that workspace with other person, right? And then you can see like whether it is appearing or what kind of permission is appearing from any of the report. On any of the report, you can modify or you can make some changes. So for example, if I open any report here, and if you have more than contributor or more than viewer roles, like contributor, member, or admins, then under the more options here, you get an edit option. Means on Power BI service directly, you can edit your report. Let's say your user don't need this visual. They want, let's say, a bar chart,
right? Or instead of this chart, they need, let's say, a kind of, let's suppose, a column chart, right? All these kind of changes they can make here directly on Power BI service, but only the visualization related change. A new page also we can create, correct? But we cannot make any change on the data set level. If you want to make any change on data set level, then that has to be done from the Power BI desktop. So you can make the changes as a business user, and then you can save your original report, or you can save a copy of this report. Means you can save, after making the changes, you can save your local version of the report. Once I save it, the report has been saved, and these updated changes will start appearing to everyone. Now, if suppose as a contributor you want to make any change in this report, first of all, from Power BI service, you need to download the latest report. So for that, you go to file, download this file, and now this will download Power BI desktop file, PBIX file. And this file will be having all the design, all kind of visuals, formulas, data, calculation, everything will be into this. So this PBIX file is almost downloaded. Now open it, wait for a minute, it is opening. Here you go. Now the changes which you made, right, which were made directly on Power BI service, those got synced now in Power BI service directly. And from here now, if you want to make any change in the data source level, for that you can go to its particular data set here. You can make some relationship, or you can make some calculation, formulas, anything, whatever you need. And then again, you need to republish it. If you want to republish it, again, you hit the publish button, and you need to save your changes, and you need to select your workspace again. So let's say again, I select the dev sales workspace, or if you need that, you want to publish in a different workspace, you can choose that. And after making the changes again, when you want to publish, then at that time, at the republish time, you get a warning message here that if you are going to republish your report or data set, then these are the items will get impacted. So there is a report already available, one dashboard already available, which is based on the data set. So if you want to replace it, then these two may be impacted. So yes, I am okay to replace them, publish, and now your changes has been republished on Power BI service, correct? That's how, I mean, you or your contributors work. Now in Power BI service, you have the options here to export in different formats. You can export in PowerPoint, PDF. Here you have an option called Analyze in Excel. So sometimes your users, your report viewers would like to use all the Power BI's data in Excel, and especially the finance users. Finance users most of the time demand that can we take all the Power BI data in Excel, so that in Excel they can do more kind of pivoting, more kind of manual data analysis. So all the data what you have modeled here in Power BI, that modeled data you need in Excel. And for that, there is a functionality called Analyze in Excel. To use Analyze in Excel, first of all, your users needs to download a plugin from settings, download, and go to Analyze in Excel updates and click on download button. This plugin is downloaded, just a small plugin, 76 MB. And then you need to install this plugin. So I already have a version, so I'm just upgrading it.
If you have the downloads right, so you can also download and install it now, or maybe you can do it later with the help of your IT team if you do not have the permissions right now. This is a free plugin. This is done. Installation part is done. Once this plugin is installed, now you are all set to use Analyze in Excel feature. So for Analyze in Excel, basically this reports data set, and which is this reports data set. For that, you can go to more options, 3 dots here, and find a data set. It takes you to the data set, and this is the data set which exists in this workspace, and this was last refreshed at this time, right? And based on this data set currently, which you have only one report available. If you want to reuse this data set and you want to create new reports from scratch, then you can start clicking on it, create reports from scratch. Within Power BI service, you will get the similar screen or a similar view like a Power BI desktop for creating your reports, right? You get your data set ready, right? Your data set is ready. You here start bringing the visuals quickly. All your calculations, measures, everything will be ready, and you can start making your charts or visuals quickly. You can start analyzing your data, finding the patterns. You can save this report as well. You can save a copy of this report as well. All these benefits you can take with the help of with just reusing this data set. This data set now you want to take in Excel. So here you have an option called Analyze in Excel. Hit this button. It start exporting it and the Excel is now downloaded, right? This dataset has been downloaded in Excel. You can click on open file, and it has a, you need to enable editing for this data. And this Excel file, this is a ready-made pivot table. This Excel file has a external data source, Excel external data source, which is currently disabled, and that you want to enable here. So you hit this enable content, and now you will get all these tables here loaded. So all your Power BI preloaded or pre-transformed data has been loaded now. So in Excel now, my business users don't need to spend the time to bring it, clean it, massage it. All it's ready here. They can start just bringing the pivot tables, and how they can start creating, like, for example, if they want to show the products data, products discontinued, right? All these things they can start bringing here. Product ID, product name, right? And I mean, this is all Excel now. You can have every column in a separate columns, right? And you can have like a calculations. You can create more Excels here, more pivots, and more VLOOKUPs, and take some charts, create some charts, and take them in PowerPoint or any of the way you want. You can utilize. So basically, the whole purpose here is to get this data here, right? This data you see here, it is coming directly from Power BI service. This data is dynamic, it is updatable data, because behind the scene, this Excel file contains an API connection. If you go here under the properties, here you see the connection is API connection, which is a Power BI API. This data will be coming here automatically whenever you hit refresh, right? So this Excel file has a Power BI API connection behind the scene. Whenever data will get updated in your Power BI data set, automatically that data will be updated here in Excel also whenever you open or refresh the Excel. Okay, so this was your Analyze in Excel functionality. To use this feature, you must have you must have downloaded the component or the plugin for Analyze in Excel. All right. Now, other than the sharing, we have seen how we can share the data, how our users can extract the data in Excel, or in the same way they can extract the data in PDF or in PowerPoint, they can take reports. But now the point is what the data we have published here, how all this data will be refreshing here, right? How we do the auto data refresh here in the data set, because as I said, all the data, whatever I have, all that data is stored here in data set. So how the data will get updated in these data sets? For updating the data in these data sets, we have gateway, right? We have gateway. Gateway is another component, right? Another, we can say, a plugin which is needed. So in practical scenarios, you don't need to configure or install your gateway. Generally, gateway will be configured or will be maintained by your admin, by your IT team only. But here, for learning purpose, if you want, you can install a local data gateway copy in your local machine. But this is not needed, right? Because it's something which is to be configured and managed by your IT admin. So moreover, it is not a developer's responsibility for maintaining or creating a gateway. It's admin's role. But in some companies, I have seen a person who is a developer, that person is playing the role of an admin as well. Correct. So it depends. Now the point is how we get the gateway. For getting gateway, again, you go to the settings, these three dots, download and data gateway. And here you see an option called download personal mode gateway. You have two type of gateways available, standard mode and personal mode. For practical purpose, or for your production reports, or as an, I would say, like an enterprise, this standard mode gateway is used, because the standard mode gateway requires more control or more settings from the admin point of view. But if you want to just test, or you want to learn or explore the basic functionalities of gateway, like how it works, how it helps you to refresh the data in your reports, or if the reports which are controlled by you only, then you can use this gateway personal mode. Personal mode gateway doesn't require admin configurations. It's kind of a plug and play gateway. So just download this personal mode. You can also use this personal mode gateway. Let it download. Once it is downloaded, then you need to start the installation of it. So the installation is pretty much straightforward. You just need to follow the instructions like next, and finish, right? At the end, you will be having an option where you need to provide your credentials, your user ID and the password and the gateway name, right? So any of the gateway name you can choose, and any of the recovery key you can define there.
right? And you need to use your organizational, your Power BI service credential, the same email ID password which you used in Power BI service, same ID you can use in that also. So in my machine, it is already configured. I'm showing you mine. So here I go, and in my machine, gateway is already installed now. When I start this asks me to provide the credentials, right? It is currently installed in my local machine, but generally gateway is something which will not be installed on your local machine. Gateway will be always running in your dedicated company server, and that server will be always up, will be running all the time, 24/7, and that server will be having a very high speed internet connection, because behind the scene, high configuration of the machine and high speed internet play an important role for refreshing the data. Correct? So here, wait, it is just starting. Give me a second. It seems like the service is not running off gateway. Let me go to my services. Actually, it's on my local machine, so sometimes I stop the services, otherwise it keeps running in the backend and consume a lot of RAM. Yeah, this is your on-premises data gateway service. This it was stopped. I start it again. Okay, now you need to sign in into this gateway, and you need to provide your email address, the same which you use in Power BI service. So gateway is running now. This is the gateway name, and this name you define at the time of installation of it. Now gateway is running, and this gateway can be used in Power BI, or if you use other applications also other than Power BI, like Power Apps, Power Automate, Logic App, Azure Analysis Services, same gateway can be used there as well. But for now, we are working on Power BI only. So let's see how this gateway we use in Power BI. Once the gateway is configured and it is running, so then you need to go to your settings and manage gateways. Now here you see currently too many gateways are appearing because these are the gateways which were configured for the other instance. So this is the current gateway I have. Under the gateway, you need to add your data sources address, right? Like which data source you used, that address needs to be declared, needs to be added under the gateway. So in this gateway, you have currently these 4 data sources added. So all data sources which you think you will be using for creating the reports, all those data sources, any Excel, databases, applications, any service, everything needs to be added under the gateway. And how do you add a source under gateway? You see there's an option called add data source. So select this gateway and click on add data source. In this data gateway, now you are adding a new source. You need to provide the required details here. Let's say this is your SQL sample DB connection, right? This is your gateway name you are defining, your data source name you are defining. You choose your data source type here. So let's say it is SQL Server database, and now it requires a server name. So let's say server name is localhost, or you can provide a server name or a server IP address. And the database name here is AdventureWorks. So this is my database, which I want to use for refreshing the data. Here you need to choose an authentication method. So I choose basic or Windows, whatever you need. I provide my database credentials here, and then I click on add. It will validate the credentials. If everything goes good, then it will show a message here on top like this: connection successful. So your data source has been added now under the gateway. Once it has been added, now this one you can use for refreshing data or configuring the scheduled refresh in your data sets. Now you go to your data set. In all these data sets, you can go on which data set you want to refresh the data. Let's suppose, okay, so let me find if the data set I have here, probably this one. Let's say this report has, in this report, I want to set up a scheduled refresh. So I go to this schedule refresh tab. In this schedule refresh tab, there is an option here called gateway connection. Inside the gateway connection, you see there is a gateway, means in this report, we are using this OData. And this OData has one data source already available. Like we defined our gateway, our data source, same way OData was already added there. We choose our data source here, click apply, and then we go to schedule refresh tab. And now here you need to simply turn on your data refresh. Here you can choose the refresh frequency, at how many times or how you want to refresh your data, whether you want to refresh the data on daily basis or the weekly basis, whatever you need, that you need to fill up here. So you select the daily, and the time zone here you can select at what time you want to refresh, whether what time zone you need. And then here you can add the times. Like you want to refresh data at 8 a.m. After every 30 minutes of interval, you can set the another refresh at 8:30 a.m. and then again whatever you need, right? Generally, we prefer to have 1 or 2 or 3 time of data refreshes in a day. If that is really very urgent, you need more frequent data refreshes, then you can set up here up to 8 times, right? So you can define these 8 times here in a day. Means one data set can refresh maximum up to 8 times in one day. Correct. If you say I need more frequent than these, you have some critical scenario or kind of a business like high business value report, which should be showing or which will be open multiple times, and every time you want to show the latest updated data. So in such cases, you build your report then using a different type of connection. Then you use direct query connection. Okay. So you just add the times here based on what time at what time you want to refresh them. And here you have a refresh failure notification. In case if your data set got refreshed, data set refresh got failed for any due to any technical issue, any kind of service issue or anything, then by default the data set owner, and who is the data set owner? The person who has published the data set here. So in this case, I am the data set owner. So by default, the data set owners will get an email notification in case if data set got failed. If you want to notify to your business users also, then you can check mark these contacts and you can add the email addresses of your business users. So in case if your data set got failed, then they will get the data refresh failure notification. Click on apply, and now your data refresh has been scheduled. So now automatically every day at 8 a.m. and then after 30 minutes, 8:30 a.m. data set will be refreshing 2 times in a day here, right? How you would see whether the data refresh was completed successfully or no, what's the status or what's the status of the previous data refreshes. To see that, you can go a little up, go to refresh history, and here you will be able to see all the refreshes. But currently there is no refresh happen, so that's why you see the blank window here. But you can see all the refreshes which are triggered manually or triggered automatically when the data set was refresh was started, what was the end time, what was the status. In case if any refresh got failed, then you will see the fail message here, like the issue was duplicate data entries, or the issue was data gateway was offline, or internet issue, or speed issue, or whatever. You will see the error messages here. Now let's refresh the data. Currently, if you notice here, the next schedule for this data set is defined here for 8 a.m. means tomorrow. Today is 23, so tomorrow, 24th April, it will at 8 a.m. this data set will refresh. In some cases, you would not be ready to wait for a long time, or you would like to have a refresh data right now. So in such cases, you can do a manual refresh on the data set. You can just go to the dataset level, and on this dataset level there is an option called refresh now. When you hit this refresh now, data will start refreshing now, right? And you see the refresh icon is also moving around the next to the refresh time. Now you can see the status of this refresh. Again, you can go to the refresh schedule refresh, and then you see refresh history. Here you see this was the on time on demand refresh, means a manual refresh, and it's got completed. It started at this time and completed at this time and done. Correct? That's how you do your data refreshes, schedule data refresh, and auto or manual data refresh also you can trigger. But manual or schedule data refresh in Power BI service is possible after configuring the data gateway successfully. Got it? What is the role of gateway? How you enable data refreshes? All right. So now this was all about the data refresh. Now we are going to see how we can make some alerts, or how we can subscribe some of the reports to send report through emails, right? Or the attachments of the reports through email automatically. So on top of the report, there are few features. If I open, let's say, a report, this report I open randomly. On this report, you have an option under the more options here, a subscribe. If you want to send this report as an attachment to your business users, then you can subscribe it, or your business users can also subscribe it right from their side. Here, you need to guide them, you need to educate them, train them, like how Power BI service works, what are the features we have here so that they can start utilizing it. And here, with the help of subscribe, you can send a report through email attachment. You need to just provide the required details here in the subscription feature. I create a new subscription, click on add new subscription. Here you define the recipients list. You want to send the email to whom, or if you want to configure it for other people on behalf of them, you can do that. Otherwise, they can also create this subscription for their for their purpose or for their role only. They won't be able to add the other people. You are able to add other people here because you are the owner of this. So here, let's say I want to add Kumar Saurabh, and I want to send this user to the, okay, this here needs to be a Power BI pro user. So let me find a pro user. So this is a pro user. Let's say I add the user email addresses here. Here I can enter the subject because the email will be sent. So what subject you want to keep for that email, such kind of details you can feed here, body of the email. And then here you can choose like what particular page you want to send. So I want to send, let's say only the home page is visible. So this home page we want to send here, and you can choose frequency. Daily you want to send it at what time, you can choose the times here, and from starting from this date to this date, and click on save and close. And now your subscription is set, and automatically Power BI will be sending an email attachment to the recipients you entered here, right? There is a way to get a list of all the subscriptions. For example, if you are finding all the subscriptions under one window, then you can get to the settings and again go to settings, and here you see an option called subscriptions. You can see that all these subscriptions have been defined here, have been added. So some of the subscriptions probably added by you and some are added by other people. So all those subscriptions you can see here, correct? From here you can edit edit these subscriptions. You can get the details, and then accordingly you can reach out to the person like, hey, why this particular subscription was created, what's the need of it, is the list still valid, right? That kind of like, generally admin do all these kind of like clearing or house cleaning of the data. Now another important thing here is dashboard. So in Power BI we have dashboard and report, two different things for viewing the data. Most of the time people are confused and call that Power BI, or everything wherever they see that graphical view or the charts and all, they call that it is a dashboard. But dashboard is a different thing in Power BI. Dashboard is simply a collection of multiple reports. So where you want to add multiple reports information at one page, that is your dashboard. Dashboard is mainly used by your like kind of a higher management, or for some people who do not have that much time to open different reports, and they want to design, they want to have everything, they want to see everything under one page. In dashboard you cannot slice and dice the data, you cannot filter the data. But dashboard is something where you can keep information, some visuals you can keep from report 1, some visuals you can keep from report 2, some visuals you can keep from report 3. That's how you can consolidate the data or the key information from different reports, and then you can display them on a dashboard. So dashboard is a single page data story which can have data from multiple reports. Let's see how do we build a dashboard here. So for creating a dashboard, first of all, you should be into a custom workspace, right? These workspaces, and then you go to new, and from here you can create a dashboard. Now you can define a dashboard name here. So let's say I define here the dashboard name as sample dashboard for sales, right? Any of the name you can define here. Most of the other names I have taken already. That's why I'm trying to define this name. Create. And now this dashboard is completely blank. You do not have anything added here. Now you want to add some of the tiles, some of the colors or the visuals here. So for that, let's start. First of all, you need to add a title on top. You want to show a title of the dashboard. So you can go to edit and add a tile. Now you can add multiple things here, like a web content. You can add an image or a text box or a video. So let's say you pick a text box, click on next. Here you can add a text. So you scroll down here, you can add a text. You can add the dashboard name. So let's say you can say sales dashboard. Now you can align it into the center, move it to the next line and increase its size. All these are the common formatting which you can apply on your data. And now click on apply. Sales dashboard. Okay. Now let's add some visuals from the other reports. So we go back to the workspace, and let's say from this report, I want to add these cards. So I can pick this, click on pin visual. There is a pin visual button, click on it, and you can add it on a dashboard. You can choose your dashboard and pin it. Same way you can pick this and pin it on your dashboard. Correct. So same way you can pick the other visuals as well if needed. So you need to identify like which all visuals are needed to put on a dashboard. So let's say from this report, only these three things I needed, and I can go to the other report now. Now let's say I open this report, and in this report, I need, let's say, other visuals on my dashboard. I added few more visuals from here. Now I go back to my dashboard. So you can directly click on it, or you can go to workspace, and here you can search your dashboard. So here is this dashboard, open this, and now you can arrange your tiles here, move them in any format. You can arrange these tiles here. You have full flexibility here. But always remember, you cannot slice and dice the data here. It doesn't allow you to data filtration. And now this visual I bring down, this one I increase its size, and this is the dashboard ready now. This dashboard now you can share with your report viewers, right, with your audience. They can explore it from here. They can view all the data, but they cannot slice and dice the data here. Slicing, dicing, filtration is not allowed. If your users wants to, let's say, filter this data for a particular country or for a particular category, then they can hit this tile, and when they hit this tile, it will take them to the source report. For that, they should have the access of the source report also. So if they have the access of source report, it will redirect them back to the report. And now from here on the report level, they can apply a filter probably on a different contact name or on a different product name. All these things can be applied here. Means in report level now, they can do any kind of filtration, slicing, dicing. But on dashboard level, it's all just view only. You cannot make any filtration, any slicing, dicing here. Got it? This is the benefit of a dashboard. Dashboard can have the data of multiple reports, right? So sometimes when you see like people have written kind of a word here instead of sales analysis report, sometimes you can see like people have written a word kind of like sales analysis dashboard, but technically it is not a dashboard, right? It is a report, because in Power BI Desktop always you can have a report. Dashboard sometimes people use because the word or dashboard looks fancy, but the technically dashboard is the one which has the data of multiple data sets, correct? And here you have the data from one data set only. That's why other visuals or other kind of data sets you are not bringing, so you cannot say this is your.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Dashboard. Okay, all right. Now in Power BI service, another functionality we have that is called alerts. Alert is a feature on top of the dashboards. Now we are going to open a dashboard. Let's say I have the CEO dashboard and I open this. Now here on top of the dashboard, I want to define some kind of the alerts, some threshold limits I want to set basically. And that threshold limit means like if your, for example, variance is right now 469,000. If variance reach to a threshold limit, let's say variance reach at 500,000, then Power BI should trigger or should send an email to the audience, right? So what we do on this dashboard card, we can add a alert. We go to the manage more options, manage alerts, and now we can add the alerts here. This alert was already there, so let me delete and I'll recreate it. Add alert. You can define the alert title here when variance is greater than 500,000, right? And now here you define the rules, right? If the condition is above what? Above 5,000, 500,000. So whenever the variance value will cross this 500,000, it will trigger an email and it will be checking this value at every hour. Click save and close. Alert has been set. Whenever the data is increasing, values are increasing. So whenever the data reach to 500,000, automatically it will send an email. It will trigger an email. And this alert you create, this is for each user. Means I'm creating alerts for myself. You need to create your alerts for yourself. You can choose probably a different threshold limit. You can create many alerts. There is not as such limitation. Got it? What alert is, what benefit it is giving you. All right. Now, another important functionality on Power BI service that you have here is apps. So currently, we were thinking when we share the reports with our report viewers, with the audience, then we have two options. We can share individual report or we can share all the reports in one go using workspace access. But when you share the reports through workspace, right? When you share the reports through workspace, then there you do not get the benefit of selecting the reports. Let's say in one workspace, if there are 40 reports, but all 40 reports you do not want to share at this point of time, you want to share only 10 reports. So how will you control that which 10 reports needs to be shared? So if you want to do selected, if you want to share the selected reports, then there is another option called apps. On top of the workspace, you can create an app. So all right, so now you can see here on if I, all right, so in this dev sales workspace, I have, let's suppose 40 reports and dashboards, but I want to share only few. So for that, I have the create app option. Now here you need to provide your app name, whatever the name you want, you can provide a description, like for what purpose you are creating this app. And then here you scroll it down and you can choose the theme color, whatever the color you want to define. And under the navigation, then you have all the reports currently available, right? Multiple reports are appearing. So how these reports are appearing, on what basis these reports are appearing, that you have on the previous screen. Before you create app, here if you scroll it down, there is an option called include in app. So here you choose which all reports you need in your app. So let's say I don't need these reports. I need only 1, 2, 3. These 3 reports only I need in app for now. Other reports I will exclude from the app. So other reports are not included currently. Only 3 reports we have in app. So here you get this benefit to toggle which report you need, which one you don't need. Now click on create app, go to navigation. Here you see only these 3 items you are publishing for now. And then you go to permissions. Here you need to define the email address with whom you want to share it. So let's say I'm sharing it with the person here, and define the name of that and publish app. Okay, this app is needed. Description is needed actually, and now publish app. So now your app has been published. You get the URL. This URL of the app you can send through email or through Teams to your audience, or you can directly click on app. Go to app. Give a refresh. Here you go. This is your dashboard. And if you go here, you have the reports available, right? These reports are available, which you can access. But you have only three objects available here for now. If at any point of time, if you want to add other reports here, then from your Power BI workspace, you can add the other reports. You can include the other reports. So let's say now I decided to add, let's say 2 more reports. So I simply update the app. Once app is updated, if you go, you will see more stuff, right? You see 2 more objects are now appearing here, correct? So that's how you control app. App gives you the bulk sharing with selected reports. That's the main benefit with apps, right? Okay.
In this assignment, we will be targeting Power Query. So we will be getting an introduction towards how to use Power Query, the benefits of it, and make an audit dashboard on this transportation corporation data. Okay, so this is assignment that we'll be covering as part of this session. So to start on, I will set the prerequisites. So here, um, every load, that a truck carries, every load, so each transaction here is a trip, right? So it has the source city, destination city, and arrival time, all that. Fine. So it has also a auditing mechanism, like each trip should cover certain checkpoints. While a truck is going from destination source A to destination B, it should cover some checkpoints in this course of journey, say like 4 checkpoints, 5 checkpoints. So there would be some checkpoints where it has to get filled, fuel, and then refreshments, driver change. So there would be some compliance stuff that a truck driver should take care of. Okay, so here the data is recorded at a transaction level, I mean at a trip level. So how many checkpoints each of this trip has covered. Okay, so here we can see the data checkpoints. Okay, how many checkpoints have been covered, but how many checkpoints were assigned for each of this trip, each of this trip ID. Say like for suppose this trip, okay, this trip for this customer from this source to this destination. So how many checkpoints were assigned? Okay, now it says that we are 10 checkpoints were covered, but were there 10 checkpoints? Did it cover all the checkpoints assigned to that or not? For that we have to get data from a online system. So now we will connect to a RDBMS data source. This is the time we will now connect to an RDBMS data source. So for that I'll be getting data from SQL server hosted on cloud, which is Azure. Okay, so I'll pull data from Azure service. So because that recording happens online, so to their centralized system. So when a truck passes through a checkpoint, that information will be sent to that centralized system. So that is being recorded in Azure. So Azure is nothing but SQL server on cloud. Okay. So I will quickly first log into my, I have set up that thing. So this is as good as connecting to a SQL server database or an Oracle database. So I'll do a quick login just to get the server credentials where the database is hosted. One can easily set up Azure portal access. It's no big deal. So it's free. They'll give some credit for some time. Okay, so you can try out. You can set up a database. See, that is a free credit that I have, which is showing here. Okay, so I'm utilizing that. I'm on free trial now on this. So this is a database that has been set up. Okay, so that the one you saw earlier was a dashboard. See, this is a server name. So all I need is this server name. Okay, then I can access the database. So this is a database, Lands Transport Corp. So this is a database name. It got that centralized system tracking data of checkpoints. Okay, so I'll select Azure, click on Azure SQL database, connect. So I have to give server name here, the one just I copied. Okay, so this is a server name which is on Azure. Okay, so here now when you get data from Azure service, you have two options. Either you can directly import the data into your system, or you can run it as direct query. So these options will be there only for non-files data. So for files, always it is import. If you are getting data from a non-file, then yeah, so you have that option of directly linking it. So nothing will be stored in the analysis file. So it will have only reference points, as in then the analysis gets loaded or refreshed, so data will be brought from the live system. So that is direct query. Import is data is directly embedded into this analytics file. Okay, so when we are connecting to RDBMS data points, data sources, we also have an option to write SQL statements here. So this is a panel where we write SQL statements, set command timeout. There are some of the advanced properties that we got here. Okay, so right now I will import the data, okay, into the system, and so I'll click OK. So you might be getting doubt. I said all files will be directly imported. There is no direct query option. What if the data changes in the file? All you have to do is make sure that file is in the right place where supposed to be, and click refresh here. The latest data in the file will get loaded automatically into the Power BI analysis. But unless you click refresh, latest data will not reflect if it is file. Okay, so this is the database, this is a server, this is a database. In database I have these two tables, checkpoints and checkpoint points. I'll pull these two tables into Power BI analysis. Okay, this is a different way of getting data in the system. This is real-time data. Once I get that here, I'll tell you the model. It's loading the data into the analysis. Okay, so here we go. So we got checkpoints. So checkpoints are, the actual designated halts. Suppose vehicle supposed to stop there. So these checkpoints have there's some names and then the IDs, then the flags like information like they have fuel station, they have refreshments, it's an interchange point, they have warehouse, the service center, and it's active, the checkpoint is active at the moment or not. So this is checkpoint information. Then we have a many to many mapping relation table, checkpoint trips. So these are two tables that we got from Azure database. So this will map trip ID to checkpoint ID. This is many to many. A trip will have multiple checkpoints. Multiple trips can pass through a checkpoint. Okay, so this is a relation how it is created this table. So it will do the mapping. It will see the trip ID and it will check whether if the trip has crossed the checkpoint, it will make an entry into this table. Okay. So now we'll go to relations. We'll understand the relations here. We'll spend some time in understanding these relations. If the key namings are correct, if they have correct key names, then the relations are automatically created. Okay. So if you can see here, so these two tables, categories and shippers, that we got from open data. Yeah, Northwind open data. So these two tables we got from Azure. So you can see these are the checkpoints, and these checkpoints are linked to our actual data with this many to many link table. Okay, so what it will do, it will join trip ID to this trip ID and checkpoint ID to checkpoint ID. So you open this relation just to check out. You see here checkpoint trip ID is mapped to trip ID in trips, and here checkpoint ID in checkpoint table is mapped to checkpoint ID in trips. So this is a, and you see here this is many to one. So this is many to one, and this is here many to many. So the actual many to many relation is established here. So you can see this is one to many, and this is also from one to many. So the many to many established relation is broken down into a link table, the help of link table here. Okay, so this is a kind of normalization. It's called fourth normalization. Okay, so that's how a data model is created. Remember this is a reference table that we created just on the fly to create buckets. Yeah, so we don't need to link this table to any existing tables here. Okay, so now we have this. So another important thing that I want to mention here is, so when you mark a table as cross filter direction as both, when you set this feature that cross filter direction can apply to both. Okay, it means that if you filter by checkpoints, if you want to see per checkpoint how many trips have been covered, yes, you can see per checkpoint how many trips were covered, you can see. At the same way, per trip how many checkpoints were covered, yes, you can see that. So this is both way, filter can work in both ways relations. So that's why we actually by default also all the relations gets created in bidirectional. So these are bidirectional relations. This is different. This is nothing to do with this link, this one to many, many to many. This is the cardinality actually. So the thing I am telling you about is bidirectional filtering. So that is like per checkpoint I want to see how many trips were passed from that checkpoint. in a day or in a year, that I can do. So from here to here filtering. The same way, per trip, how many checkpoints were covered from here to here. So that is bi-directional relation filtering. Okay. So that is possible with Power BI. You can click manage relations and view all the relations at a time, whatever the relations are there. Okay. And yeah, now it's the time to get into Power Query. So these assignments were targeted to cover Power Query basics. Okay. So Power Query here can be browsed by clicking on this edit query. So if you click on this edit query, it will open a panel. Yeah, this is a panel where we actually do Power Query stuff. Okay. Yeah, you see this, all the tables will reflect here. Okay, it has bunch of options like transformation, so like column formattings. Yeah, here in this first panel we do a lot of column formattings, transformations, edit column transformations, column level, table level transformations, column level transformations. So you can do lot of data modeling stuff. This is different from DAX. Okay, so this is different from DAX. So this is Power Query. So in everything you write here is also called as M. Okay, we don't actually write anything at least in this assignment. So we will actually use all these options that are available here in this transformations panel. Okay. The first thing is, if you want to modify any existing data source pointer, so we have like data coming from Excel sheet. Maybe if the path has changed, yes, you can change the source again. You can select the relevant path, or the credentials has changed, or the link URL has changed. You can. So in this analytics, we are getting data from 3 different sources. All the sources we can see here. We can set permissions. We can do things around changing the data source properties. Okay, I'll do a basic transformation. So what I'll do, we have some inbuilt intelligence options here. So I will extract from ship date, I'll go to transformations, and in date transformations I'll take week of the year. What is the week of the year? So I just click on that. So you check out what happens. So ship date now is created as week of the year. Okay, so this is now changed. Ship date is now changed into week of year. Okay, so maybe this is not how I want to do the transformation. So the good thing here is, so any transformation that you apply on a table, any transformation that gets applied on a table can be viewed here. All steps will be listed here. Okay, so if you don't want that calculation to take place, you can simply uncheck that and take that transformation out. Okay, so we have that options here. We can set the data type here on the fly. We have all data type options. We can filter the data that we don't want. Okay, so extract, we can do extraction. Okay, now what I will do, I will duplicate this column. I will do what? I will duplicate this column. So for that we have an option format where in home give row split. Yeah, so this is copy of ship date, and this copy I will only show week of year. Okay, so now I got this as a new column. That's what I was looking at in the first place. Yeah, you see it gets added as a new column, week of the year. So we need to go to add column panel. We need to go to add column panel, not here. In the transformations, it will do transformation of the existing column. Yeah, that's not how I wanted to show. Yeah, so that's one way of doing it. We don't want to show the column the current format. We want to flip it altogether to a new format. We can do this. Now here I added as a column. So I extracted. So this is not DAX. Okay, remember this is not DAX. So this is like, you can see here, transformations, go home and choose advanced editor. So it will just show you. So this is the M Power Query language here. So you can see here. So this is add column, week of year. It is extracting and adding as a column. Okay, so that is a step again that we see here. We will simply name it as shipping week. Okay, shipping week. And on in addition to that, see, just like number on when you represent it on a visualization will not make much sense. So what I will do, I will do a little transformations, further transformations. What I will do, I will format add prefix. Prefix would be week. Okay, yeah, this looks neat. Now save this. So we will cover more these transformations more. For now, I just wanted to show the overall view how it looks. We got transformations. We can directly apply on the tables. We can add columns with functions. So all the steps that we do will be listed here. At any point in time, we don't want certain steps, we can remove them. And once we are done with this Power Query thing, we need to click this, close and apply. Or apply. So then that will reflect into our actual development environment. Okay, so we have reports, tables and relations. We just came out of query window now, Power Query window. Now you go to tables, check out trips. On trips we should find this. So if you click on this column, you don't actually see any formula here. You click on this, you will see a formula here, because this column is created by DAX. So this is a DAX formula. But if you click on this, it's nothing you see here, because this is created by Power Query. Okay, we can do much advanced things with Power Query. We'll discuss that. Okay, now let's build a new dashboard. Call it checkpoint analysis. So I will now show you that many to many bidirectional filter, how it actually works, and all that things. So I will first do what? I will first get destination city. Okay, there I have destination city. I will change it to a side by side stack bar. On this I will show first how many checkpoints each trip has crossed. So checkpoints, yeah. So yeah, the aggregated number of trips we're crossing these checkpoints in these cities, these cities. Now I want to compare, I want to do a comparative study, like how many were actually intended to be covered. So what I'll do, I'll go to that table where we had many to many relations, so checkpoint IDs. So these checkpoint IDs I will pull into this bar diagram, count of checkpoint IDs. Yeah, so count of checkpoint IDs. So this is my target. This is my target. So this would be on trip per city. Okay, per city per trip. So we are adding all those checkpoints at a trip level. So that's why count. Here we don't need to add. So at a trip level, okay, because at a trip level this is already added and we are seeing the data. So at a trip level we have this information, like this trip ID has covered 7 checkpoints. But if you actually go to that table, then we see that trip ID, if you map that trip ID, and we will see how many checkpoints were covered. So that count is what we are getting here, count of checkpoint ID. So this is a target. So this is, you can rename to make it more readable. Target checkpoint ID. So these are the targets that need to be covered. Yeah. Okay. So this is actual checkpoints that are covered and count of targeted checkpoints. So this is a variation. So you can see here, mostly most of the states that is meeting. Okay. So but here if you see, in some states target checkpoints are more than the actual covered, and in some states more checkpoints were covered than they assigned, so more delay in the delivery. So these are the states where trucks are heavily getting broken or halted or stopped. That's why they are covering more checkpoints than the intended actual. Here this is a perfect. In this destination city, all the vehicles going towards this destination city are perfectly adhering to the compliance of the checkpoints. Okay, so that like that we can do comparative study of this is a kind of auditing dashboard. Okay, now we will do a actual view. Here we will see the transactional view. So for that I will pull a table visualization, and in the table visualization I will select.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
I will select fields like the trip ID, actual trip ID. Just click select on that trip ID. Okay, then we have customer, origin city, destination city, targeted ship days, trip type, and some more fields from other tables like shipper, category, and finally the auditing information. So how many checkpoints this trip has covered, and how many were intended to be covered. Sorry, not this. Yeah. So this target should be shown as count. Okay, there you go. So we have this detailed visualization. See, it has an intelligence to put up total line for numeric columns. Here it doesn't make much sense. So what I'll do, I can take that out. General, we can take out totals bar. Okay, now we can see in detail this data. We click on particular destination city. The data related to all the destination city will be visible here. A single click, ascending, descending, sorting. You can do sorting also on this data. Okay, so this is a detailed view. We can put details views like this with table visualization. But the thing is, right now at the moment, table visualizations doesn't support row level selection. You can't select a row in this table visualization. That's not possible. You can select that only on bar charts or any other visualizations. Selection within a table visualization is not possible. Only overall filters will work. Okay, I'll put one more filter. So this time I will do aggregated study, not like a transactional study. So for that I have to go for matrix. So get matrix here. Matrix, and in this matrix what all I'll pull. First I'll get the trip type. Per trip type we have domestic, intercom and international, and players in this each category. In each category we have, okay, all three players are doing business in every category. Okay, and then we will put categories also. Yeah, so these are the categories within each. Now on this I will put checkpoint adherence, like so actual checkpoints values would be checkpoints, and then go to this and get targeted checkpoints. See, so we have totals, subtotals for each level. Automatically they have come up here, and we have data like this. What we can do, we can actually put this trip type in columns and can view data like this also. Per within domestic, how is the variance? Okay, let's, before doing that, do some formal arrangement of columns. Yeah, then get this into column. So this is a normal mat. Generally in Excel also we compose, right? We have some options. We have some nice formatting options that are available here, like you can go and change the style of this matrix. For example, this I like, and we have also like this black header or just flashy rows. Yeah, this is good. Okay, okay, fine. We can add one more column onto this. We can put by origin state. It's okay. Yeah, this visualization is good. So now we do what? Now we remember we have extracted week numbers. We'll see this trend by week, this compilance, how they are adhering to the compilance by week wise. So instead of destination city, I will use the column that I created, the new column. Where is it? shipping week. Yeah, there we go. This is week-wise adherence. We will split this into line chart. Okay, so the adherence is good. So we see always the number of checkpoints covered are never going down below. So here in some weeks we see lot of variance. For some weeks the difference is more, so the compliance is less. Okay, and some weeks they are uh, aligning to each other. So where the compliance is good. So like that we can understand. See, one more thing I want to show in this modeling is we don't in this general modeling is see your weak numbers are not properly sorted. Yeah, so we want to do that sorting. So what we can do, we can select that column. See 1, 10, 11, that's not the way because it's a text column, right? So that's why it is doing on text based sorting. So we can do custom sorting. Select week number. Where is week number? Yeah, shipping week. And we also have week of the year, right? Do we have it or we lost it? If we don't, we will compose it. We have shipping week. Okay, I have directly appended that. Yeah, I have directly appended that. So what I'll do, I'll create a new column. So just to pull week number. So for this, I will write, uh, I'll go to Power Query. I'll not do, I can write a DAX, but that's not what I will do. I'll go to Power Query. I'll add a new column. And from ship date, I will extract week number. So I did this already, but what I did, I got week of the year, but then I selected that and I went to transformation and I prefixed some text. Like in formatting, I prefixed some text. So that's how I got this. Now I'll not do this. I'll keep this column as is, this new column, and I'll use that column for doing custom sorting. See, I could have created that column using DAX also, but this assignment is more often Power Query usage. Okay, so now we have this column. Now this column should get sorted based on this column. How do I do that? Select the column that we are supposed to sort, shipping week. Select that column, go to modeling. In modeling, we already saw how to change data types, categorize them, do a dollar symbol or percentage, these options, right? Formatting and properties. We also have sort option here. Click on this column, we can select. So this is the default sorting happening based on that column. We can change, we can select on what column the sorting should happen. So see here now, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfectly sorted. Yeah, based on that column. This is custom sorting. For this, you don't need to go to Power Query. Here that we have it in data modeling. Data modeling along with adding column or measure, we can do custom sorting also. We have explored all these features in modeling. Okay. We can add new page from here also. Instead of clicking tab, we can add new page here or duplicate existing page. Instead of clicking on visualization, we can click here and add a new visualization and later select what kind of visualization it should be. Yeah, we can add text box images like we do in PowerPoint or Word. Yeah, we can do things like that. You can go and manage relations from here, or we can click here and see all the relations that are there on the table on one go here on this manage relationships window. Okay, so now I completed a proper dashboard analysis. Now in this for this corporation, from the data they have given us, we have constructed a dashboard, overall overview kind of a dashboard which gives you a brief peek into the data, and then we have built one analysis file for delivery analysis to do the delivery analysis, then also a checkpoint analysis. Now I'll save this and we'll publish this. But remember, when you're publishing, don't select any data because it will get saved and published in the same manner. And always be on page 1 while publishing. So now click publish. So it will ask us to sign in. Yeah, I have to do the sign in. Yeah, so I did the authentication. I signed into the application. So now it is asking whether to replace the data set. Yes. And now it is publishing this to the Power BI cloud service. So see, the desktop client is free. Anyone can download this and start building applications and share the file. So when I save this, it actually gets saved as like this, a file. Now when I publish this, this will go and sit on cloud service. So for cloud service, you need to take subscriptions. So those subscriptions are chargeable. So $10 per month right now, but we can set up free trial. We can set up free trial which is for 60 days. So I am actually using a free trial now. Just we'll get rid of this. So it's going for second authentication. So we just finished authentication here process. So now that DXP, the local DXP will be published onto this cloud service. Okay. So now we can see all those three panels here, all those three dashboards here. From here, I can specifically pin visualizations onto the dashboard. So remember, we already created dashboard in our first assignment, Lance Corp dashboard. Yeah, we already pinned some visualizations there from our first dashboard. Now we're pinning from our second and third dashboards. Okay, and this trend line. Pin this trend line also. Okay, now you go and check out that dashboard. You see more visualizations now here on this panel. They have to stabilize this. It's still not very user friendly arranging the styles here. Okay, so now you see here, this is the dashboard we got. Now we can go into full page mode. I look at this dashboard. So now this page is coming from delivery analysis. Now I click this, it will take me to delivery analysis tab here. Yeah, back. Now I have seen this checkpoint analysis. Okay, and now I click on this. I'll go to checkpoint analysis panel. So these are the dashboards that we prepare and deploy onto cloud service. Anybody access to this cloud account can analysis files. We can share them. We can share the dashboards. We can share, and we can also publish. We can embed the copy and we can publish. So we'll start our next assignment 5. So in this assignment we will cover data transformations, more data transformations using Power Query. Okay, and we will be utilizing a new data set for this assignment, which is state university admissions. So I'll give you a little walkthrough of this data. I'll give a brief overview of what this data is. So this is the number of applications received by various universities located in USA. So we have data like the institution ID, institution name, school name and the university it's affiliated to, number of applications received, I mean the total number of applications received, and then the split by foreign applications, Hispanic, Indian applications, Asian, Black, specific. So race wise, number of applications received in each university in each state. Okay, so this is a main data set, our university applications, and then we have a data set which will give us the information like how many universities are there in each state universities, and how much fund they are receiving, state fund, and how much trust, so the accumulated fund they have with them, okay, per state. And these are the targets. So these are the targets. Number of applications should be received by each state for various years. Okay, so now we are in 2010, so the data is from 2010 to 2016. Okay, so this is a data set that we have. So this data set now I will take into Power BI. Okay, so this will create another instance of Power BI desktop. So we'll be performing all these transformations using Power Query. I'll close this. Okay, so let's get data from the university admissions. Oh, there is a problem here. Okay, so actually what happens when you're trying to access files which are prior to 2007 release, so which has XLS extension, yeah, so we need to have special drivers for that. Yeah, there I go. So now I got 32-bit access drivers, so I'll install them. So actually Power BI also comes in two versions, 64-bit and 32-bit. Based on the operating system, we will install the 32-bit or 62-bit. So here, see, this is Power BI Desktop 64-bit and this is 32-bit. Okay, I'm putting the access drivers. This will help in reading Excel files prior to 2007 release. So I got these drivers from this website, so you can download from here, access drivers. Just when you click on download, it will ask which version you want. This is 32-bit. If there is no extension mentioned, it's 32-bit. Generally it would be mentioned as 84 or 86, not very sure, but for 64-bit it would be clearly written as 64-bit. Okay, so the installation is over. Let's get back to the file. So you can actually clearly see here the problem, you know, that why it is unable to read that Excel file. Now retry. I will get the data. So let's get all three sheets into Power BI Desktop. Set tick load. No need to set preview now because we know already what data we are pulling in. Okay, so what is happening is now the data from all the sheets is getting embedded into the system, and table, schema, data model, everything is getting created, detecting relationships. Yeah, so see, now we got all three tables here, and then if there are any relations, that will be created. I don't think now we have any relations here. Okay, yeah, let's get back to the data. So we have state-wise target, state-wise universities, and then university applications. Fine. So let's rename them. Give proper names to these tables. State targets. So these are university funds. University funds, and then applications. Simple name. Okay, so we got applications, we then got targets state-wise, and then we got funds universities-wise. I think even this data is at university level, state level, state targets and state funds. Funds state-wise. Okay, so now after loading this data, so this is the university data, right? Okay, after loading the data, I realized that there are some more applications in a different data sheet. Okay, now I want to get that data as well. Okay, uh, like so here we have university admissions data, right? So actually if you see, there's another file which got charter as in these are state universities but ran by private organizations. They are under private management, but they get funds from the state. Okay, so here, so they are more accountable. The accountability will be high in such institutions. Fine. So now I have data here. So these are the applications received by charter universities. So I want to take this data into Power BI. So go Excel, take charter applications. So this version is different. XLSX. Earlier was XLS. Yeah, open. Once data is loaded into Power BI, you don't need to bother about which version of Excel we are getting that data from. Okay, now this is a table we got here. Charter applications, right? Yeah, so now I don't want to have two data sets separately because both contain same data, same number of columns. Sorry, not same data, same metadata, same number of columns, column formats, everything. Just that we have different data sets. Now I want to append this data set to this. I want to make this as part of this. So what I have to do is get into Power Query, Query Editor. Query Editor. So we'll start with appending data and then we'll explore all possible data transformations that we can do on data using this Power Query Editor. Okay, so we have applications. This is a table. Now on this table, I want to append charter applications data. So now I select this table. Okay, and go here. So here we have options. So you want to merge queries or append queries. So in our case, it will be append queries. Append works as union in SQL, union all. Okay, so here we have options. Append query or append query as new. So it will append that new query and create a new table. No, I don't want to create a new table. I want to append to the existing table. So this table itself. So it's like two tables or more than two. It's just two table. What is the table that you want to append? So this is the current table. Now we are in. For this table, we will be appending charter applications. Okay. Yes, the appending is completed. Close and apply. We'll just verify that. Open this actual admissions file. So how many rows we got here? We have approximately 4K. Yeah, we have approximately 4K records. Now you see here we have 4K. Data didn't get reflect. Okay, actually we have to do refresh from the model. Yeah, so the refresh has finished. So now you can see now the total has increased. It's now reflecting 5000. So earlier it was 4K. Now we have 5K records. So 5K applications. So that additional applications, charter applications, have been appended to this original set. Yeah. Now that we have appended data here, can we delete this? No, we don't need this, right? We can delete this. Can we do that? Try. It will throw an error saying that this cannot be deleted because it is being referenced in another application, in another query applications. Yeah, so actually that is a virtual join, I mean virtual appending. So there is no actual data integration into this table. It still have data on this table, but it has created a bridge. So we need to have this table, but any expression that we write, any function that we write on applications will reflect on both the sets. We'll treat as one single set in applications. Okay, the main table.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So we have the entire set of records here in this main table applications. So now I'll do I'll do some text functions. So text functions like, so here you see institution name. This institution name is a combination of university name and state code, CS California. Yeah, so here we have state code also clubbed with institution name. We don't have that column anywhere else in the data set. We don't have that state code again anywhere else. That is essential for us because you see the other two data sets, they are all led by state code. So we need to have that state code separated here. So how? Let's do that here. So select the column and select split columns by delimiter. So how will we split this? So what is a delimiter? I mean, what we can see that each word is separated by space, but every word is separated by space. So I can't split by space. I get a lot of words. So we have advanced features here, advanced settings that we can rely on. So first we select the delimiter, the separator, word separator. In our case, it is a space. Yeah, space is being, and split by what? At the leftmost delimiter, rightmost delimiter, or each occurrence. In our case, it happens to be the rightmost. rightmost delimiter. We can write more delimiters. If you don't have any, we can type the delimiters if it is not available in this list. So okay, so click OK. Now the column gets splitted. Yeah, we have a new column now. Let's rename these columns. Leave this as institution name, and this one state code. And so this is one of the basic text operations that I have done. So we can do more text operations, like we go and you see the school name. Yeah, school name, it's all in small letters, right? Let's increase the readability of this column. Select this. There are more transformations. In transformations, format, capitalize each word. I like this option. So capitalize each word. See, now it will get camel notation. So anything you do on transformations, you don't need to worry. It will not create any new column or anything. It will replace the data in the existing column. And you can see for every action that we are doing, a new step is getting created. At any point in time, you can move back and check what the data was at this point in time. What was the data at this point? Yeah, you can actually check. If you don't want a particular step, you can get rid of that here. Just click here, it will be cancelled. Okay. We'll come back here. We have more options here, like column level options. We can format text. We can set the type. We can set the data type. We can strong type. We can rename. Fill empty values. You have empty cells. You want to fill with the preceder or the successor, filling down or filling up. Replace pivot. Yeah, we'll come here. We'll come and we'll explore all these options in detail. First, we'll go to other data sets. So here I have state targets, right? Yeah. Let's start with state funds. So this table is good, but actually if you see, the column names are not properly aligned here. So I have an option here. So you can go and do use first row as header. Use first row as header, or use headers as first row. So we got this option. So I'll select this use first row as headers. So yeah, there I go. So I have columns here and names, but this is not correct. See, right? See, these are states, but under states I don't have universities, funds and all. So this data is in flat mode. So I want to transpose this data, then it becomes meaningful. So I will take this step temporarily out. I'll not do that step. So before doing that, I will do a transpose of this data. So select the table and say transpose. Flip the data. Now it is more readable and more convenient. We can easily do the reporting. We can establish a join between our applications and this table using state code, and we can retrieve state-wise number of universities and the funds they got. So what are the options that you see here in this ribbon? Transform or add column. You can see most of the options here also. Use first row as header. Okay, so this is a valid, proper data table. Best suits for reporting. Let's do similar stuff here in state targets also. Here we have to be little careful here. You see here we have state codes and then state wise target. So what I have to do is here two operations. See, the first thing is I have to do a pivot of this data. But before doing that, I have to transpose this data, because I want to do pivot year wise. Yeah, you'll understand that. We will see. First, we will do the transpose of this data. So I have state names, state codes, and then years and year wise targets. Okay. Where did state code go? Okay, so state code will disappear when you do transpose on this kind of data. So before doing transpose, we actually have to take this out. Use header row as a column, as a regular row, header row as a data row, so that states will also be in column, and when I do transpose, they will the state codes will be in a row, and when I do transpose, that row will convert into a column, because only rows will convert into columns, not headers. Okay, when I do transpose, that's when I earlier did transpose, all state codes disappeared. I want to have them. Yeah, so we have state code and year wise targets. Now is the time to make this as header. See why I did transpose. I did transpose because I wanted years here, not state codes. I wanted years. Now I'll go and select all the years. I'll go and select all the years and then do unpivot. You can do unpivot of selected columns, or you can do unpivot of columns that are not selected. So I'll click this. So this all gets unpivot. Now it is a tower. Now it is easy to use. We have state code and year wise targets, but I don't want previous year's targets, because I don't need to show them anymore on my dashboard. So I have data only for current year. So let's filter this set. So when I filter this set, the underlying data will also get filtered. So for the reporting purposes, only the data which I select here will be available. It is completely filtered. Okay, so now I select 2006. Now I have data only for 2016. Now that I have latest data only for latest year, I don't need this column anymore. I can remove this column. Yeah, it is possible. So now I have state codes and then targets for that state codes, because my entire data is for current year. The two files that I got, they are for current year. So there's no need of maintaining that unnecessary data. So I can filter and I can ignore. This tool is very powerful. You can do lot many operations like that. Okay, now let's get back to the applications. And now here I don't want to have this as a separate table. The state funds, yeah, let's leave it as a separate table because we have more columns here. Okay, but this has only one column, values. So instead of maintaining this as a separate table, what I will do, I will merge this table into applications. I will merge that into applications. So how will I do? So you'll go to home tab, and here we have an option to merge queries. Merge the existing, which is applications, the master set. So to this I will merge state targets. On what? On state code here with the state code here. Remember the state code we extracted from this institution? Yeah, we are using that now. So we are joining these two, and the join that we selected will be left outer. So it will ensure that we will not miss any data from the master data set. So if there are no targets for any state code, then for those states it will show blank, but it will not ignore those states in our main data set, which is very safe. Okay, because we don't want to lose any data from the applications. If that's not the choice, you want only those states where there were targets, then go for inner join, only matching rows. Okay, fine. So safe option, left outer, select that. So that is added now. You have to select the field that you want. So what I want in this, I want just the value, not the entire table, just the value. Value is the target. I'll rename that column. This would be target. Okay, so we have a state-wise target appended here. We don't see all the data here. It's just a little preview. But yeah, believe me, that merge is appropriately calculated, applied. Okay, so yeah, so now we finished that. We have more options, like we can uh, choose certain columns that we want, and we can ignore columns that we don't want. We can like remove the columns that just we did in state targets. Keep rows, so we want to remove certain rows from top. So this is data cleaning. This is actual data cleaning. Yeah, data in some terminology is called data massaging. So yeah, we can sort a column and then group by, and then we do all this stuff. Yeah, let's go. And so in transformation also we have a lot of transformation features, like replacing values. We want to replace it in certain value, we can do that. Pivot, unpivot, yeah, split columns, text operations. Then we have numeric operations. If there is any date, then we can extract time, day, date, week, all that. Yeah, date intelligence, we have that. We'll add column now. We'll explore this tab. We'll add a conditional column to this application table. So in this conditional column, so this is a UI for creating a conditional column. I'll name this as applications status. So what I'll do, I'll create three categories, like high, normal and low. High is for more number of applications, low and medium. Okay, so before that, let's check out. So in this I want to just check out uh, applications, total applications that are received here. So this field will give us total number of applications. Okay, total number of applications received from all states. So this I will split by institution ID, and I will see this as a table. So institution ID, actually this is not the correct, so this is institution name. Yeah, it's institution name. And let's check out the maximum number and minimum number. Okay, put this as a bar, or I can do better than this. So what I'll do, I will select by institution name, not by institution name. Minimum value, institution wise minimum value. Okay, let's just take the count of applications received in each institution and put a reference line. For average. I don't think we have an average line here. Okay, let's go for the line and then we put a average line. Add by count of applications. Okay, so we see this is the average line. Let's show data label for that average line. So average number of applications received in each university across universities. Data label on. Okay. Yeah, so that's somewhere around 16.22. Yeah, so that's some 16.22. So that's the average value. Okay, why I wanted that I will shortly tell you. Okay, let's take this out from here. Get back to the query editor. So now here I will create a new column, conditional column. So in conditional column, status, column name would be total number of applications. So the order of this conditions, is very important, because that's how this gets evaluated. This expression gets evaluated. Okay, so if it is less than or equal to we have total all races less than. If it is less than, say we just check this 20, right, is the average. So I'll go and I'll put it as, if it is less than 20, slightly above than average, yeah, we will, it shouldn't be slightly above average. If it is less than 15, low, output should be low. I can actually type a text, or I can select a column. If I want to show any column, yeah, instead of a number I can show that, or I can simply type a value. Next rule, total applications, if it is less than 15. So if so how this gets evaluated, so we don't need to check between a range like 15 to 30 like that. So if a value is, when this calculation happens at a row level, if value is less than 15, then it will show as low. If not, then it will pass to the next statement. So in this next statement I will check if it is less than 50. If it is less than 50, yeah, so this is normal. Number of applications received is normal. Add another rule, if it is less, if it is not 50, if it is say greater than or equal to 50, after reaching here, if it is not below 15, it is not below 50, or I can say now I can put any upper limit here. I don't want to write again less than. I'll just say if it is 50 or more than 50, high. So yeah, that's why this order of evaluation is very important. You can actually move this order up or down, or you can take out a condition. Yeah, so options are there. This is a default option. If nothing gets passed, so you want to have on default values, yeah, we can put that here. Okay, so you see that new column has been added here. Okay, so you can actually check syntax for this. When anything we do in Power Query, what happens actually, a Power M script gets generated. So these are script. So we added this additional column, right? This can also be added like this using the function each if. Each if is a function. So each if, then else if. So it has similar syntax to other programming languages. Then last is else null. If nothing is specified in otherwise condition, right? So that's why null. So this is a M syntax. So we just added, so here it will show the last operation. We just added the conditional column here. Okay, we have other columns, like most of the times we may want to have one unique identifier for each row. If there are any duplicates, we want to generate a unique identifier. So that is nothing but an index column. Index, you can start it from 0 or we can start it from 0 or 1 or any value that we want, and a unique key will be generated for each row. Sometimes it will be very handy. Yeah, and if you want to write a more composite column, custom column, then we can go and write it in M. Using M we can create more complex column, like a date functions. We want to extract days and then add it to another field, compose a new date out of it. Any expression we can write here and compose custom columns. So these are the transformations that we did. Let's check out, did we, yeah, so yeah, most of the transformations we covered. Summary tables, yeah, let's do the summary tables. So now I have this data, so I want to create a summary table. Like I want to store actual applications received by institution name. Yeah, by institution name, the number of applications received. So I can do that group by. So if I do group by, this existing table will get modified. Yeah, this existing table gets modified. But that's not what I want to do. So what I have to do, see, let's first do that here once. Okay, group by. So I can do group by institution ID. No, by I want to do by institution name. Institution name, what I want to do, I want to do count of rows. Yeah, this is what exactly I want to see. How many applications received per institution. Okay. No need to select any column here because we are counting rows. So what happens, this existing table gets transformed and a new aggregation table will be placed. See, this entire thing has been replaced. So these are the universities and those are the number of applications received. So there is a new table that got created, but actually this is the existing table got transformed like this. Maybe this is not how I want to do. So what I will do, I will create a duplicate copy of this table. Applications, right click. We have some options here as well. Right click on the table, you get some options. Say duplicate. So this application table gets duplicated. Now this, give a name. Applications aggregation. It's still loading. Okay, here it is. I got it. So on this table, I will do aggregation. So before doing that, I don't want to have all these operations. So like adding that conditional column, capitalizing, renaming columns. Yeah, change split columns, yes, leave it till there. Actually, I don't need split columns also. Split by delimiter. Append query, yes, keep data up to here. On top of this, now go and compose aggregation. Yeah, so this is still referring to this data set. Now on this, I'll do group by institution ID, no, not institution ID, institution name. Okay, so this is an aggregation table which is part of our data model. Now we can make aggregation tables like this. So we have covered most of the transformations that are available in query editor. So I got back to Power BI desktop. I exited from Power Query.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.